Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin today, I invite everyone to join me in a moment of silence to honor the lives lost and affected by the devastating and tragic shooting at Florida State University. Our hearts are with the FSU community, the families, and all those impacted by this senseless act of violence. As a school district that profoundly understands the deep pain of such tragedies, we stand in solidarity with them and reaffirm our heartfelt commitment to fostering safe, supportive environments for all students and staff. Thank you. Board Member Rupert has requested a moment of silence. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm requesting a moment of silence for Dominic Frost, a fourth grade student from Margate Elementary who recently passed away. Dominic's principal, Thomas Schroeder, described him as one of the sweetest fourth graders he has had the privilege of knowing. Dominic had a light that spread love and kindness everywhere he went. He started at Margate Elementary this year and quickly became part of the Margate family. He lifted his classmates with his positive spirit and love of learning. Please keep Dominic's family in your thoughts and prayers today. Thank you.
As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020. And the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statute that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The first item of business on the agenda is item 1, a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida and AECOM Technical Services. May I have a motion and a second on the item?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. It is moved and seconded to approve item 1. Let's see. Are there any public comments on item number 1?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Any board discussion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of when did this item appear on the agenda for today?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
Thursday afternoon.
Okay, would that be like late afternoon, John?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a reason this could not wait until the May 13th school board meeting? The reason I'm asking because everyone knows that this is an Easter weekend. We have Good Friday. We have Easter Sunday and so on. So it's just out of my curiosity why this appeared Thursday late, why it didn't appear before Thursday when the workshop was advertised, and why it could not wait for the next regular school board meeting.
Dr.
What's the urgency?
If I may,
Mr. Sullivan?
staff is prepared to move this to right before the May 6th workshop to a special if a board member makes that motion.
Understand, but could my questions also be answered, John?
We were trying to get it in a timely manner, and we weren't aware that there would be another opportunity before the next board meeting. But now we're prepared to do another special on May 6th if there's a motion to table this item to that special school board meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you, John. But I did review the item. I was just curious as to why it would appear over Good Friday, Easter weekend, when it could have waited. So, okay. So I have some questions. Do we have any estimate from ACOM, PMOR leadership on how many projects are anticipated to remain active as of January 17th, 2026?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
I will defer to Mr. McIntyre.
Just right now?
Good morning, Mike McIntyre, AECOM. Through the chair, right now we are projecting 100 plus at various levels of construction, many of them in late, meaning 95+%. That number is slightly fluid because we have a number of projects in legal, and the contractors have slowed down due to litigation.
Okay, so that's what you have now, correct?
That's what we're projecting right now, yes.
Okay, so for this extension, which goes to January 17, 2026, on January 17, 2026, how many projects do you anticipate will remain? Or do you suppose you'll get them all done in 6 months?
We anticipate 100 will remain. Right now, we have roughly 156 projects that are active in various levels of construction or design. And we have 54 projects that are in what we call formal closeout, which means they've achieved substantial completion, the 110B, but they have not achieved the 209, which is the final completion certificate. So we have 54 projects in that world, and we have 156 in what we call active construction or
Okay,
design.
so, thank you. So if I hear you correctly, approximately 54 projects will be completed up to January 17, 2026, and you'll have approximately 100 remaining to be completed.
Correct. That's what we're projecting at this time. That number is slightly fluid. We could close more, or we could close slightly less, depending on the litigation activities.
Okay, so 100 projects being incomplete, anticipated for January 2026, seems like a substantial amount, wouldn't you say?
It's a reasonable amount of projects. Many of them will be in the 90%, but it's a reasonable number of projects.
Okay. So during the early March workshop, I believe many others emphasized our desire to not make any unnecessary change in the final stretch of SMART. I had subsequently asked whether the district could provide for a contract extension, provided a year for completion of what you mentioned now to be 100 plus projects, right? As far as I can recall, Ms. Paul and Mr. Cooney suggested that it could not be done. Is there any legal basis saying this cannot be done? That there cannot be, because I am concerned that January 2026, we're going to have 100 incomplete projects. We're going to bring on new folks that have to get up to speed, and we're trying to expedite this process to get this thing over with. So I think that if the district can extend ACOM since they are familiar with the projects, then that would probably be the best route. But I was told, and many of us when we were here, that it cannot be done. So I want to know, what is the legal basis that an additional 6 months to July could not take place? Is there a legal basis?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. So the contract, the initial contract with AECOM is for a certain amount of time, and it has it has a certain provision that states that it can only be extended for a certain period of time, which is the 6 months that we're extending it to now, and it cannot go beyond that period of time. So that is the reason.
Okay, so in the contract, there were renewal options, right? For the contract, what's the maximum length of period that contract can be valid if we exercise all of the renewal option to its extent?
Ms. Batista.
Right, so the extension that is being done right now is, as I understand it, is the final extension of this contract.
Okay, so I understand that. But my question is, based upon our right to renew, that's based on the contract, whether we've done it or not, I know we have a 3-year contract, we had a 1-year option and another 1 year, which is 5 years.
Correct.
The question that I have is, based on what we are allowed to do, what's the maximum renewal time period that would be legal within the contract without considering an extension at this time?
Ms. Batista.
I'm sorry, without considering an extension? Well,
Well,
there would not be.
Well, there's a difference between extension and renewal, correct?
Right,
So the contract allowed us to do renewals. We had a 1-year option and another 1-year option, so there was a 5-year.
yes.
So let me rephrase the question. Is 5-year the maximum allowed time in that contract, or without considering extension, or could we have continued longer based on the legal language of the contract and what?
Right. Yes, so based on all the extensions and potential, whatever you want to call it, but they're, call extensions under the contract, the maximum would be 5 years. So it
Okay.
cannot go beyond the time frame that is prescribed right now. You would have to go back out to bid this again.
Okay, so would you say, Ms. Batista, that Florida law, based on what you are saying, would limit the district from extending for 1 year instead of 6 months, this contract?
So it's based on the language of the contract. We are bound to, we can only extend for that period of time.
For 6 months?
Yes,
So there's no legally you cannot go beyond that. Is that what you're saying?
correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I share the same concerns as Dr. Holness. I feel like this item was brought to us, and it's a considerable amount of money, and there's also several different components that we need to be considering before I would be comfortable voting on it. I did want to ask a few questions, and I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to also talk if there's other people, but I am prepared to make a motion. But my first question is, what is the alternative if we don't pass this today?
Dr. Hepburn.
We will reschedule it based on a motion for the May 6th meeting.
Sorry, to clarify, what if this doesn't pass? Like, not that it's tabled, that it just doesn't pass?
If it doesn't pass, I'll ask Ms. Paul to weigh in.
So we would continue operations. The January 17th date is the original end date of the original contract. the board previously voted to take that out, the January date out of the contract, to move it 6 months earlier. Now we're bringing it back to the original date of the 5-year contract, which is January 17th of this year. If this motion does not pass, then we'll, go back to the July date and end the contract. So that basically is the, that the result of not extending this the additional 6 months to the original contract terms.
Could you expand on what the ramifications of that would be? Like who would be in charge of the projects and building and everything?
So they would revert back to in-house staff. And as you know, we do not have adequate staff to support this program. And so we already are adjusting and adding additional staff, and we're preparing our RFQ anyway to go out in the near future. So we do have steps in place to mitigate the change of PMORs.
Okay, and also, I would like some more clarification on why we can't change the contract to amend it longer. I get that it's not state statute, it's within our contract. So we can't negotiate more.
Ms. Batista?
That's correct. When you have a contract that came about as a result of a process, which is the RFP process or RFQ process, you are bound by the amount of time of the contract. You cannot extend it beyond that without going out again for competitive bidding.
Okay, I'm going to hold my motion until other people are able to talk.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. And I'm still looking for some of the same clarity that I think my colleagues were. Where in our current contract does it say that we cannot extend beyond the 6 months? Or where in, procurement law or state statute? I think for me, I'm hearing my colleagues and I have the same questions, like we're having a hard time pinpointing where it says that we cannot extend the contract beyond January 2026.
Ms. Batista?
So, and I may need some help from Mrs. Paul regarding the original RFP that was, or RFQ, that was the basis for this contract. But so when the first bid or when the bid went out for this project, the amount of time would have been negotiated or would have been stated as part of the terms of the contract, of the terms of the request for proposals. So you can't go beyond that at this point. That is the ultimate amount of time that you would be able to extend this contract for. Otherwise, you would have to go back out to do to bid the item again.
Okay. On looking forward, based on the conversation at the workshop a couple weeks ago, the board had expressed the desire for an RFQ or whatever the item is going out for program management of some sort. When can we expect that to go out?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul?
We are currently working on an RFQ. We would like to have it on the streets within the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay. I'm wondering if someone can speak to that timeline. So if the RFQ goes out, if there is a protest, what is that timeline like?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
I have Ms. Andreu coming. She's in transit, so she'll be here shortly. But the gist of it is that part of the reason for extending AECOM's or moving AECOM's contract back to the original contract terms was to give us time to put the RFQ on the streets. And it just depends on the protest and the nature of the protest. But Ms. Andreu, she'll be here shortly. She can speak to specifics on that. But again, you know, our intent was to have overlap between the current PMOR and if there is another company that is successful in the RFQ, other than our current PMOR, to have that overlap in there.
Okay, I have some very serious concerns about the timeline because that gives, you know, so if we need to have a program manager on in January, that's, you know, about 9 months, and if we're talking about the RFQ going out in 3 to 4 months, I mean, we've had projects in Icona Silence for well over a year now. So what would, you know, I have a lot of questions about what would be the board's option if, you know, if we're in a situation where, you know, the AECOM contract is expiring in January, we don't have a contract to approve, and we can't extend it beyond January, where does that leave the board?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
So as I stated before, the intent is to have overlap between the two contractors, or between the 2 or 3 or 4, however many PMORs we have. That's the intent. I think that we have sufficient time, even if there is a protest, to move the transition to another PMOR. In addition, there are various reasons why items are in cones of silence. So it's not, or not cone of silence, but of protest. And so, again, you know, I believe we have sufficient overlap to, or will have sufficient overlap to continue to move the program forward. Keep in mind, too, that in many cases our subs will still be our subs. So the only difference is changing who's at the head. As I stated before, our intent is to continue to use local businesses as we have in the past to move the program forward. It may mean that we enter into additional contracts with the subs or a different model, but again, you know, this is not unusual in project management to change PMORs. Our intent is to learn from what's not happened correctly in the past and to improve the program. So again, this contract extension to January 17, 2026 with AECOM gives us that opportunity to have that overlap.
Okay, I mean, I would very much like to hear from procurement about this timeline. I am not confident that there will be overlap. I understand that that's the intent. But, you know, this is a very lucrative contract for anyone who wants to bid on it. And the idea that we're going to hope that there's not a bid protest or hope that the bid protest doesn't cause extended delays is, in my opinion, wishful thinking. I think a lot of times we need to be planning and expecting the worst, and it doesn't feel like we're doing that right now. And I don't want to be sitting at this table in January of 2026 with no options because our hands are tied. And this has happened over and over and over again for the last 5 years in my experience. So I'd really be interested in hearing from procurement about this timeline, but I have some very serious concerns.
So as you can recall, if I may, Superintendent, you know, I did bring options to the board. One was a piggyback of an existing contract. And I definitely understand your concern because of the past history with this program. AECOM is working collaboratively now to close out as many projects as we can. And as evidenced by the number of projects we're bringing to the board for closeout and retainage and all of that. I understand the concern with the timeline, but this is where we are. The intent is to, again, extend this item, extends it to January 17, 2026, back to the original terms of the AECOM contract. And we are bringing that RFQ as soon as we can to the board for approval. And so, as I said before, Ms. Andreu can speak to Kona silence and reasons of the Kona silence and protest. She is en route. She should be here, I would suspect, within the next 20 minutes. I didn't foresee her needing to be at this meeting, but she is en route.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I'll ask. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. We've had a lot of really great discussions about how to manage construction in Broward County schools, and landing on a 6-month extension to me makes great sense under two broad assumptions. One, as Ms. Leonardi pointed out, we got to giddy up on the next solicitation, hoping there are not protests, but at least planning for that to be the case. I'm a little bit more comforted maybe than other members of this board because I know we can do short-term contracts for PMOR services in the event of a protest in order to provide, you know, the kind of bridge support that we're getting today from our PMOR. Chair, if I remember correctly, every year we approve the org chart of Broward County Public Schools. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's correct.
Thank you. To me, that's the bigger risk here. That's the second assumption, which is that we're going to get organized inside the office of the Chief Financial Officer so that we can oversee the contractors. Because if we have a handful of people working for Ms. Paul at the end of the day and contractors supporting her staff and then contractors trying to oversee oversee the work of other contractors, we're getting into very, very risky territory because there's no one that works for the government that's saying this is how government money ought to be spent. And we're tiptoeing very, very close to the edge of something that this board is very, very inappropriately concerned about, which is we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. And so we take the management of the construction projects and of the construction system very seriously. I'm fine with this extension to January, but I'd like to consider another motion which makes it subject to us getting the solicitation by the next school board meeting to kind of answer some of the concerns of my colleagues about, you know, how fast can we get that done. And in addition to that, subject to getting the preview of the org chart that would represent government employees that work within Broward County Public Schools. I've shouted from mountaintops for over a year now that we are dramatically understaffed inside the government. We don't have a planner. We don't have anyone managing construction risks. We have 3 program managers. We have 0 construction managers. We're understaffed on our building department to kind of keep up with the pace. And I feel a little bit alone, so I'm just going to continue shouting until I find some friends, because you have to have a great government team and you have to have a great contractor team to really be successful. So I'd be interested in moving this forward. I'm interested in passing it subject to 2 conditions. One is that we get the solicitation, the formal RFQ to us at the next formal school board meeting, not at the special meeting, but the next regular school board meeting. And we also get a preview of the org chart inside the government for how we do that, because we can't really rationally assess the size of the next PMOR contract or even this extension unless we know how many people are working in the government that can supervise all the people that are working on this team. So I have less concerns about extending this. I recognize there's a legal limit. We are right up to the bleeding edge of that, going to January 17th. That's what the contract allows. AECOM is comfortable with that. We are comfortable with that from our legal perspective, so I don't view any conversation about that as being productive because it's just not feasible. But what is feasible is to make sure that we get this RFQ back to us quickly. And then second is to make sure that before June 30th, and I would suggest at the next regular school board meeting, we get a preview of what the government organization is going to look like so we can think about it before we get together in a relatively rapid fashion toward the end of June and look at the entire organization. This is an area of great, great risk to this board. If we don't have government people we can grab and say, how is this program doing? The contractors can all walk away and say, hey, we're done. We don't want to do this anymore. Government people don't have that. You know, they're bound by civil service rules, and they're bound to make sure that we pull this project off completely. So those are my thoughts, but I'm comfortable doing this till January now, knowing that the solicitation's coming out, knowing we can do short-term contracts for PMORs after this one is gone. Those are not cheap, to Ms. Leonardi's point. You know, if you think the rates on this contract are bad, wait till you say, oh, I just need someone for 6 more months while we wait out this protest. It's today's rates plus 40 or 50%. And that would be irresponsible to this board as well. So I understand that we can only go to January 17th. Those are the realities of the world. But we can control how fast the RFQ comes out, and we can control the bigger risk that I see, which is what is our government team going to look like? And if we don't know that now, because it's going to take 6 months to hire those people will start showing up around January 17th. And that's a huge risk. And we're all aware of it, but we're staring at this and we're not doing anything about it. So my conditions would be solicitation of the next regular school board meeting, Chair. What's the date of our next meeting? 13th of May. And a preview of the government org chart also on the 13th. So we can see how the system is going to be staffed. So we could feel more confident about going forward with this contract today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Andreu is on the phone, so we can go back to Board Member Leonardi's questions.
You just want me to read? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I have some concerns about the timeline for this RFQ to go out. If the AECOM contract is over in January, and we've been told that the RFQ will go out in about 3 to 4 months, I've expressed some concern about the timeline if there is a bid protest, given some of the projects or contracts that have been sitting in cone of silence for over a year. So I'm wondering if we could hear something about the timeline of an RFQ going out, a bid protest, and the time that it takes to resolve all of that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Andreu.
Good morning, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. So, Board Member Leonardi, our plan is to get this solicitation advertised in June and hopefully be able to bring a award to the board in approximately August. Again, to your point, if there is a bid protest, which we would not be able to foresee, and that's why we're taking the time. I'm working closely with Mr. Cooney and General Counsel's office so that to avoid a protest and make sure all of the language is, very tight around this solicitation to avoid a bid protest. In the event we were to have one, there's really no way I can depict a timeline for when that would get resolved. It depends, on what that entity would be claiming for a protest as to how long it would take to resolve it. But that is why this item is before you, because it will give us the additional 90 days in the event that we have a protest or we need more time for negotiations, and we would have hopefully still some transition period, at least 1 to 2 months if there were to be a new firm awarded, they would be able to transition with AECOM. In the event AECOM is awarded, we obviously wouldn't need that transition, and then be able to have that take place in hopefully November at the latest, so that again, we can either have a transition or continue to move through the program in a smooth, orderly way. I think it will work out. I understand your hesitation and those of your colleagues, but I believe that we have a plan in place and it will work out.
Could you just repeat the last piece about the 90 days again? I was having a hard time hearing.
So the board had approved an award right now until October. The item before you today extends AECOM until January. So giving us that additional 90 days that will allow for hopefully any contingencies, as you stated, a bid protest, transition time. This is giving us a little padding, if you will, so that we can have a smooth transition period for this particular solicitation.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for being on the phone to be able to answer my questions.
Thank you. Board Member Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, when the RFQ is drafted, it comes back to the board for approval? Is that correct? We ultimately approve that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea, you hear the question?
That is correct.
So I guess I'm concerned if we bring the RFQ to the board meeting instead of a workshop, if we're able to get the work done, if we have any changes or questions about that, like what the most expeditious way to get to a point where we've approved the RFQ would be.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andrea, you hear the question? The concern is if we bring it to a board meeting in June and not a previous workshop, does that interfere with the timeline? If feedback is given during the board meeting, that could cause some delay in pushing it out on the street.
Well, as you all know, we wouldn't be able to take any action at a workshop. It would just be a discussion. So if we bring this item to the June board meeting and you all make a motion to approve as is, amend any of the, information contained there, we can immediately do that and then get it published in June. So that was the mindset, that we wanted to bring it to an actual board meeting where action can be taken. You can vote on it, and then we will adhere to whatever the board recommends and proposes, and then immediately be able to put the solicitation out. If the board would prefer a workshop, we are amenable to doing that too.
Well, because board members even had suggested that we bring this to the May board meeting. I'm wondering if we could bring it to the May workshop so that we can talk about it, and then I don't know if we can turn it around to get it to the May board meeting. I think the overarching theme here is that everyone's very concerned about the timeline and the feasibility of actually getting this done. So we need to have as many procedures in place right now to make sure that we can get this approved by the board as soon as possible.
If I may, Superintendent.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So I think June is realistic. We can, I said within the 3 to 4 months, but we can do June. We could amend at the table or do it in a workshop in June and come back and vote on it in a special meeting.
What's feasible in June?
The RFQ.
So bring it to a workshop in June and then vote on it on the next June.
Yes, the next
board meeting.
Yes.
Okay. And then I also share
if
the.
I may also, I'm sorry, Board Board Member Bowman. But also, we have been in transition meetings to transition originally away from AECOM when that, from the original July date where the contract was amended to end. So the transition will not be as bumpy as it was in the past because we have a lot of the data that we didn't have access or district didn't have before. We have databases that we have built over time to help with that transition. So it's not starting from scratch on day one, as previously the transition, I believe, from HERE to AECOM was. So the startup or the movement will continue as that transition happens from one PMOR to the next.
But we'll have to identify the next PMOR, though. So that's what we're doing with the.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, but this is part of the construction business, moving from one to the other. So it's not like we start from zero.
Okay. And I share the same concern, I guess, or the question, and I'd love to see something concrete because I guess my colleagues have all asked the same question about the ability to extend the AECOM contract if we had to, just for continuity while we're doing this in the event that there's any hiccups in the process. I know that we had a 5.5-year total term in the contract. But I'm just wondering legally what prohibits us, and I just haven't seen it in the I haven't seen a copy of the contract to understand fully what prohibits us from extending, if we needed to, by agreement, the contract while we're doing the RFQ, if both the board and AECOM would agree to that.
Ms. Batista.
In essence, the original RFP that was issued, that was the formal solicitation that represented to the public what the terms would be of the contract. And that included the term, the beginning of the term, and the conclusion of the term. And so, because that was part of the solicitation, they cannot be changed at this point. It would only, you would only be able to go back out and do another formal solicitation.
Board Member Zeman had mentioned short-term contracts as gap. So what's the distinction between a short-term contract and extending? I mean, or
so
we could presumably have the same terms and extend it, but make it a short-term contract. I guess it's confusing.
So, right. So I think short-term contract within our district has a different connotation than, than I think what Dr. Zeman wanted to say. I mean, we have short-term contracts pursuant to policies, and it's really for leases and that type of thing only. But if we were going to do a stopgap, short-term contract type of process, it would have to be part of the new solicitation that is being drafted right now. So that would have to say that there would, that there is the option to do like a short-term contract, or if you want to call it a 6-month contract.
But how would that work? I mean, so we're getting the bids, or we're getting the qualifications. They would also bid on a small 6-month contract, but wouldn't we be going through the process? I mean, I guess I'm confused about timeline. I just don't want to see any gaps in our, if there's any hiccups in the RFQ process and our contract ends, I think I know that this has kind of been answered, but where are we if that happens? What's our protection, and how do we make sure that our projects are going forward during that time? Because I mean, there's a lot of variables, and we know in the construction industry and just in general that the potential for delay and things to happen are not unreasonable to expect.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
So the reality is that we have all types of projects here. We have small projects that need to be complete in that 100 that Mike alluded to previously. We have different levels of projects. We also have existing contracts with vendors. So if AECOM leaves today, we will move projects forward. You know, so the work just does not stop. We also have, as I mentioned before, the option of doing piggybacks, where the contracts have already been negotiated with other school districts, and we would just piggyback off those contracts with those existing terms. So we do have options. It's not, you know, no disrespect to AECOM, but if they said, I want to end the contract today, we will move projects forward. So the reasonable timeline is bringing the RFQ in June. If the workshop is needed, we can, or is desired by the board, we can do a workshop and then bring the contract back for approval. That gives us a much better runway to continue the work and to get different variations of PMORs. We just don't have to have just one main one. One thing that the board may not see is we have construction services minor projects. So those are projects that are below $4 million that we've been doing all along. So if AECOM decides tomorrow that they want to leave, we will continue the work.
Are you finished?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So first to my colleague, Dr. Holness, there was another holiday that you missed. That was Passover.
Mm-hmm.
So I do support the 6-month extension for AECOM. I do have a couple questions. My first question is, how much work are the current subcontractors doing right now? Like what percentage of the work are they doing?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
Turn my mic on. Mike?
Mike McIntyre, AECOM through the chair. Right now, contractually, they're doing 45%. AECOM's subcontractors are doing 45%. That's the MBE subcontractors. Totally, our subcontractors are doing 78% of the work. Under this extension, that number goes up. It goes up to 80% of the work for this extension period. So our MBE numbers are presently at 45, goes up to 48, and the overall sub cut becomes 80%.
Thank you. So the 80% of the subcontractors, if we need to do a additional contract with them, if there's an overlap or any type of bid protests, or is that possible? Then we can just work specifically with the 80% of the subcontractors?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
Yes.
Perfect. Great. So I move to do a workshop on this in May and also to have the RFQ be brought forward in June.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment on the motion? Board discussion on the motion? Dr. Zeman.
I love this. This is good. I'm glad talking about doing it in May shook some things off here, and we can do it in June, which is much better than August. To the maker of the motion, though, we were silent about the org chart coming early. Was that intentional, or was that just something you didn't talk about?
Well, I would ask to Dr. Hepburn in regards to the feasibility of bringing the org chart forward, and if it is, then I would request that he would bring it forward.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so we do have a run a show with the org chart to go over it one-on-one with board members, the whole entire team. So there's coherence and clarity about each section of the org chart. And then we have a workshop in May 6th to go over the org chart. So, and then just to make sure there's clarity and the individual discussions can provide some feedback so we can have a very fruitful discussion at the workshop for next steps. And then after that, Mr. Azzarito, you can go over the run and show just for the workshop and then the actual regular school board meeting vote.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, David Azzarito, Chief People Officer. So we're set up for the workshop on May 6th and then bring it back for a final vote on the May 13th regular school board meeting.
Yes, I think it provides ample time to go over for that specific concern on the capital or facility side of the house. That'll kind of provide some information and inform next steps for the discussion about the AECOM contract. Because I want to say we have a workshop day on May 20th also, which could be the workshop day for the AECOM discussion, and then bringing the RFQ to the June meeting for a vote.
Thank you. And Chair, just to continue, the it in the superintendent's thing, what does it refer to that is coming to the workshop on the 6th and for a vote on the 13th? Is that the whole org chart? Or the org chart for the construction?
Correct, the entire org chart.
Well, then let me just publicly thank you for breaking precedent with Broward County and bringing it early. That's a good month and a half before it needs to be approved, which is great. And it'll be great for this board to have it and to be able to deliberate and ask questions about it and get to a good consensus by the end of June. I have no more comments, but I love the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
I do have some questions just for clarity on the motion, but I do know also we have students waiting in the audience, and so I'm wondering if we have any mechanism and if there is the willingness from the board to either table or recess this so we can hear from our students aren't waiting.
Anybody? My preference is to.
We might be close to being finished with this.
Yeah, I would hope.
I mean, okay, then I'll just ask my questions. So just to understand, because I think we have two separate items that we're talking about, the RFQ and the extension. So is the plan to workshop the extension or the RFQ on May 6th, or both?
Mrs. Alhada?
I would leave it up to Dr. Hepburn based on the opinions of the board and what they feel they need workshop.
Dr. Hepburn?
So based on the feedback and from the board and just listening, sounds like we would probably address both the RFQ and also questions about the extension. I know many of the board members will probably send some follow-up questions also about extensions that our staff can research and bring back that information to the workshop. Also email the responses also.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering if we could get a legal perspective on whether or not it's appropriate for board members to be workshopping those things.
Ms. Batista?
There's no prohibition for the board members to do a workshop. Excuse me. My question is, so am I to understand that the motion is to, instead of approve the Fourth Amendment to the PMOR at this meeting, to have a workshop prior to approval of this item? Or are we approving this item today and then workshopping the RFQ?
Mrs. Alhada?
I would like to approve this item today with the 6-month extension and then do the workshop and then vote in June on the RFQ.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Yes, there is no prohibition for the board to do that.
Okay. I'll come back to that, but it was my understanding that staff was wanting to postpone this item today. So could someone, or maybe I had misunderstood, could someone speak to that?
Dr. Hepburn?
So I think some of the The initial questions were from the board were the concern if we need to postpone this item to a May 6th, special meeting on May 6th. So if that's the wish of the board, we can move in that direction. If we're going to vote on it today, we can move in that direction also.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm a little confused because before this meeting, I was told that there were some changes that needed to be made or amendments that needed to be made to this item before approval. Is that correct or incorrect?
I have Ms. Paul, if there's if you can speak to any changes that need to be made.
So in the document, it has unless further extended by future board action. That is a mistake. And as Ms. Batista stated previously, the contract ends January 17th, 2026. So there is no extension. That language should have been deleted. It should not have been in the document. So
is that the only change that needs to be made?
That was the only change. Did not want to give the impression that it could be extended beyond January 17, 2026.
Okay. And then I once again want to hear from legal, like per the roles and responsibility of the board, because I just want to be very clear before, because we've had many conversations with different boards or versions of this board about the appropriate role of board members. It is appropriate for us to workshop an RFQ and a contract extension that would be, or I guess we wouldn't be workshopping the extension, we would just be workshopping the RFQ. So it is appropriate for board members to workshop an RFQ before it goes out.
Ms. Batista.
Right, so there is no prohibition that you workshop the terms of the RFQ and that they're explained to the board at a workshop, or you may ask questions. There is no prohibition to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Thompson. Okay. Ms. Thompson.
I would just feel more comfortable tabling this item until the May 6th to discuss it at the workshop and then vote on it on the 13th.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor about one thing. It's about bringing the RFQ to a workshop.
But she said she'd rather vote, so that's why I'm speaking
Well,
for the
we'll
motion.
come back to that part. Her motion is specific about having the RFQ come to a workshop.
No,
But-
let me clarify my motion.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve the recommended action on the item, which is to approve the fourth amendment to the agreement between the School Board of Broward County and ACOM for program manager, owner, representative services, et cetera, and to do a workshop May 6th and on June 17th in the school board meeting to vote on the RFQ.
Point of order.
Okay.
Don't we have to make an amendment to this item before we approve it? Per what Ms. Paul said?
Yeah. It
No,
sounded
we
like we
don't.
did. I was gonna, yeah, we have to cross out the language that she,
Okay, point of order. This is some words on a description. It is not the words in what the board is going to vote on.
no, it's
So
in the contract. Ms. Paul, correct? The wording that you suggested need to be changed is in the actual contract. Is that correct?
This is, I believe, in the executive summary.
Okay.
right, it has no bearing.
Okay.
And it actually allows us, if Dr. Holness somehow is correct, and this contract in some legal way could be extended, it allows us to do that, and that has no conflict with giving a 6-month
I
extension.
just wanted to make sure the board understood that the contract ended January 17th.
Okay, so we're on Mrs. Aladev's motion. Dr. Zeman seconded it. We're having board discussion. Does anyone have any more discussion? Because we'll vote on the motion. Okay,
Well, wouldn't the motion be approving the item?
with the additional pieces to it.
Okay.
So, because she had a motion that added other pieces to the original. So all those in favor of Mrs. Aladev's motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
Roll call. School board members Ahodef,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Bam. Hickson.
No.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Fails 2-5. I'm sorry, 2-6.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion. Or Ms. Thompson, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'm not going to say it as eloquently, but I would like to table this item until the May 6th workshop to discuss and then bring back to vote the following school board meeting, which I believe is May 13th.
May 13th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Board member comment? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion passes 7-1.
With Ms. Al-Hadef
Yeah,
dissenting.
with Mrs. Al-Hadef dissenting vote. Okay, the next item of business on the agenda is item 2, a motion to approve the 2025 graduation use license agreement with Nova Southeastern University. May I have a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there any public discussion on item 2?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. How much money in total are we spending on graduations?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wansa?
Good morning. We are at or about somewhere near, just north of 700,000. I believe that's the number, because we have leases with the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, Nova Southeastern. One is coming at the next board meeting for Hard Rock, where we have 3 ceremonies, and then we also have some ceremonies at Lauderhill Performing Arts Center, and then the rest of the ceremonies are held in some of the schools' cafeterias or auditoriums, whatever is the venue in the school. But the majority of them are held in one of the 4 leased venues that I just mentioned.
Thank you. And then I guess my question, or something I would like to be brought back to a workshop, is how we could possibly move these ceremonies more in-house. Like, is there capacity at our high schools to have more ceremonies? It just seems like at a time where we're trying to cut funds or cut spending, this is one area that should be relatively easy to do.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Thompson, for the question. We're actually having the same discussion as a team, because it is getting very costly. The costs are going up year after year, and we can accommodate many of our high schools in 1 or 2 of our high schools, and so we can save some money that way. So that's part of our discussion as well. We'll be happy to provide a follow-up to the board in the near future, and also adding that as a cost savings for us as we plan to reduce costs for the future also.
Any other board discussion? All those in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Welcome to today's school board workshop. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media and these wonderful students that are going to do something for us today. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Rupert will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Rupert.
I pledge
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Wait.
Please
for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, President.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. That was Cresthaven, yay.
Good job. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with the school board's policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is engaging Broward County Public School students with extended reality, or XR, and artificial intelligence, AI. I now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board and public. We are so happy to bring the classroom to the boardroom today. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Dr. Fulton and her team.
Thank you. Good morning, board members, Dr. Hepburn, to our esteemed colleagues, and of course, to our amazing members of the community. We are standing on the edge of a new frontier in education, a moment where innovation meets imagination and where possibility meets purpose. Today's board workshop invites us to explore the world of artificial intelligence and virtual reality, not as distant concepts, but as powerful tools we are beginning to harness right here in our district. Imagine students stepping into a virtual lab to conduct science experience in real-world time, or a history class where learners explore ancient civilizations by walking through a virtual city. Picture an AI-powered tutor adapting lessons to meet the needs of every child, on demand, at their own pace. This isn't a dream. This is happening right here in our classrooms. As a district committed to innovation and excellence, we have the responsibility to lead boldly, to embrace the innovations that will shape our future our students are inheriting. AI, extended reality, are not just about technology. They're about opportunity. They're about inspiring curiosity, building confidence, and opening doors for all of our students, regardless of the zip code they live in. Today's presentation and demonstration will highlight how we are leveraging these tools with care, creativity, and a deep sense of purpose. You'll see not what's possible, but what's already happening across our schools. You will hear from our amazing students and our teachers as we bring the classroom to the boardroom. Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Because when we equip our students with the tools of tomorrow, we empower them to be the leaders of today." Today, we are expanding that power, making it more accessible, more engaging, and more aligned with the future our students will inherit. The future isn't coming, the future is here, and it starts in our schools. Whether the concept of AR, virtual reality, is new to you, or if you're familiar with these technologies, our goal today is to deepen your understanding, ignite your imagination, and inspire you to continue to provide support for these amazing innovations that are happening every day across our classrooms. With that said, you're not here to hear me speak, you're here to see our students in action. So I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Simone Hollinsworth, who's going to kick off this presentation, provide you with an overview, and to show you how these innovations align with our district's instructional priorities and our strategic goals. Thank you.
Good morning. This agenda today outlines our journey from hands-on examples and working definitions to real classroom applications. We'll walk through how Broward County Public Schools is using immersive technology and artificial intelligence to personalize learning, increase student engagement, and transform instructional practice. So the exciting part, we're going to begin in a few minutes with a 20-minute excursion showcasing actual student and teacher interactions with virtual reality and artificial intelligence tools. These examples from math and art to special education illustrate how students across grade levels are engaging with extended reality environments to enhance understanding and motivation. You have been assigned to one of these STEM stations in the pre-function room and in the boardroom for your excursion. You will also be provided with an essential question to guide your learning and engagement. However, before we enjoy that practice and play, we want to provide some working knowledge. Let's clarify our terms. Extended reality, XR, is the umbrella encompassing virtual reality, augmentative reality, and mixed reality. Each offers different levels of immersion and interaction. AI, artificial intelligence, meanwhile, is embedded in many of these tools and serves as the backbone for personalized, data-informed instruction. To provide some context to the experience that you're about to have, this slide outlines examples of extended reality. Here you can see how virtual reality fully immerses students and/or teachers and adults in new worlds. Augmented reality overlays digital content in their real environments, and mixed reality blends both to enable interaction between real and virtual objects. These are powerful tools for education. So now let's head to this experience for yourself so you can have this wonderful experience. Our student escorts are going to be here because you all have been assigned for your excursion.
Welcome back to the school board workshop, and thank you so much for that amazing experience. And I will turn it back over to staff to continue their presentation.
Well, I hope you enjoyed, first of all, Dr. Fabian Cohn, Executive Director of Academics. I hope you enjoyed our little excursion from the boardroom to the classrooms. We're not done yet. We have plenty of student speakers and teacher speakers as part of our presentation to share some additional best practices. If we can go back to the slide. So slide 8, we're going to talk a little bit about personalized standards-based instruction. You saw a little bit of that in the presentation. AI in VR certainly helps us really tailor instruction by analyzing student data, recommending that XR platforms are aligned to the Florida best standards, ensuring that while experience feels futuristic, the learning remains grounded in academic rigor. And teachers now receive real-time data from AI platforms. We're starting to see the evolution of using data to be data smart and data rich and data driven. It allows them to pivot instruction instantly, while XR tools bring science labs, historical events, and abstract math to life, creating an engaging, standards-aligned experience. And what we've seen through the data, and data is just, the technology tools is just one variable, we've seen that XR and AI works to increase not only equity, but at immersive learning bridges gaps for students who may lack access to field trips, hands-on learning. AI also supports multilingual learners through translation tools and visual aids. It ensures students engage in content. And ultimately, we want to look at the return on investment with these tools. During the March 4th PM2 board workshop, initiatives such as these have shown an increase in student achievement data from PM2 to PM2. Our student achievement data is showing gains across our 4 strategic goals. We're excited to take a deeper dive of all of these particular tools that we're investing in, whether they're through a prototype or a pilot model, to really identify which ones are at the core of helping increase student achievement. And so now I'd like to introduce one of our teacher speakers, Gabrielle McCullough, who's from Apollo Middle School, who will give the perspective of how these tools are implementing and having success with students in her classroom.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriella McCauley. I'm an SVE teacher at Apollo Middle School. Been teaching for 18 years. I started in the UDL for CS Computer Science Inclusion cohort in June 2022. And that is a research practice partnership between Dr. Maya Israel, the University of Florida, and Dr. Lisa Milenkovic from the STEM and CS programs in the Applied Learning Department. Since then, I've had the opportunity given to me by Dr. Kushner, our wonderful principal at Apollo, to incorporate CS instructions and robotics, not only for my students, but also all the SVE classes in the school. Then this year, I took on the challenge of coaching a VexIQ Robotics Challenge team, as well as a drone team, comprised only of students with disabilities. Now, the controller came about because at the beginning, when we first got the robot, our kids were all excited about driving the robot. This is Musab. He's a 7th grader in one of the SVE classrooms. He, like my other students, was very excited to participate in the competition, but he struggled using this remote, this controller, holding it and pressing the buttons. So we reached out to the developer of the robot, the Vex Robotics, who we had already been working with, giving them feedback about accessibility to the different robots that they have. We let them know we needed help modifying the controller so Musab could participate, and they immediately agreed and assigned engineers to develop an app that would allow accessibility to the controller to connect the IQ robot. Here's Musab demonstrating how he uses the controller that's been modified. Go ahead, Musab. turn the. Take your time. Go forward, Musab. You can do it. Turn around. The other way. You can do it. You got it. Woohoo! Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Participating in robotics has positively impacted Musab because he's being included. Now he can participate like everyone else. He will be on the team next year, mainstream and participating alongside his peers. Musab, what is your favorite part of the robot? What do you like about the robot? You like the robot? Yes. You like making baskets? Yes. All right. Teaching computer science has been a huge positive impact on all of my students. I've used robotic and computer science to motivate and engage my students in meeting content standards. For example, my students have met math standards in measurement and fractions through building and coding robots. They have improved and expanded their vocabulary and communication skills by collaborating with their peers on programming challenges. It has helped to improve their skills in problem solving, communication, collaboration, and persistence, which are not only IEP goals, but skills that they will use not only in high school, but throughout life. The development of the VEX Accessibility app will help students like Musab participate in activities alongside their peers, benefiting students all over the world. You will get to see other adaptive technologies today that Andrea Ciotti and her team at the ESC department has helped us develop and implement in the classroom. I would also like to invite you to attend our Computer Science Inclusion Showcase on May 17th at Pines Middle School. You will get to see Musab and other students demonstrating what they have learned. This event is held concurrently with the Congressional App Challenge Hackathon. We'll have Dr. Maya Israel, our research partner at UF, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and the VEX Accessibility App developer Dr. Jimmy Lin, all attending as special guests and speakers for these events. And I look forward to seeing all of you there. Thank you.
Thank you. The second part of our presentation is on what motivates, and we've heard a lot of that today. And these tools are highly engaging. Students receive instant feedback, feel a sense through personalized learning paths how it connects to the classroom concepts to future careers. And so what we'd like to do is we'd now like to hear from Jalen Jean Jackson, 11th grade student at Plantation High School's Achieving Career Equity for Students Design Academy. And he will share firsthand experiencing through 3D digital designs.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holness.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. McCauley. We actually,
Great job.
Ms. McCauley and I work together at Apollo, and she's an amazing woman. And I think we need to give Musab a round of applause. That was awesome. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Appreciate you.
Hello, my name is Sadie Espinosa from Plantation High. I'm here to talk about the 3D animation program. 3D animation allows students to express their artistic hobbies without relying on traditional hand-drawn art. For students like me who may not be confident in drawing, 3D modeling offers a creative way to bring ideas to life. While a rough sketch for a storyboard or character design might be needed, it's not the main focus of the course, which many students find appealing. With just a general idea, students can use programs like WOMP, 3ds Max, or Blender to design characters and scenes. I personally enjoy using WOMP because its open workspace gives me the freedom to experiment and build various parts for my character.
Hi, I'm Jelen, and when it comes to 3D animation, like Sadie said, when you're making your character or your model using basic shapes, it can help you process it helps you with processing, whether it's making a model or it's whether understanding spatial discrimination where you have to see a model from a 3D aspect. It really helps to visualize what you're working with, especially if you plan to go into other careers. Understanding how to work in a 3D environment helps you to navigate those spaces better. Like with WOMP, you can make different shapes where you would have to see it from different angles. Thank you.
Thank you. And so when we look at the different kinds of technology, we certainly want to make sure we meet the unique needs of all of our students. And so if we go back to slide targeted interventions in struggling learners, so our adaptive technology is not only enriching but also intervening on the spot. And so AI also pinpoints exactly where students' needs are. It supports, it also makes adjustments to instruction real time. XR can reinforce these concepts through visual and hands-on experience, as we've seen today, and key for learners who benefit from multisensory strategies. And enrichment really does meet the students' needs and expectations, and they don't just keep them waiting. When you have multiple students with multiple different kinds of areas and needs, it is able to adjust and adapt, and so it helps identify them, suggests advanced concepts, or simulation XR. And it also takes them further with virtual field trips, which sometimes students and teachers don't have that access or opportunity. And so bringing the technology into the classroom allows for equity, but it also allows for students to explore things that will be cost neutral to them as well. And then the table here breaks down whether we're supporting struggling learners, challenging advanced students, or simply keeping them engaged. AI and XR play critical and complementary roles. And so when we look at the video, we want to talk about one particular contract we have currently with JA World. And we want to play the video and talk about the connections that JR is having within the classroom across multiple grade levels. I think we can cue the video.
waiting on that video, Dr. Cohn, if I can get Jellen and I think it was Sadie, if I'm saying it correct, if you can let them know what you want to pursue after high school, because the conversation we had is directly aligned to the skills and the knowledge that you're learning about in your current program at your school.
Well, I would personally like to pursue dental lab or orthodontics, and using 3D animation allows me to view the certain aspects needed when creating retainers, molds for teeth, and sorry. What else was that? What else did you want me to?
That was it.
That was it?
Yeah, and
okay.
then Jellen.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Jellen, if you can tell us also what you want to pursue after high school, because it's directly aligned to what you're engaged in now.
So after high school, I want to be a biomedical engineer. Yeah. So having a 3D space to work in helps you understand how to make prosthetics or making a fake leg or arm and things like that, so you can understand how it works, how it should move, and things of that nature.
Nice job.
All right, we're having a little technical issues, so we'll bypass the video. We'll share it a little bit later. All right, we're going to move into our next part of and share our secondary VR learning experience with our teacher, Zaria Howard Dillard from Dillard High School on Prisms.
Good morning. My name is Zaria Howard. I'm from Dillard High. I'm an Algebra 1 teacher there, and I had the opportunity of piloting Prisms VR this year with my Algebra 1 students. So far, it's been a great learning experience for both of us. Me learning how to actually use the VR, because this is my first time actually putting on a headset myself, and the students actually diving in and going through the modules and just loving to learn math. So VR is, well, Prisms VR in itself is a real world, real life experience where they actually dive into the real world problems that we can solve using math, right? So a lot of students like to ask me in my algebra class, and any math class, any math teacher can tell you this. They always ask me, why do we need to do this? What is the purpose of math? I'm not gonna need to use this in the real world, but Prisms VR is actually showing them exactly how it can be used. So it takes the trouble off of me of explaining time and time again, oh, you can become a math teacher, you can become an engineer and stuff like that, because they can actually see these opportunities in place while they're doing and learning math, right? Can we get the next slide if possible? Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, next slide. Okay, thank you. So here is an example of an actual module that we have in Prisms. This is the exponential functions module, where they're actually going in and seeing a viral growth rate in a food hall. And we can all relate to this because during COVID-19, we saw a virus grow rapidly and rapidly. One person gets infected, and now 10 other people get infected. And it's gradually, exponentially growing, and it's becoming a problem, right? But problems need to be solved, right? Now, nobody's wearing a mask anymore because we've solved the problem, right? So that's the whole purpose of this module in its sense. They first see the why, and it's very interactive. It gets the students involved and actually excited to learn the module, right? And then once we see the why, they go into the lab and they try and fix the problem using math. So it goes step by step. They actually get to touch and move physical objects to see how it's actually growing. Each time something is being touched, 5 other objects get infected. And then once they see that module, that part of the module, they go into the lab and they actually graph the data and chart it and see that it's going up by 5, by 5, by 5, by 5, and so on. Next slide, please. Here is the same module, just part 2 of it, where it's actually diving more and more deeper into the math itself. Because VR, yes, it is fun, but this is still the classroom and we still need to learn something. So they're actually hands-on. As you can see, the hand, they're actually grabbing the objects themselves. It's not just a video that they're seeing, but they're actually doing all of the steps themselves. And they have helpful tools given and provided using their watch on the side. If they are getting stuck, there's a part that says a help tool where they can go through and start the problem for them or assist them with the problem. There's also a button where they can click, say, I need help, and I'm alerted on the teacher's dashboard, oh, this student needs help. And I can just go straight to them and see, oh, where are you in this module? And I've already done the training myself. I've already gone through the module myself before in planning. The day before we actually implement it into the classroom. So I know exactly if they say, oh, I'm at the graphing part, it's not really working for me, I can go step by step with them and help fix the problem, right? Because everybody not necessarily tech savvy, and we're all learning together, right? Next slide, please. Okay, here you can see all the different Algebra 1 modules that they have so far. There are 10, and they're all coinciding with the curriculum that we've already have. They have absolute value functions, systems of equations, everything that aligns to the Broward County curriculum for Algebra 1. Next. Okay. Here's an example of what it looks like to actually implement it. As you can see in the center, it's kind of small, but that's me looking at the teacher's dashboard so I can actually monitor the classroom and see exactly if I click on a student that asks for help, where exactly in the module they are at, and I can guide them through there. As well as when I see multiple students going through the same module and they're getting stuck at the same problem, what I usually like to do is pause them. And with the teacher dashboard, they allow us to just click pause, and it'll set up a screen for them in the headset that says, okay, guys, take off the headset. And everybody takes off their headset, and we go into whole group instruction. And I teach them, okay, where are we getting stuck on? And we fix that problem right there and then, right? So that way, everybody's learning, everybody's not getting frustrated, because honestly, if you've done the headset, some parts of this can be frustrating. Especially if you're just not tech savvy and you're just not into it that day. It's totally fine. It's a learning curve. And yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the part where we actually take off the headset after the module is finished and they transfer what they learned. Because it's not just a video game. Yes, it's fun, but we actually need to see, did you learn anything from this module? Did you learn anything from this concept? And a lot of the time, we have 2 parts for the modules. Part 1 is more just the introductory. Part 2 is really getting into the math part of it. And both parts have a synthesis paper where usually I like to put them in groups so that they can discuss exactly what they went through in the module, and it opens math discourse for the whole class. And we discuss exactly what we're seeing, exactly how the situation is turning into math, and not just, oh, this is a fun game, oh, this is some experiment that we're doing, but how is math actually inputted into it, right? How is what I taught you last week coming into this VR headset, right? And then after the discussion and pencil and paper, we have a check for understanding so that we can actually see, did you understand this module? And they get grades for it. And I can see exactly who are the students that need the extra help, who are the students that totally mastered it and can move on to the next one, right? Okay, next slide, please. Right, and now I'm going to introduce my student Tyrese Thompson for a student testimonial. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Tyrese Thompson. I am a 9th grade student at Dillard High, and I will be sharing my experience with Prisms VR in Ms. Howard's class. Prisms VR helped me understand Algebra 1. When I first walked into the classroom, I was like, wow, this is a big step from what I learned back in middle school. And a couple months into high school, I seen the cart for the VR headsets. And when we hopped on, it was easy for me because I have a VR headset at home. So I was able to get used to it very quickly. But doing math in it was new. Figuring it out was easy because they have coaches that are in there who direct you and give you instructions on what to do and where to go. Not only that, like she said, they give you real world experiences where they show you how you would use math in the real world. I always wondered that. How would I use math in the real world besides just like learning it in the classroom for like a test or using it to graduate? Instead, how would I use this to make a career or like actually use this to help somebody? Prisms VR helps that with the modules. It's not just a game. The games are fun and it's very interactive, especially for me as a hands-on learner. And doing it helps me realize, okay, I remember doing this in this module, so when I see it in the real world, it's like it automatically snaps. It's helps me grasp Algebra 1, especially the lesson that we just did, factoring quadratics. When I first saw the lesson that Ms. Howard taught on the board for factoring quadratics, I was a little confused because I get confused when I graph sometimes. So when we did this module, which is now one of my favorite modules, where we had to move the vertex and find the exact drop trajectory of the package, it helped a lot because basically it's not only like on a graph, you can get lost on a graph. So when you move the vertex point on inside the VR headset, it shows you exactly where you are, or if you don't know how to start, or if you're confused on where you are currently at in the module, you can flip your wrist and ask the other AI coach how to start, or where do I go from here. So it's very helpful. And I would like to continue using it as I go on, like 10th grade, 11th grade. When I'm in geometry, it would be amazing to deal with shapes inside of VR. And yeah, that's why I personally really like Prisms VR. Thank you.
Great job. That level of confidence in all those words that you're using that nobody up here actually knows. Just to demonstrate that level of understanding, definitely worth the resource that you're engaging in. Great job.
And we have one other student, Kira Brown, that would like to share her testimony.
Hi, I'm Kira Brown. I want to start off with saying using VR is whole different from what I'm used to because I'm not originated from here. I'm Jamaican. We are used to pens and papers. We never use computers either. So using VR is a big step, and I feel like me and us students as new like millennials, I know you're trying to, y'all are finally kind of understanding that how important technology is, and by using VR, y'all are, to me, it's like you're finally on our level and understanding.
We're catching up.
why technology is so important to us. And also, before VR, my grades was okay, but it was not. But since I'm a virtual learner, so I do better. Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
You're doing great.
I'm a visual learner, so I like to be indoors. So VR helps me a lot. I'm sorry.
You're doing just fine, honey. You keep it going. You're doing awesome.
Also, for me, I think virtual reality is a lot. It helps us a lot, especially if I don't understand a certain topic. As Tyrese said, we can use the watch to ask question, and also if you don't understand, we can use the help me button, which alerts Ms. Howard that we don't understand and where we are. And as Ms. Howard has also said that I am one of her students that asks a lot, why do we need algebra in the real world? And I've realized through VR why we actually need it. Because I was like, why do we need letters in math? What are we going to use letters for in real life? Now I realize you're going to need to know the vertex, the y coordinates, how structured, like if you're going to build a place, a restaurant, anything, you're going to actually need the coordinates and a landscape and all of that. So for me, VR has helped a lot. And for us teenagers, I think this is what helps us. This is our, like, how should I say this? This is how we see the things. Because as I said earlier, I'm at home, and yes, I'm on my phone 24/7 because I'm a teenager. What else do we do? I use TikTok for help me with homeworks because they got STEM, and that's what I use to, like, it's like a virtual, same thing as a Prism. We got teachers online. I'm one of the students who use FLVS, online teaching. I like visual. I like anything that has to do with my phone, computers. So VR is one of my favorite stuff. And I never really liked algebra before when I just got here because I was like, it's hard. It's too much. Wide letters, all these letters, numbers. Ever since I started using VR, I started like algebra, I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite topics is absolute values right now, and my grades have improved a lot since I've started using VRs. So yeah, thank you.
Great job.
All right, I think we can cue the video back up.
Typically, middle schoolers might know about 2 or 3 different careers, and really that revolves around what the people in their family do for a living, and they don't understand that there really are endless opportunities. Junior Achievement believes that every student has the ability to be successful. So I want the middle schoolers to understand when they leave here that their career pathway impacts their income, which changes the kind of lifestyle they're able to have as an adult. What excites me is I like seeing the magic happen when they start to understand that, oh, my interests and my abilities, they affect what kind of career that I should have as an adult. They learn a lot of soft skills about how to work as a team, how to communicate, how to speak to each other.
One of the things about Junior Achievement that we hear all the time from our students is that they start to build their confidence and their self-esteem and their self-worth. That is how our children are learning.
In one of our storefronts, we utilize virtual reality. So instead of us having to physically take them to an automotive shop, they're able to stay right here in our building. We're trying to help the students realize that technology is not here to replace anyone. It's not here to replace jobs. It's not here to replace humans.
These young people will use technologies like AI and VR. We have a responsibility to make sure that we keep JA World and the simulations that happen here relevant for these children.
Really, we're trying to teach them that technology can enhance what you're doing in your career. So we're trying to teach them that connection of understanding how to utilize technology to really help you achieve your own goals.
All right, I'll pass the mic over to Susie Kantrick, Director of Applied Learning.
Good morning, everyone. If we could move to slide 25, please. Great, thank you. So you, have seen how XR is being embedded into elective courses as well as across core content areas. These immersive experiences enable students to collaborate, create, and problem solve in real time, blending creativity with academic content. Applied Learning is not only working with individual schools, but we're also working through the College Football Playoff Foundation grant as well as the congressionally funded Community Project grant to provide immersive, standards-based experiences for students. Next slide. Social studies comes alive with XR. Students explore time periods through virtual tours and create immersive timelines. Students walk with the dinosaurs, as some of you did in this room, and walk through geography. Geography is now interactive with 3D maps and environments where students can manipulate and engage in a meaningful way. These experiences are not just standalone, but embedded in project-based learning that provides an entirely new vantage point for students. Next slide. I'm sorry, next slide. There we go. Math concepts are visualized through 3D design and manipulation, from geometry to data science. XR tools help students build spatial reasoning, connect abstract formulas to real-world applications, and gain deeper conceptual understanding. As you've heard from Tyrese and Kira, when students ask, why do I need to know algebra? These experiences through Reframe XR and Prisms extend reality. Helps them to apply concepts in the real world and help them to answer this question, why do I need to know algebra? Next slide. Science benefits immensely from virtual labs, dissections, and 3D modeling. Students explore biology, chemistry, and space in ways that are not only engaging, but also safe, cost-effective, and deeply illustrative of complex concepts. These opportunities take a student from their microcosm to the realities of the world and beyond. Beyond core content, XR supports learning in the arts, CTE, and interdisciplinary challenges. Students simulate global issues, explore sustainable development goals, and apply knowledge across domains in collaborative, problem-based projects. BCPS is not only providing awareness, but involving student voice and action in solving the problems of our global community faces. Teachers are seeing firsthand how XR and AI elevate instruction. These testimonials reflect the ease of use, increased student access, and transformation in how teachers deliver and students experience learning across disciplines. CTE programs are leveraging XR to allow students to explore career pathways while developing industry-specific skills. Automotive tech, aviation, engineering, and media production are now more accessible and immersive than ever before. As you saw with our ACES grant, the students from Plantation, they are participating in experiences that help them to not only extend their interest in art and technology, but move into careers that combine those two, that are supported by the district and the Magnet Schools of America grant. Students can simulate real-world job scenarios, such as automotive repair, and acquire hands-on skills in a virtual setting. For example, VR and XR simulations can provide training for technical skills in areas like welding or electrical work. XR can also be used for interview and public speaking practice with an AI digital presence coach. Research by Miller and Taylor found that VR-based CTE programs significantly enhance students' technical skills and job readiness. Furthermore, the adaptability of XR technology means it can be customized for diverse learning styles and needs. It holds the potential to make education more inclusive, providing equal opportunities for all our students to interact with content in meaningful ways. Next, you will hear from Kadeen Thomas. Kadeen is a teacher at Millennium 612. She was the first teacher to help us to start with the College Football Playoff Foundation grant. Her students have been exposed to a myriad of XR technology programs, which many of you here today saw. And she and her students, as I said, have been on the forefront of this work, and she's been successful embedding it into core content through her elective programming. Kadeen.
Good morning.
As an educator, my mission has always been to ignite curiosity and bridge classroom learning with real-world relevance. Today, that bridge is powered by extended reality, and more specifically by MetaQuest 3 VR goggles, which have transformed how we deliver, experience, and retain content. Let's reframe what learning looks like, literally and figuratively. In my classroom, experiential stations are redefining instruction. These real-time collaborative hubs empower middle schoolers to become problem solvers, innovators, and critical thinkers. Imagine a sixth grader exploring the statue of Ramesses II from Egypt's 19th dynasty, stepping virtually into the Mit Rahina Museum and examining its massive limestone construction up close. Through XR, students aren't just reading about history, they're walking through it, analyzing the scale, symbols, and cultural relevance from a historian's perspective. This type of immersive learning takes abstract historical content and transforms it into tangible, memorable experiences, perfectly aligned with middle school social studies standards around ancient civilizations and cultural heritage. When it comes to student motivation, XR offers what no textbook ever could. A student who once struggled in math now confidently manipulates 3D shapes to understand volume and spatial reasoning through ancient architecture. A student who once avoided science class is now asking critical questions during a virtual heart dissection. Teams collaborate in real time to explain blood circulation, building communication, confidence, and cross-disciplinary connections. Students are lining up before class starts, not for a game, but for a guided virtual experience where learning feels like discovery. This isn't the future, it's now, and the research supports its power. A PwC study found that students retain up to 4 times more information in XR environments compared to traditional settings. A Stanford University study linked immersive tech with improved empathy, academic performance, and long-term memory skills and outcomes critical to middle school development. Most importantly, XR is scalable and equitable. MetaQuest 3 integrates seamlessly with devices schools already use, iPads, Chromebooks, and tablets, making it practical for classrooms of all sizes and budgets. This is particularly important in Title I schools where impactful solutions must be accessible. This isn't about technology for novelty. It's about meeting academic outcomes through innovative, immersive practice. XR enables students to visualize, simulate, and create with purpose while mastering rigorous content. It supports content acquisition, enhances digital fluency, and builds confidence in learners who may not otherwise see themselves as capable of academic excellence. So yes, XR is futuristic, but in my classroom, it's also functional, equitable, and essential. We're not just preparing students for tomorrow, we're empowering them to shape it. And just to sum it up, when students touch the intangible, see the unseen, and walk through the pages of history or science, they don't just learn, they transform. XR doesn't replace great teaching, it unlocks the greatness within it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to transition to AI and welcome Dr. Sherry Wilson, Director of Innovative Learning.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to shift our focus to artificial intelligence. We're using AI to enhance personalization of instruction, streamline also instruction, and expand access. It's changing not just what we teach, but how students interact with knowledge, with tools such as machine learning that's embedded within AI tools, neural networks, natural language processing, and of course what we've seen demonstrated earlier, robotics. Next slide. AI and BCPS, students and teachers and parents all have a perspective, and these tools benefit all stakeholders. Students receive adaptive support, teachers gain real-time data and planning tools, and parents can monitor progress and access resources supporting a full learning ecosystem K-12. As you see demonstrated on this slide, we have various benefits as it relates to students, such as personalized learning, access to resources, real-time feedback, benefits for teachers, enhanced instruction, data-driven insights, focus on teaching, and of course the parental benefits of conventional access, real-time updates, and enhanced collaborations. Next slide, please. We are focusing on building capacity district-wide, equipping teachers with certifications and students with micro-credentials so they can enhance their skills to become more globally competitive in a 21st century marketplace. Parents are supported through events like Parent Universities to ensure inclusive digital learning is taking place. We have been fortunate enough to partner with Google and Apple, who have been partners with us to host events for our parents, not only virtually in a podcast format, but also in person, so that our students and teachers, and as well as our parents, have real-time, interactive classes with these partners in a classroom format, such as what we've experienced today. Next slide. Here are some examples of tools we are using. AI-enhanced platforms like Nearpod, Adobe, Apple products, and Discovery Education tools are seamlessly embedded into our curriculum, promoting creativity, personalization, and innovation. Next slide. For students, these tools provide personalized content, boost engagement, and develop future-ready skills. They're learning through AI every day, whether editing a video, exploring an interactive map, or collaborating with their peers in real time. Next slide. Yep. So at this point in time, as we highlight the teacher use of AI tools for lesson planning, real-time assessment, differentiation, and utilizing the platforms for instruction, making dynamic repositories for students to interact and learn, I will call forth Alana Barrero, a senior at Hollywood Hills High School, to give her perspective on artificial intelligence and its use thus far in her journey.
Hello everyone. A lot of you know me as the alternate student advisor to the school board, but today I'm going to be speaking from a perspective that many of you may have not heard before. My name is Alana Barrero. Aside from what I do, I'm a senior, just like many other students at Hollywood Hills High School. As well as doing my role here, I'm the student government president over at Hollywood Hills High School, and constantly, day to day, we use AI to amplify student voice and bridge a connection between AI, administration, and students. As AI evolves, it is so important that students, teachers, and faculty move as it does. A prime example many students and I use AI for is either ChatGPT or some people like to call it Meta, but ChatGPT or Copilot. For example, I will say, give me 3 ways to increase student engagement in my school through service projects. The 3 projects it gave me was community partnerships, student-led initiatives, and student reflection and recognition. These 3 amazing ideas give students different ways to be innovative. Sometimes it's hard to, think outside of the box and to stop reusing ideas that we've done before. But it's very important to understand that innovation is out there, and it's more so how do we allow students to use that innovation to their benefits. As I said previously, technology is moving fast, and I believe that if we don't keep up with it, innovation can crash, not only for our students, but for our teachers and faculty as well. AI is one of the many ways we can support our students, staff, and faculty. I highly encourage, if you haven't used AI already, I do encourage that you give it a try and honestly see what technology brings to students. This is something that benefits students and overall can have a lasting impact on amazing ideas and innovation for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next student will be Patrick Gold, Pompano Beach High School.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gold. I am many things. I am a member of the District AI Task Force for advising on policies surrounding AI. I am editor-in-chief of my school's newspaper. I am a tutor and volunteer, and I am a junior at Pompano Beach High School. And in each of those roles, I use AI in a multitude of ways, and it can augment the experience of students and teachers in every one of them. As editor of the newspaper, it often falls on me to come up with lesson plans to help newer journalism students learn skills of interviewing and writing and coming up with stories. It's often difficult to manage that on top of my course load and having to write for the newspaper. And AI has been a big help in, being able to manage all that and making the whole operation run more smoothly. As a tutor, I have been able to use it both to help relate to the people I'm tutoring better and to a tool to point people towards when I'm not able to help them. I've tutored people as young as 4th grade and used it to help come up with scenarios that relate to things they like, be it Star Wars or football, or people my age. I use it to kind of say, okay, if this physics problem, right, your textbook will have the answer, but it may not explain it well. You can put that into Microsoft Copilot, and it will give you a response. And as a member of the AI Task Force and someone who had the privilege and opportunity to speak at one of those parent university virtual meetings with Apple and Google there, I've been able to share the reality of what it looks like in the classroom, of how oftentimes teachers will point students towards it as a resource, and how oftentimes sheer rejection of it can kind of skip over a lot of the benefits that it often has for students. I think that one thing that's remarkably important in every context I've seen it is that people, be it teachers or students, learn to use it and see it as a tool to be used and something to be engaged with in both the pros and the cons. Because the concern inevitably comes up of, aren't students going to use it to cheat? And I think the answer to that is it might make the answers marginally more accessible. But the reality is millions of resources are out there for students seeking answers. AI makes the why of the problem, the explanation behind it, significantly more accessible to students, regardless of access to tutors, access to other resources. It brings the why to the student, and it is a tool to be used in any one of those scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last student, Andrew Lewis, senior from Cypress Bay High School.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Andrew Lewis. I'm a senior at Cypress Bay High School.
As you guys already learned from the entire presentation, artificial intelligence is everywhere, right? And it's certainly in our school systems. For example, in my business class, we're learning how to market and even create brand new products using artificial intelligence, the step-by-step on what to do, how to market it efficiently, and all the backbone behind it. And then in my global perspectives class, we're instructed to do a 5,000-word research paper on a specific question on a global standpoint, and using artificial intelligence to not actually write the essay, but instead to give an outline and to further your research to enhance your paper overall. I had the pleasure of Dr. Wilson coming into our school and speaking to not just me as a student, but multiple other students to grab another viewpoint, as well as some of our teachers and faculty. And it was really cool to see how everyone had the same viewpoint of it. Whether it was a student enhancing their learning, a teacher talking about how it helps them with lesson plans, or a faculty just cleaning up and organizing, putting something as simple as a list of names into alphabetical order. It's helped everyone, and the one thing that I can always say is that we need to learn how to use AI before AI learns how to use us.
Ooh.
Thank you.
All right. So parents have greater visibility into their child's progress and learning. AI-powered platforms like Nearpod and Newsy help parents stay involved and informed while supporting their child's education outside of the classroom. And the tools that you see displayed right now are all Broward County approved tools that our students have access to throughout our entire ecosystem. Additionally, something that's near and dear to the Department of Innovative Learning are media centers. We actually have changed into policy, in policy 4120. Our media center spaces are known as Innovative Learning Commons. These areas are now flexible spaces where students can engage with emerging technologies, not just checking out books, but also checking into the future with certain activities that are project-based learning activities, also your STEAM and your STEM activities as well. So this particular space should be a hub for the school, not only to increase literacy, but also for active engagement with all students in this particular space. Again, something that we have worked on very hard this year is making sure that we are bringing accessibility in relationship to AI to all of our stakeholders by various events that we have offered throughout this year. We have launched our TIES event, Technology, Innovation, Ethics, and Support at Fort Lauderdale High School this past October. This initiative was to ensure our approach to AI and XR is inclusive, ethical, and student-centered. It includes ongoing calibration, task force input, and student voice as we design our digital future. We will be hosting our second annual TIES event this October at Cypress Bay High School for our teachers. Next slide. We have a video for you just capturing some of the work that we've done this year, boots on the ground, as it relates to artificial intelligence. This brief video shows our students and teachers engaging in the conversation around artificial intelligence while we craft guidelines for the ethical and responsible implementation in our K-12 ecosystem. Teen Ties is an initiative that we've sponsored this year where we actually hosted a virtual opportunity with Deputy Superintendent Angela Fulton and members from Apple and Google to talk with our teens about artificial intelligence and the tools that are at their disposal to enhance their learning. We are learning about these tools actively and using them to shape our conversation around guidelines with the student at the center. Our AI task force is also leading the way and is composed of educators, students, and community partners who are collaboratively designing how AI is integrated into our district with intention and integrity. This next video is showing a clip from our Teen Ties experience.
So today we are at Cypress Bay High School talking to students and teacher leaders around the ethical implementation of artificial intelligence, specifically from the standpoint of creating an academic integrity statement that would be a universal statement for the students in Broward County to follow and for the teachers to use as guardrails around this work.
You want to make sure you have a command of the ethical and responsible use and implementation of how you use AI on a daily basis as you're walking through your educational journey.
So by using AI in modern day rather than the past, we show how we are able to adapt along with AI throughout the years, and rather than using AI as something to cheat or something that's looked upon in a negative way, it's more of a resource and a commodity.
The main difference between old technology and new technology is the minimal efforts used between. Old technology was used like as a brick phone or the record players, how we'd have to use everything so physical and manual. While in new technology, we have OpenAI where we could just type in stuff and it would be there for us.
The students really enjoyed and appreciated that their voice was captured in a real way, where there was a non-threatening environment that was established in the room so they could talk about their journey, their creativity, and their needs in a safe space. And that's just something that sometimes as educators where we say we want to be student-centered and we want to grasp their voice, but we may not go the extra step to really say, what is it that you're trying to convey in this moment as it relates to your learning? And I feel that today was a very deliberate attempt in us as the adult, seeing what our students are saying about artificial intelligence and its impact on their life and on their learning.
Everyone automatically thinks artificial intelligence is always used in a negative manner. But like I said, in business competitions, we're influenced to use it to our advantage, to generate ideas and to gain data. It's honestly a really helpful tool for students.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your journey.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
At this time, we're going to bring up a wonderful student also from Cypress Bay High School, Chan Wo.
So today we are
Hello, my name is Chana Ree. I'm a freshman at Cypress Bay High School. It is truly an honor to deliver the closing speech for today's Broward County Public School meeting. I'm here to speak with you today about a topic that shapes the future for students like me: education and emerging technology. Throughout the meeting, we've been discussing about the two technologies: extended reality, or XR, and artificial intelligence, or AI. As a student, I'm excited about what these tools can do for our learning experiences. Let's start with XR. One of the biggest advantages of XR in education is how interactive it is. When we learn about dinosaurs, the textbook often shows the comparison between the size of dinosaurs and human. However, there are limitations to how effectively size and scale can be conveyed on a page. VR set will allow students to see the real size of the dinosaurs. Not only this way of learning makes lessons more exciting, but it helps students understand and remember what they are learning. It connects information to experiences, which makes it so powerful. Now let's talk about AI. One of the biggest challenges in school today is that teachers don't always have time or resources to give every student one-on-one attention. AI has the potential to change that. It can act like a personal tutor. It can understand how each student learns the best, review concept that each student struggles, and provide instant feedback for students can get better, faster. For teachers, AI can help with planning lessons, tracking progress, and supporting students more effectively. But I believe these technologies have far more potential than just a tool to improve the quality of education. I believe that in the close future, in most of the jobs in the world, humans and AI will work side by side like partners. Therefore, students should learn how to effectively apply AI to increase efficiency and quality of their work. If we want to prepare students in Broward County Public Schools for long-term success, we need to go beyond just bring AI into the classrooms. We need to teach students to work with AI and creatively and confidently. The future of education is not just about technology. It's about people and potential. And when we give students access to right tools and knowledge to use them well, we unlock that potential. Thank you for your time, and this was Channery from Cypress Bay High School.
So this concludes our presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to share this important body of work with you today. What you've seen is not just a showcase of emerging technologies. It is a reflection of our student voices, our teachers' courage to innovate, and our administrators' commitment to reimagining what learning can look like. We know we still have a way to go. Scaling the meaningful integration of AI, VR, XR, and project-based learning will take time, thoughtful planning, and continued collaboration. And in a world where technology is evolving faster than ever, so too must we evolve, while always staying rooted in instructional excellence and equity for all students. But today's presentation makes one thing clear: we are on our way. And we're building new learning ecosystems where students are not just consumers of knowledge, but creators, coders, critical thinkers, and collaborators, ready to thrive in a future none of us can fully predict. To the students and teachers who boldly open their classrooms to the boardroom, thank you. Your passion, your brilliance, and your willingness to lead from the front continue to inspire us. To our board, thank you for your trust and your vision. Together, we are not just responding to change, we're leading it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for bringing the classroom to the boardroom today, and all of the students and staff that came today to share this exciting topic with us. We do have one public speaker, so Kaylee Brown. No public speaker, okay. Next, Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Hepburn and staff. This has been an amazing workshop. Honestly, one of our best ones that we've had yet. Thank you so much. So I do have a couple questions in regards to, are we applying for any specific AI grants?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Yes, continuously. As a matter of fact, we were awarded one by CareerSource through CTASE, and we're actually, I think it was about $100,000 or so. So we're actively recruiting grants. We're also looking at repurposing some existing federal grants to ensure that we are cutting edge and meeting our needs for our students. So yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. So yes, so we just need to continue to do that. My next question is in regards to, is this technology, is it available for all students in all schools, and are we able to appropriately fund that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, so many of the programs that you've seen today are funded through our contract with all schools. There are some programs such as PRISMs and so forth we got through a grant. We're actually looking at return on investment in some of those and looking at the impact to look at from a prototype to a pilot during our budget season. So we're absolutely looking at expanding some of the programs.
So not right now, but I think it would be important for us to have a more deeper dive into exactly what that looks like at each school, if we could get follow-up on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's noted.
Okay, thank you. And I love that, you know, this is something that helps all students and really for the visual learner to be able to really work with the material and to be taught in this way is amazing. Thank you to Junior Achievement. I know that you're implementing this hands-on, so that's awesome, and our students are going to Junior Achievement. As far as the one thing one of the students spoke about and concerns related to AI in schools and cheating, do we have a policy on AI currently right now, or if not, are we working on it?
Dr. Cohn?
So there is no policy currently, which is the purpose of why we had the district-wide AI task force to inform us through students, through teachers, through the community, what is the position we want to move in. And we are trying to shift and understand the complexity of having a policy that restricts us because of the evolving use of AI and what the policy wouldn't prevent us from doing moving forward. So through the task force, we are going to be bringing back to the board what we consider either a policy or a process or a practice that you can weigh in on.
Okay, so I'd like to understand if any other school districts already have a policy. Also, the company that we have hired to create our policies, what are they working on to implement this? Looking at a national level, what are those policies look like? I think we do need to have a policy because there's so much complexity to this, and for the ethical part of it, the safety, and also to make sure that if students are being disciplined, that it is done with equity and followed with fidelity across the district and not just in some schools than others. Yeah. And then in regards to different ways, are we giving professional development for our teachers, like for students to do oral exams or actually write down something in cursive on a piece of paper?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Yes, we are. We're doing a lot of professional learning, Ms. Aladolfo, on cursive writing, and also we're putting together through the AI Task Force and through the Department of Innovative Learning some AI-specific micro-credentialing for teachers and administrators on June 9th and 10th for our Leadership Day. There'll be 2 specific courses on AI for our leaders in prompting our next iteration of credentialing for teachers. So we're doing a lot of that stuff, and we're excited about what the future holds.
Okay, great. And I look forward to that AI policy coming forward to protect fairness and integrity, and then also shout out to our last speaker. And one of the things that he said is work with AI creatively and confidently for the students, and I think that is so important that we embrace this, which we are, and we continue to make sure we give access to all of our students in all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Board Member Leonardi.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the students and staff who made this workshop possible and sat through our riveting conversation on the AECOM contract extension. I appreciate you doing that. I know it's a heavy lift, and I think as board members, we learn best from our students, and it was really incredible for me to experience that, our students teaching me how to use VR. That was really cool, so thank you for that. I agree with Board Member Al-Hadaf in that we do need to address the academic integrity piece with AI. I don't want that to be the whole part of the conversation because the students really eliminated the uses of it. I thought we did do something in policy regarding deep fakes in the last year or so. No?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I think you're referring to the Student Code of Conduct.
That's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think with that might be an appropriate place as well to address. Like, I think what some of us don't want to happen is, I type something in a ChatGPT, like write me an essay on XYZ, and then I copy and paste, right? Like, I think we can all agree that that's not a useful way to use AI. So I am curious, though, if you could expand on the AI task force. Like, what's the makeup like? What's the cadence of the meetings? What are they looking at right now specifically?
Dr. Cohn.
So I'll refer to Dr. Wilson, who's tasked to lead this, but all exciting work, I'll tell you.
Hi, how are you? Mike. Sorry about that. So the AI task force has been meeting on a monthly basis since November. And we've been in a hybrid format for the past several weeks because we're going over the ethical and responsible implementation guidelines and blueprint for Broward County Public Schools in its draft iteration. We were successful in getting teachers, students, also faculty, principals, all different categories of individuals that represent the BCPS ecosystem at the table. Some of the video that you saw, we've actually gone to the SGA meetings, we've gone to different high schools to actually get more boots on the ground data from our students so that their voice was actually a part of the process. We've also done this same work virtually and in person with students and our parents. So as we have been going through and pulling together and studying about 25 different policies and guidelines from across the country, we've been pulling together a comprehensive toolkit that our teachers would be able to utilize at their schools, and also the principal would be able to, from this document, set the culture and tone around academic integrity and the use of artificial intelligence at their schools. We have had the conversation about would we indeed have some type of a academic integrity statement that can be also included in the Student Code of Conduct, but that becomes a very cumbersome document, so we don't want to overload. But we are discussing now what would be the best method of disseminating this information once we present the draft of this ethical and responsible guidelines and toolkit to the board to get feedback before we have a final rollout to the district as a whole. So we've been working on this diligently for the past several months. We meet the first week in May to go over the draft collectively. Again, all departments from academics and schools have been represented along with that student voice, and we have had the parental weigh in with the work, and we look forward to bringing the document to you for additional feedback and or redirection so that we can have something in place for the beginning of the school year, and that is the goal.
Awesome, thank you. And then I did want to speak to, this is such a revolutionary technology, AI. We're seeing, like you all said, things rapidly change, and it's changing our whole society. It's going to eliminate jobs. Like, there's a lot to wrap our heads around. One concern I do have is I grapple with the loss of critical thinking skills. And so, we heard from one of our students that it can actually, it helps students access the why to a lot of answers, and that is incredible, right? So I hope that moving forward, and I think it's going to take everyone, and it's this very cumbersome thing to do, but moving forward, trying to make sure that with the integration of this technology, we are still providing students with many opportunities to think critically and produce. I think of, I'm an English teacher, so I think about what it takes to write an essay or respond to a prompt and analyze and synthesize information. So, again, I'm not at all opposed to the use of AI, and I think, anyone who is really in denial of our reality, but making sure that we are still pushing our students to be able to think critically. And I don't have the answers to that. I hope you do. But yeah, that was one piece that I did want to address. I saw one of you wanted to.
So it's interesting because, and I'll go back to Ms. Aladoff's point about policy. So we have done a whirlwind tour across the nation. We've also attended the Council of Great City Schools, who had a topic on AI. And no district is at a place where they really want to subscribe yet to a policy, because as we know, every week something changes in AI, and having a policy sometimes restricts ourselves to whatever the potential innovation that happens the next week or the following week or the next month. So as we come back to a policy, we certainly want to think about how it could be general, broad enough, but restrictive enough that gives us what we need. And so our best foot forward in bringing something back to the board is to give you the options, but also giving us access and opportunity when innovation starts to happen, that we're not tying ourselves to that innovation, because most vendors now that we have contracts with have already integrated AI. And as they start to change and integrate it, we want to make sure our policy certainly can build itself around that piece. And then the second thing to your point, I had the opportunity to attend a school called the Ohana Institute, and students were debating the use of AI for and against. And so there was a teacher there, I happened to be in the room, and her question was, well, I'm not really sure if I'm embracing AI to that extent, where the teachers were shy to release the responsibility back to the students. But when concepts are mastered, to your point, critical thinking skills, AI then becomes the next level of how do you then take it to the next level? How do you use it to build into critical content areas and problem solving and project-based learning? And so I think we need to help teachers understand how to use the technology in a way that still allows critical thinking and problem solving and innovation.
Thank you so much. And to that point, I just have to be on the record saying that to the extent that we can improve access to this technology, the technologies that we learned about today, to teachers who want to use it, I think is very important that we do that. So count me as someone who wants to support the expansion of this. And one last point, as I was using the VR, the students were teaching me, I kept thinking, and we saw a demonstration of it today too, how great this technology can be for our ESC students, our English language learners. So specifically looking to target those technologies to those teachers would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Cohen, I did hear you, and thank you so much for the presentation and your team, Dr. Wilson, and we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. So I did hear you mention that we have ways to go, and that we are on our way. So I guess the question I have is, I do appreciate all of what I've seen today, and I certainly, like Board Member Leonardi, would like to see the expansion of these technologies in Broward County schools. So how fast can we go? Because you said we're on our way and we have ways to go. So could you comment on how we can expedite the process of expansion to ensure that we are ahead of cutting edge technology as a district? Because I think all of our goal here is to be not only the #1 district in the state of Florida, but the #1 district in the nation. And I think this is an opportunity. We're at a junction where we can expand these technologies to be at the forefront of these innovative initiatives.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohen and team.
Sure. So the first thing is awareness. We need to make sure that all teachers are aware of the resources that exist currently. And so we've done a forensic audit of all of our resources, our core materials, as well as our supplemental materials. We've also calibrated with all of our vendors to see who actually has all of these resources, and so we now have that information. We've now started to redesign and redevelop our professional learning to include all of those embedded software and technology applications. Any new vendors that are coming, such as you just approved Discovery Science, it has AI in it. And so our goal is to start to cross-train all of our teachers in the applications through the adopted core as well as through the supplement materials, pushing out these resources through our pivot memo to make them aware of what's happening. We're starting with the leader in mind on June 9th and 10th, letting them know here are all these resources available as the leader of the school and how you can integrate it, and making sure that they get integrated into it in their learning pathway as well. And then so through professional learning, through identification of resources, and making sure that teachers, through our formal and informal meetings, our support meetings, our monthly coaches meetings, we're integrating all of that in a seamless way so that they are aware.
Okay, and I do have a few questions. So through the superintendent, Dr. Cohn, and maybe the superintendent may be the one to respond to this, but how do we compare to other districts that are emphasizing the use of these technologies that have goals to be at the forefront of this? Where are we in comparison to those districts?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, great question. We're all on the same journey. As you know, the AI technology has grown exponentially over the past year or two, and many of the ed tech companies that we purchase software from for for core content instruction or supplemental instruction are now embedding a lot of AI technology. So we're on the same journey as many other large school districts across the country. Most of the conferences that you go to, people are trying to leverage their opportunities to introduce you to their services or their goods that has AI embedded into it, or any of the services that we do have. Many of those vendors are actually coming back to us to present the new technology that they have embedded into the current suites that we already use. So we're on the same journey as many of the other large school districts across the country.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, how would you describe, because I am really excited about what I've seen today, so how would you describe the current state of Broward County schools in the implementation of these technologies, and where are we going, and how fast can we go?
The current state is good. As you can see from the presentation today from Dr. Fulton, Dr. Cohn, Dr. Wilson, and the rest of the team, we are fully embracing innovation. We're not trying to stay stagnant. They hear from me all the time about we have to do things differently. We can't operate like the industrial plant of a school district of school districts of the past. In order, we heard it from our students too. It's like, hey, you guys finally are like catching up with us. Right, so we're implementing as fast as we can, but doing it in a methodical way where it's going to be sustainable and have the intended impacts that we're looking for. We're having discussions with vendors. I've met with a couple as of last week too, so we're constantly meeting with vendors to figure out what type of instructional tools that they have embedded with AI in it that we can leverage moving forward. And so we're kind of like Shark Tanking vendors out there just to see what they have available that supports our current needs and help us excel in the future also.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn. I would also love to hear comments in the near future that they're trying to catch up with us, that we're ahead of it. And I think that's the direction we need to go. So basically, what measure is in place? Because we've seen some piloted programs like PRISMs using VR. So what has been done to determine the success of these piloted programs? Are there any data-driven information that shows that a technology like that, and I had the privilege of seeing Dillard 6 through 12 students using PRISM. So is there any data-driven information that shows how successful it is, and if it is successful, what is the action plan in place to make sure this is district-wide?
Yeah, so I give the 30,000-foot view, and Dr. Cohn and team can get a little bit more granular. Our student performance data, right? As we look at how students who are engaged in AI or XR tools or resources versus those who who don't have that readily available to them yet, to compare their performance versus the other students that don't have those resources. And then I know Dr. Cohn and his team, they're evaluating other granular aspects of data as well as potential white papers that we send to the board to kind of give a narrative view of what we've discovered of how it impacts kids. Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, and Dr. Holness, we've engaged in a number of research-based institutions such as Hanover and West Ed to help our external partners really evaluate the return on investment. So right now we're currently working with one in particular that was a prototype because we do need to know what is the direct correlation of the impact of the technology to student achievement, whether it's engagement, whether it's motivation, whether it's achievement data. And so right now, they're formalizing that process now through our own internal research department. We're doing a correlational study to take a look at specifically student types, gender, ESSER subgroups, and all those, and looking at the impacts across school systems, grade levels to determine the impact, because with declining enrollment, we also have to look at which programs are having the highest return on investment in terms of student outcomes, so we can limit the portfolio of our services to those specific things. And so when we start to think about how we roll these things out, maybe not on a full-scale basis because of cost, but maybe we start as a prototype. So like, for example, with PRISMS, we started as a prototype with 13 to 14 schools, almost in an incubation model, and we are looking at how impactful that is with specific types of schools, specific types of students. And now PRISMS is helping us to look at the data around how do we think about a prototype to a pilot model. So we're looking at all these kind of research models before we roll it out to the board and say, hey, we know this really, really works, and here's the data behind it. And so everything has to be with some kind of student achievement data tied to it. And so we're really thoughtfully looking at all of this, and we're making sure vendors understand that they have skin in the game, that they have to produce the results as well. And so it's a shared responsibility between the district and the vendor.
Okay, so Dr. Cohn, through the superintendent, when do you anticipate bringing back to us, based upon the data-driven research that is taking place, to bring back some substantive, concrete results to us to show that programs like PRISM is actually working, and then what's the action plan beyond that to expand this beyond 14 schools if indeed it shows significant positive results?
Sure. So I think typically we do a board workshop on PM3 data to show how well we did. I think we can make connections between the PM3 data and this workshop, bringing in the data around these specific programs. So we're happy to do that when we bring the PM3 data.
Okay, great. So I'll wrap this up. I am very impressed. I think we ought to be at the forefront, Dr. Hepburn, of cutting-edge technologies. I don't want us to say we're catching up. I want everyone else to try to catch up with us. So I think in order for us to prepare students to succeed in the future, I think we're at a junction where this is where the future is going. And I think we cannot be business as usual. We're at a critical junction where we have to get on to a new train or risk being left behind. Or playing catch up, and I don't want us, to be in that position. So, Dr. Hepburn, I would strongly recommend that there is some kind of action plan in place, whether it's for a couple of years or so, on how we can be at the forefront of these cutting-edge technologies and be ahead, that we are a role model for other districts to follow. I think if we are to become the #1 district in the nation, this is an opportunity that we can jump on and be ahead of everyone else. So if you could look into some sort of a plan of action over multiple years, however long it takes, for us to be ahead of this game and for others to see us as a model to follow.
Noted. I know the academic team and also Mr. Davis are smiling in the back because we're kind of way ahead of the ask. So that definitely noted. We'll provide something soon.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I also add something?
Yes.
I don't want you to think we're not in the forefront, because we are in many cases. We just didn't pat ourselves on the back enough. So with XR, we're leading the way in designing the curriculum. Districts are leaning on us Right. Because we're the leaders. But we're happy to bring you the multi-year phase approach as you requested.
I would love that, because I want, if they ask about a technology-driven district in the nation, I want to hear Broward being as one of those.
Received.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Thompson.
I'll be extremely brief. I do think we are leading in a lot of ways in our AI and innovative technologies. So I want to give a huge shout out to staff and also Trey Davis for bringing this to fruition. I also just wanted to clear up some concerns, because I hear that the policy, AI is changing every day. My husband works in this field. His job last month is rapidly different than it was than it is right now. So I think creating a policy, I get extremely nervous that we are going to shut down opportunities without meaning to. And so for clarification, I know that we have a plagiarism policy within our student code of conduct. Would that cover students using AI?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wilson?
Yes, so in relationship to policies, the advice that we've been given from the State AI Task Force and the work around this is we need to embed language in existing policies so we're not recreating the wheel, because academic integrity, whether AI is present or not, is academic integrity. So we need to make sure that we are properly noting within current policy the proper and ethical use of these tools, so we're not, to your point, being locked into one policy that then next month may be irrelevant. So the fluidity of the document that we're creating right now as a guideline for, my apologies.
It's okay. We've been talking a lot.
Yeah, excuse me. So in relationship to the guidelines that we are creating, that will be the fluid document that as trends continue, we can update and do what we need to as trends allow, so that we at least have a framework, but specifically dealing with, because my department specifically, because we manage the Turnitin tool, and we know that our Cambridge schools are required, thank you so much, for our students, in order to get their eligibility, they have to utilize and prove that they've written papers. So having tools in place and language around that to specifically discuss the use of the tool, what tools you can use around writing documents and things of that nature when you have a high similarity ratio. That is the piece that from professional development around artificial intelligence that we really have to dig into, because the human agency around this can never be lost from our teachers, so that when they're executing that to our students, we are making sure we're covering that on all bases. But to your point, that would be in our toolkit.
Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. The idea for today was brought up so that we would have this demonstration and have this conversation. And I appreciate people's concerns about risks and policies and things like that. I just went out to San Diego last week and attended the AI and K-12 conference. Broward County is in the mix, but there are a lot of other counties that are making substantial investments in AI, and we need to think hard about that. As a quick mental exercise, and I'm glad Dan is here, because Dan, I'm wondering, in your day and my day, when I was a young kid running around here, did we have a policy on calculators? Did we have a policy on microchips? We have to be very careful about policies, because this technology is not just rapidly advancing, but it's changing everything. Our students know that. Many of our parents know that. I hope we know it too. I'm curious about what our students think about our kind of work on artificial intelligence and on technology that helps ed tech in general. But like Dr. Holness, I think we need to become Broward County Public Schools powered by AI. That's the mandate that every district in the United States has. It's not, do some of our vendors who we already bought stuff from add AI after we bought it? That's cute, but I don't want to pat ourselves on the back for something that our vendors did on their own. And I think we have to not just think about grants, but we have to think about a number of other things so that we can become Broward County Public Schools powered by AI. This is a huge competitive advantage for large districts because many of the things you buy with AI are one-time costs. We can go get Copilot for 26,000 employees in Broward County Schools. We can get Copilot for almost 200,000 students, and we can afford that. And it would fundamentally change our school system, in fact, if we did that. Imagine if people called Broward County Schools hotline and were answered by an autonomous AI-powered bot that could answer any question they had. And that bot could not tell a lie. And that bot was available 24/7, 365, and you could call and say, I'm Alan Zeman, I live at this address, what's my school, who's my principal, when do they take tours, what specialties do they have at that school, what are my alternatives? AI is going to change everything we do. I'm incredibly disappointed we don't have any measurable results right now. I forgot who asked the question. Maybe several of us asked the question. But it's not okay to run a pilot and not have data. We run pilots to measure results. And if you get paid to do a pilot in Broward County, you should have a plan to gather data and come back and tell this board exactly what the ROI is, not give us a paragraph about what you thought we might do later. Broward County also has 2,000 current members using AI every day. They use a free software package. It would be interesting to think about creating a community of practice. So maybe they could talk to each other and say, hey, I'm a teacher. I'm an ELA teacher, and I'm using it for these 7 things. But the greatest change for AI is really for our almost 200,000 students. Technology, however, is only part of the solution, and I wish we had gotten into that today. The technology that we saw today is actually representing a brand new way of learning. It's driven by individual curiosity. It's driven by where you want to go. It's individuated. Can you imagine a teacher with 500 students in front of them with VR glasses? If you can't imagine it, it's coming. There are some big questions about this. Measuring, ROI, funding are big ones. But we really need to become, to the extent we can, Broward County Public Schools powered by AI. Another big issue that you are going to have to deal with, Dr. Hepburn, is that a lot of our learning is going to go 3D, but our assessment tools are all 2D. So either we're going to have to go spend some money and get 3D assessment tools because they're learning in 3D and moving through space and grabbing the globe and doing things, and then we make them sit down with paper and pencil or online and answer objective answers A, B, C, D. It's something that we're going to have to figure out. But I am absolutely committed to this. I don't think we need to, I mean, there's certainly some dangers about AI, but because we're a large urban school district and our budget is significant, we have an outsized advantage, far greater than any public charter in Broward, far greater than any private school in Broward County. We can invest in AI. And although we don't have really great data about why people choose where they go to school, I suspect very strongly that one of those things is technology and AI. And if we could get ahead of other schools, we would have a huge competitive advantage as people think about it. So I'm looking forward to this future stuff. I would propose to my colleagues that we think a little bit about future workshops where we ask explicitly, how do we become Broward County Public Schools powered by AI? It's not a individual technology that can help an individual thing. It helps mental health. It helps with equity. It helps with academic achievement. It helps with attendance. I mean, one of the fascinating things I learned in San Diego is schools that have high tech have significantly higher attendance. Why, Dr. Holness? Why would students come to school when you have high tech? They love it. They get to use it. And they're engaged in it. They get to learn at the pace with which they have curiosity and ways in which they're curious. And so I hope that in the future we think hard about more workshops on this general topic. But it really ought to be, how do we get to Broward County Public School powered by AI as a way to make sure that our future generation, that last speaker that talked from Cypress Bay, and I didn't catch his name, Patrick talking about it from his perspective. I want to make sure that those are our customers that we're thinking about. And how do we build a system that impresses you? And if we do that, we'll be doing our job very, very well. I suspect you know more about it than most adults in Broward County. But you are the people that we need to be thinking about when we pass budgets, when we think about how we spend our workshop time, and how we move toward becoming the nation's leader, again, in the next wave of education reform, which is clearly about AI. So Broward County Public School powered by AI. I hope we get that topic to come back maybe every other workshop for the next several years, because that is the kind of movement our community wants, and that's the kind of vision that will allow us to win back students to this amazing school district that we're representing.
Thank you. Board Member Bowman.
All right, I'll keep it brief. Thank you very much to the leadership. I really enjoyed the presentation. I thought it was awesome. I'm always a little skeptical about technology and kind of a paper book kind of person, but I thought it was amazing. I had Andrew and Patrick and Alana giving me a presentation, and to have your student become your teacher is an amazing thing. I think you can't overestimate the value of that. And really just the passion and the enthusiasm that they're bringing to this, how engaged they are. I think it's just such a cool component of education. And when you're looking at, analytical skills and being concerned, which I have been also, but I think like when you're looking at the students and what they were doing just in the brief presentations, the creativity, the way that you have to think about using the tools, the way that you're selling the tools. Patrick did an excellent job on that. So I think that those things are just really expanding our students' capabilities and way of looking at the world, and I am happy that they're doing it, and hopefully they'll continue to help me do it because I don't really understand it. But it's good to know that we have an entire group of people that will be able to put presentations together for me and other things of that nature. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed today.
Thank you. Board Member Rupert.
Thank you. I will also be as brief as my colleague Maura. Firstly, today was the first time I could actually be immersed into history, and it just blew my mind. Especially, you read about how big a Triceratops is, but not until you're able to be kind of underneath and holding up the rib cage as you go through it was pretty incredible. My first question is the expansion with teacher PD. I mean, I don't need to know it now because we're way behind on our training, and we have a lot of things we're waiting to happen. So you can give it in the follow-up. So the expansion for PD for connections and partnerships. I had the opportunity yesterday to go NSU and tour their AI and VR. I didn't go to San Diego, I'm sorry, but I went to NSU. And one point that Dr. Zeman had a possibility about talking how many people a teacher could actually reach. They had a 360 degree room. So as a teacher, you can go in there, and it was absolutely stunning. You had screens that were representative of teachers, so you can be reaching people all over the world, and it was awesomely amazing. So I think if we don't have a partnership with NSU, we should look into that, and any other PD that's possible for our employees to actually get that combination. It's an amazing opportunity right here in town. Of course, just like my colleagues, I want to make sure that this is for all students in all schools. And one more thing is, what was the actual criteria for the 14 schools? It would be interesting to know what knowledge that, what criteria actually was looked at, and what areas and for what reasons. And going back to my colleagues before, a little disappointing that we don't have the results from those, but we will, and I know it's going to be great. And I think that board directive is that we want to be all in on this, and we certainly don't want to be behind the curve. And I'm very, very excited about this. So thank you so much. It was a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, and I'll close us out with just saying, I think it's important for us as a board, us as a school district, to always be looking 10 years out, right? Our elementary school students, what kind of jobs, what skills do they need when they leave us? So it's, exciting to see what's happening now when we know it's changing so much, but important that we do research to also see what it looks like 10 years from now, although maybe difficult to do. There's jobs and things we can't even envision. But I think it's important that that plan isn't just about what skills students need today, but what they'll need 10 years from now, because we want to stay ahead of it. We don't want to be catching up. So I think we're on the road to that. I, again, appreciate bringing the classroom to the boardroom today. It was very exciting. Thank you to all the students that came out today. I know waiting around and listening to all these old people talk is not the most exciting thing, but we appreciate your insight and the fact that you were sharing your time with us today to learn some of these new skills. And thank you to staff for bringing this to us again. And I think that wraps us up. So thank you very, very much. We're going to take a short 5-minute recess before we move on to our next item, which is our board training. Thank you. Welcome back to the school board workshop. The next item is the school board member training, FSBA Master Board. I will now turn it over to the superintendent to introduce our trainer.
Superintendent, I have something for, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. As you all may have recalled on the December 10th board workshop, the board approved our participation with the FSBA Master Board training. We believe this training will be valuable for our board and governance. It is now my pleasure to welcome and introduce our facilitator for today's discussion, Ms. Carol Cook. She's the Leadership Development Consultant for the FSBA. She brings a wealth of knowledge to the position and has been recognized for her work throughout her tenure in Pinellas as a school board member. She has over 24 years of experience and has been actively involved in FSBA. This is her 14th year as the Leadership Development Consultant. Let's see what else. Also, during her time as a board member, Ms. Cook earned both the Certified Board Member designation and the Advanced Boardmanship certification, an achievement held only by 9 school board members statewide at this time. Her dedication to public education students' success has been recognized throughout numerous children advocacy awards, and she was honored as a finalist during the prestigious Green Gardner Award from the Council of Great City Schools. So please help me welcome Ms. Cook to today's workshop.
It's on. Yep, they just had to set it up in the back. I've been told I need to speak to you through the microphone today, so if I forget and put it down somewhere, somebody holler to me, because I'm a little absent. I will tell you the presentation that I just saw it's amazing, it's overwhelming, and it's also very exciting. So I think you are on the way to being one of the leaders. And today I'm going to bring you back to old school with paper and pencil. So for that, I apologize. I'm wondering if we could be a little more informal during this time, and would it be all right if I called you by your first names instead? And you may call me, okay. That way we can have a little less formal discussion and interaction with each other. We're going to get partially through. Normally this is done in a one-day deal, full day, and we're going to break it up into 2. So today is sort of like getting a baseline of where are we, what are we doing, and how do we want to move forward. And then I will come back and we'll do the next part, and we'll talk about communication, and we'll talk about and do some team building and those types of things. So it may be the full 4 hours today. It may be 3.5. We'll just see how your conversation goes and where we go. So I am thrilled to be here. I'm very pleased. I actually grew up in Fort Lauderdale and went to schools here. I went to McNabb Elementary. I went to Sunrise Junior High when we were busing people around. My sister graduated from Pompano Beach High School. Another one graduated from Northeast. So we have some roots in the area. I ended up in private school for high school. So, yeah. So anyway, I am pleased to be here, and you hold a special place in my heart. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the presentation. I think they're going to bring it up. Okay, this is all geared around growth and growing, and we are going to be cultivating educational excellence. So you're going to see a lot of things about plants and stuff as we go through all of this. Our agenda today is only going to be to get through Tuckman, planting the seeds of success, roles and responsibilities. That's the root of governance. And as long as we know our roles and our responsibilities, we can be a more effective and a more efficient team. Now, when I talk about a team, I'm talking about the school board members and the superintendent. That is the leadership team of the district. And that you are the most important people as far as moving the district forward and setting your goals and setting your strategic plan and moving in that direction. And then you have the workers that do, all of your staff, the presentations that they did, the students, the teachers, everybody that's here. They're the ones that are the boots on the ground. But you're the ones who are saying, this is where we're going, and this is how fast we're going, and this is the direction. So it's important that we have those roles and responsibilities, and we know exactly what we're doing so that we're not wasting time getting in each other's way. We are in the sunshine, as you know. So if we get to a point where we might be discussing something on which you're going to vote, usually I'm a pretty good judge, but you know best. So if we go there, just say, nope, we're getting ready to vote on that, and we'll use another example. Okay, ultimately, why does Broward County Schools exist? Who can tell me?
To educate our students.
Okay, to educate students. Okay, why else? Yep.
To prepare the upcoming generation for the future
Okay.
of the society.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Educate them, and in that process, we're going to have to prepare them for the future. Is there anything else? Nora?
Make sure that everything is equality and equity.
Okay.
So every kid is going to have a voice, and we're going to.
Okay. So it's not just enough to educate them, it's to educate each and every child and to prepare each and every child. Okay, Lori?
Provide them with a safe environment for them to be able to learn and grow.
Mm-hmm. Right. In order for them to learn, you have to have the safe environment. Yes. Okay? Anything? You don't have to answer, especially when you're eating. So, okay, so basically, you're here to make sure that you are preparing each and every student, giving them the education they need to be prepared for their future, and to do that in a safe environment. Well, you may have seen on the bottom of my tagline. Okay, this is not working. There we go. Student, I think we're 2 students ahead. Well, anyway, I'll ask you the question anyway. Are you happy with the results that you are getting right now? Have you reached that goal? No. Or you wouldn't be talking about how can we make things different, how can we move forward. You saw this on my tagline underneath, like, students' outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Now, part of that can tie right into what your last workshop was. That is a change in adult behaviors. Those students are ready and they're going and they're moving forward, but we have to get out of our own heads and out of our own way in order to do that for them. But I'm talking right now to each and every one of you. Until your behaviors change, you may not see outcomes change, okay? Now, how do you change? Part of it is saying, all right, let's embrace AI. The other is, let's make sure that we're working together as a team. Let's make sure that we are putting everything forward in our strategic plan and that we keep that first and foremost in our heads. Okay. I thought something had just taken over. So, you know, we need to just kind of analyze, where are we? What are we doing? Are we in our roles? Are we wasting time on things that are not really ours to be involved in? We sometimes can get so deep into what staff is doing that they are hesitant to move forward until they get board approval, as opposed to, here are your goals, here's what the expectation is, come back and tell us how you're doing. Now, it's not giving people just the ability to just go do whatever they want. It is with check-ins and that type of thing. So we're going to look at, are there behaviors that we need to change as individuals? Are there behaviors we need to change as a leadership team? And how do we move forward to make Broward County Schools even stronger and better? Is there okay. There we go. I have a seed for each of you, and I would like you, on this seed, to write 2 things. What is an essential, or are the essential elements? It can be more than just one. What are the essential elements that you need in order to function as a team? Okay? On your seed, write the essential elements that you believe are needed to be an effective team, an effective governance team. Okay. What are some of those things that you've listed? And we're writing here, spelling and handwriting don't count because I do abbreviations sometimes that are really kind of crazy. But what are some of them? Just anyway. Okay, Lori?
Student-centered and unified purpose.
Okay. Student-centered and unified purpose. Okay, who else?
Earn trust.
All righty, trust. Who else?
Reliable and timely information.
Okay. Okay, what else?
Communication and compromise.
All right. And compromise. What else? Integrity. Okay, what else?
Action-driven, good listeners, understanding and making decisions based on data.
Okay, I'll do listen, data-driven. Okay, you had two other things. Action-driven. Okay. And the other? I have listening, understanding. Okay, anybody else have anything?
Yes.
All right.
Equitable participation among team members.
Okay. Oops. All right. What else? Lori?
Clear governance and staying out of operations.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I'll just put versus operations, if that's okay. All right. What else? Anybody?
Yes. Adherence to set policies.
Okay.
Or procedures.
Okay. Now there's a difference there. So now if you're talking about governance, are you talking about adherence to procedures? Are you also talking about adherence to policy if you're in a governance role?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Okay, now let's go through and look at how many of these may have overlapped, or how many of you are looking at, for example, how many of you would think that trust is an important piece in a governance role? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to because the whole group is. Okay, I'm going to circle it because the majority of you do. Okay, what else? Reliability, is that important? Yeah, that's important. Okay. And timely information for governance. These are things that will help you come up with the way to govern, in order to do that. So I'm going to put a check mark over here. Communication, is that important? Absolutely, it's important in a governance role, because if you're not talking with each other and having the conversations that need to happen, how do you know where you're going to move and where you're going to go? Okay, compromise. Is that important? That's actually necessary too. You can compromise without ever having to change your values. And we'll talk about that a little bit. And we'll also talk about in one of the sessions how you can have different perspectives and you can understand perspectives without changing your values as well, because that's important. So we do have to have compromise. Integrity. If you don't have integrity as a leadership team, how is anybody in this community going to trust the Broward County Schools is doing the best thing that they can for their students? And how are they going to trust the decisions you're making? So this one, I'm actually going to put a star by it as well as circle. That's huge. And hopefully it's part of your core values for your district. Okay, and listening, that's all part of communication. So are there any of these that you think aren't particularly important? As we go through and we're circling and circling and circling, are there any of these that aren't? I'm going to highlight this one, understanding your governance role versus operations. That is huge. If you are not doing that, a lot of time gets wasted. A lot of staff gets nervous because they don't know who they're supposed to be listening to. When board members start getting into management and start telling how things are to happen, it gets very dangerous. And when board members don't agree on how things are supposed to happen, and they're in that realm, it creates a lot of problems. So we're going to go through and talk about how do you figure it out. We have a lot of roles that the superintendent has and a lot of roles that board members have. And these are at the very basis of how we do our work and what we need in order to be a strong team. But we also have to know what is governance and what is operations, or governance versus management, okay? So what I'm going to ask you to do now, okay, the roles, okay, we're talking about this. I don't know if this responds slowly or what. Okay. Just as strong roots provide the foundation for a plant to grow, to be tall and healthy, a clear understanding of your roles versus management or the roles that are provided for you, you need to understand that in order to be effective in achieving your goals. You need that strong basis. You need the basics to be in place. Now, what are some of those things that you need? A strategic plan, so that you know what is this district doing? What is important to this district? What are you focusing on? And as you're reviewing your strategic plan, you might want to look, do you have a goal in there for AI? You spend a lot of time talking about it, but do you have something in there that says AI is important? Because if you don't, and you're tying your budget to your strategic plan, I heard questions about where's the budget? What's the budget? Are we looking for grants in order to cover that? The recommendations are always, here's your strategic plan, here are your goals, now your budget supports that strategic goal. So we're looking at a budget that would also encompass and support the AI that you're bringing in as well. Now, it may be under a student achievement goal. You may not need a separate AI goal, but you need to have something in there if this is going to be important to the governance team. And then management will also know that this is important as you move forward. And as a leadership team, that's discussion that you have. Where is that going to be? What other kinds of things need to be in there? After you get your data, you may find out that some of the things that you concentrated on this year can float off. Doesn't mean that you're going to quit paying attention to them, but it's not going to get the same emphasis maybe that some of the others do. So this is all part of creating that structure underneath that's strong in order for it to be an effective governance. All right, in front of you, you have several Post-its. I want you to, on each one on a separate Post-it, what is the role, what are some of the jobs that a school board member does? And what are some of the jobs that the superintendent does? And I'm not talking about visiting schools necessarily, but what are the things that a school board member is supposed to be doing? And when you do that, I want you to come up here and put it either under the board as the board's responsibility, or the superintendent's responsibility, or the superintendent's job versus a school board member's job, okay? So you get to get up and walk around a little bit too while you're doing that and put those up there. As many as you can think of.
go up here?
One per Post-it.
Oh, one per Post-it, okay.
Yeah. No, I want them to put them up there. Get them up, let them walk around a little bit. She has 87 and they're all for the superintendent. There you go. That's it. Set policy. The board, okay. Okay, we'll put this up with budget.
Here's the answer to the question. And here's the big one. We legislate.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, is that all of them? All right. So what we have up here is basically the board. We have legislates, but we have hires, evaluates, and can fire the superintendent, the auditor, and the attorney. Okay, so there are several of those. So that is your job and your job alone. Okay? And approve the budget or adopting the budget, setting policy or making policy, and creating policy is all part of it. And then approves the org charts, the budgets, and the policies. So that one I kind of left alone, even though it covers a lot of it. And then communicates with the public. All right, now we're going to look at the superintendent. He provides clear procedures for policies. He hires staff, which is written in a couple places, oversees the day-to-day operations, creates the org chart, directs staff and holds them accountable, and he leads and manages staff, as well as communicates with the public. Okay, so now we have the school board communicating with the public, and we have the superintendent communicating with the public. That's kind of an overlap, all right? We also have creating policy. There's a little bit of an overlap in here, in that, how does this function? when you're creating policy. I said there's an overlap. Why did I say there's an overlap? What happens with policy? Okay, the board says we need a policy on this, or the superintendent and staff find that they need a policy on something. We have discussion about it. The superintendent then creates a policy with staff, recommends it to the board, and you have discussion. And then the board will approve it or modify it, change it, whatever. Okay? If you try to write policy, have you ever tried to wordsmith? Have you ever tried to write anything in a group of 10? It will take you 6 years to figure out whether it's going to go into effect today or tomorrow. Yes?
One of the areas that I'm always puzzled by in this job is that the superintendent brings us one option.
Mm-hmm.
And in my business life and in my government life with the Navy, you would never do that to a senior official.
Okay.
If I go to the CEO of a company, I'm bringing 2 or 3 options. If I go to the general that's the director of operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he said, bring me an answer to this question, I don't bring one answer. But everything we review is a single policy or a single recommendation rather than one that says, look, there's 2 or 3 different options here, here's the pros and cons. Are there any school boards that do options with pros and cons instead of single point solutions?
There are, maybe with a single topic, not with every policy. It may be in a particular subject area. Now they say, we want to know whether this would work or this will work. And they may have some discussion. Most times, the discussion happens ahead of time as to kind of what you're looking for in policy, and then staff brings that forward. And that's where you get the one recommendation. You don't have to take the one recommendation. Changes can be made. You don't rubber stamp. Nobody's rubber stamping anything. And the superintendent and staff knows that. But I don't know of any school board where they consistently bring multiple solutions as a policy. Now, if you wanted, I wouldn't ask staff to do it every single time.
No.
But if there was one that...
about taking advantage of staff depth. So lots of times there'll be a critical issue on a topic, and I don't want to go into any specific examples, but there'll be an item, and there's kind of a low cost, medium class, high cost, or low risk, medium risk, high risk. And the staff knows those options. But instead, they're all like arguing with each other about what is the one that they're going to push. And what we miss is the pros and cons or the alternatives ourselves, and we're not good at that, right? Like we can't see all the options that are going on in today's operations. But the staff that works for the superintendent has like 1,000 times more knowledge than a school board member has.
Right.
And we lose the depth of knowledge when all we get is a single solution. And I agree with you, it wouldn't be appropriate for all items. I don't need a change order that says yes, no, maybe, kind of, double that, that's not appropriate.
Right.
But for policy issues in particular, it'd be nice to know the options about key policies or key elements within policies. And sometimes for big decisions, we spend a lot of time talking about what is feasible as opposed as alternatives to what's been recommended. And then the staff seems surprised that we ask them about other solutions. And then they haven't researched them, so they're kind of coy about saying good, bad, or otherwise.
Right.
But in any case, just something for us to think about maybe.
Yeah. And here's the other piece to that. Staff is very likely bringing 3 or 4 different options and thoughts to the superintendent. And the superintendent in the conversation says, this is the policy that I'm bringing forward. Or in their conversation, they're talking about high level, low level risks. What is it going to cost? What's the best way to move it forward? And then you're getting what they believe is their best option to discuss. And that's when you then look at it and say, okay, now how does this play out 5 years from now? How does this play out 10 years from now? Are you solving a problem that's happening right now by trying to make a policy? Or are you creating what they call guardrails to say, we want things to move forward within these boundaries, and how you do it is important. to make sure that we're constantly changing and we're not being encumbered by policies that say thou shalt not.
One of the things here that I feel like is unique with our policies versus other school districts I've worked at is that our policies have a lot of procedures embedded in them, right? So we will have a policy that's 10 pages long, and you have other school districts with the same policy that's at the max 2 because it keeps it broad. So there's not a lot of procedures that are baked in. The procedures are usually on the operational side of how to actually execute and get the work done according to the policy.
There, many districts will have policies that purely are just policy. And then we'll talk about some terminology, and I'll come back to this comment. Back to your statement. But then they have a procedures manual. There was a district that had into their policy that football players got, I don't know, one pair of pants, I think it was. They actually had to make a policy change in order to give their football players 2 pairs of pants.
And that's what we're trying to avoid.
And that's because they had their procedures in their policies. By taking it out, board members could review the policy manual so that they know what's going on every time there are big changes or once a year. But it wasn't keeping people from being able to move forward and do their job. And we'll go back and bring it back up if I forget to tie it in. So there are some things here where it overlaps, and we need to know what our responsibility is. The superintendent recommends policy, and we look at it and determine whether this is the best policy, what changes might need to be in it, or do we move forward with this. I know that many of us use Neola, and they bring forward their best thoughts. Staff, I'm sure, looks at that before they even bring it to you, rather than just saying, well, this is what Neola said, so this is what we're going to bring. Now, there also are cases nowadays where we are having to implement policy or put policy in, and I keep saying we, I'm sorry, that board members, I'm no longer one, that have to implement it almost verbatim based on what the legislature has passed. And so that's something where the superintendent and the attorney make sure that they are adding all of the key points from the legislation, and then we move forward with it. The other is that you have that overlaps is communicating with the public. Do you have protocols as to, is it something you're just talking about in a grocery store or with people, or do you have individuals sending out newsletters? Do you have people holding press conferences on their own? All of those kinds of things. Are there procedures? Because if the same story is not going out with the same details, people start to lose faith in the leadership team. When the press calls, do you have a process for what you do with that? Or do you have a way of handling it? Oftentimes, board members will let the press go straight to, the phone call go straight to the answering machine. How's that for old school? They go to voicemail, and then hopefully, the reporter will say, I'm calling on this particular topic that you're going to be discussing at the next board meeting. Okay, then you can get the most current information. If you pick it up and you're talking to a reporter, you want to say, let me get the best information. I know what was going on yesterday. I know what was going on this morning, but let me check and see if anything has changed. It doesn't minimize your ability to do your job or for them to think that you're not able or don't know what's going on. You just want to have the most current information. Stuff changes like that. And so it's very difficult. Even with the budget, there are things that overlap. And it's hard to know where does it overlap and where do I go and how deep am I going? And we're going to talk a little bit about where we go with those kinds of things. And we found a very easy way. Some of you in new board member training have seen this, but we're going to go a little deeper into it if we can get it to move. All right, there we go. We're going to break this down into 4 words. What? If we are saying what needs to happen, that is the board's role. If we are saying, what should this policy address, that's the board's role. What do we want to fund with the budget? That's the board's role. What do we want to see as far as student achievement? That's the board's role. Anytime you're asking what, that is the board's role. We're the ones that are telling the superintendent what we want to see as a school district and move forward. If we get into the how is the superintendent. When we're looking at management versus governance, the governance is the what, the management is the how. It's okay to ask the superintendent, how are you going to move this forward? But if we start telling the superintendent how to do something, or get so far into the hows that we're forgetting that our role is the what, then we start to lose a little bit of the balance that needs to happen. There was a board that they had so many board members that were trying to let the superintendent know how to do things, that staff actually kind of decided, I'm just going to keep my head low. I'm going to do as little as possible because I don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Because this board member was saying it had to be this way, another board member saying it has to be done another way, another board member saying something else has to happen. And staff didn't know who they were supposed to listen to, because even though we know that the superintendent is the one who evaluates them, they still have you in their minds as their bosses. And they don't want to cross the board. So they start trying to make everybody happy, and they spend more time trying to make everybody happy than they do addressing the needs of the students. You can paralyze a district by not staying in your role. You can also create problems because if you don't have people in the governance role that are staying there, and you don't have people in the management role, or you have too many people in the management role, then that creates problems as well. Now, how far is too far? I heard some questions today about how are we going to fund it? How are we going to be moving forward with that? Okay, those questions are okay. But if you start saying, this is how I think we should do it, that's a conversation that you can have one-on-one with the superintendent and just toss ideas around or whatever, and that's okay. But in a management role, and when you're in a board meeting, to start telling staff or the superintendent how to do things, you're stepping out of your role. Do you understand and see the difference? Okay. Yes, sir.
I've seen another problem come up when those things are confused, which is board members, corporate or board members for a government organization don't put their time and effort into the things they can change. Mm-hmm. So instead of worrying about the strategic goals, instead of working about reviewing the data that comes in toward those strategic goals, instead of thinking about policies and long-term budgets and the implications of that part, which is their mandate, it's kind of sexy to get into that how to go do things and who's the principal of one school and what happened, the detailed what questions, which are also inappropriate.
Exactly.
So I view that as kind of the biggest problem, is that if we only have so much time to put into this job, and we should really focus, there's only 9 of us, on setting those things that only we can vote on and approve and do and execute. Mm-hmm. And when we spend time doing other things, we're really not fulfilling kind of the special thing that we could do only.
Mm-hmm. You're exactly right. And part of the difficulty when you have someone who has worked in the school district to become a school board member, they're geared to how do we make this happen? How do we make this happen? How do we make this happen? That's where their mind goes. And so they forget that they're not in the how do we make this happen role anymore. It is what are we wanting to see happen? And it's hard, and it takes us a while to get up to that level of paying attention to what our role is and what the superintendent's role is. Yes, Deborah?
Just to kind of add to that, though, I think it's important for board members to go into the schools and have the conversation with the principals and the teachers and the students to understand what the what is, right? We had a conversation about AI a year or so ago where it was, we don't want AI, we don't want AI in our schools. But as you start to have, you go into the schools, that's really the why, right? There's the what and the how, but we're here because of the why. And if you don't get into schools and you don't have those conversations with the people who are doing the work, it's not necessarily us to say how it gets done, but we'll never know what needs to be done if we don't actually go and see what they need. I think it's important to remember that as well.
Yeah, don't hear me say that you shouldn't be going in the schools and you shouldn't be having conversations. If you're in a school and you're talking with a superintendent, or with a principal, or you're talking to the teachers, to be excited about where we could go with AI and to talk about the presentation you saw and to talk about those kinds of things, that's absolutely right. And absolutely part of us being cheerleaders to move things forward. But when you start saying, how come you haven't done, or when are you going to, or how is this going to happen, then we're overstepping our boundaries. We're not telling the staff what to do. We're talking about kind of getting them excited about the things that are on the horizon. You see the difference there? But definitely going into the schools, seeing what's happening, seeing, and you go into a school and they may say, we're having a problem with XYZ. That you bring back to the superintendent and you share that with him. And you have that conversation so that the superintendent is aware. One of the problems that many, many districts run into is they start talking, okay, there's somebody shares something about ESE. So a board member goes to the director of ESE and starts talking about the problem there, thinking that it will help fix it. Well, it doesn't necessarily, because the superintendent may know that this is happening in 5 different places and we're working on what the solution is going to be. And so they need to, you need to share it with the superintendent. If it's happening in one place, that's a different thing, but it may be happening in several. So going to, and when we talk about communication, we'll talk about what are the levels of communication. We encourage you to take things to the superintendent. Some superintendents will say, okay, you can take it to the next, whether it's area superintendents, chiefs of staff, or whatever, they can answer those questions also. But when you start going below that, now you start meddling, and now you're into the how. Because when you say, this isn't happening, they're going to say, okay, this is how I'm going to fix it. It's the superintendent that is the one that oversees that. You see the difference? Okay, here it is. Now, here's a word that all of us look at, not just the superintendent, but the entire governance team. Did it happen? That's where you're looking at the data. You're looking at things that are happening with your strategic plan and looking at those goals. Did the policy that you asked, did it come forward? And, then even, did we look at, again, how does policy play out? Too often we put policy in place because we're trying to solve a problem that maybe a procedure is best. Not everything needs to be solved with policy. And I'll say it again, policies that are thou shalt not do not result in the same kind of a student achievement as those that are saying, here are our expectations, here are the parameters, now go forth and make it happen. So we're asking for, there we go. We're asking, did it happen? Then the next question for the governance team to ask is why? Why did it happen? Because we need to do more of this. Why didn't it happen? Well, it didn't happen because you didn't come back after Easter break with COVID. So you didn't see the same kind of student achievement that particular year that you thought maybe you might. Okay? What do we need to do differently? And what do we need to continue to do? And those are conversations that you, as a leadership team, have. We don't need to get into the whole nitty-gritty of every single thing, but where are we? Where are we going? What are we doing? How do we get there? And how do we move forward? Those are the things that we're looking for on a regular basis. Okay? So if you're finding yourself saying how, this is how I think it should be done, you need to take a step back. If you are talking to staff, this is how I think that problem could be solved, you need to take a step back. You can have that how conversation with the superintendent on a one-on-one, not from the dais, not, that's not a place where we brainstorm ideas. You brainstorm ideas in workshops or in conversations that you have. Your board meetings to conduct the business of the board, but it's held in the public. So your agenda, you look at it and you move forward. Okay? So with all of everybody staying where they need to, those puzzle pieces all come together, and now you have a strong governance team. But when somebody starts to blend into the next one, or you forget to do one of them, if you forget to do the did it happen, you've got a break in that. If the what starts melding into the how, you've got a problem. And if you never look at why, you can't solve any of the issues. And the governance team is not as strong as it could be. Okay? I'm going to just show you something you have seen before with all the lines that are here. Don't cross those lines. But the school board decides what, and the superintendent decides how. It's just that simple. Any questions on that? Nope. Okay. There we go. Do we need to say anything? If people aren't staying in their lane and they're not driving on their side of the road, you can end up with some pretty big problems. So we're just going to leave it at that. If people get tired of saying, stay in your lane, stay in your lane, stay in your lane, we wouldn't have to say it if people stayed in their lane. Okay? It's just that simple. Okay? So does that help clear up what and how the district is supposed to run? Okay, very good. All righty. We're going to talk about the stages of team development. This is an important piece with Tuckman's stage. Back in 1967, Bruce Tuckman started talking about there seem to be some similarities with businesses when they're making decisions. There seems to be some interesting similarities with people that are working on committees. Oh, my goodness, they're also on projects. And he started really, really looking and evaluating how did those teams that are working successfully and really accomplishing a lot, how were they functioning? What did they need to go through? Or what caused them to do that? So he started looking at all of the phases that they go through. And a little bit later, he had added an extra one. But they were forming. He talked about forming, storming, norming, and performing. And then later added adjourning. I mean, he couldn't come up with a catchy title that managed it, but adjourning was the last one. So let's talk about each one of those. Every group that he worked with, every group that he saw that functioned well, went through these stages. The forming, that's when you first, and I'm going to put it in terms of a school board, that's when you first get your new school board members, or you are coming together, you might get a new superintendent. You are forming. You're going to be very polite. You're kind of eager to get working, and you may not have all the experience that you need, but you also usually have pretty high expectations. Whether it's high expectations because I'm going to come in here and change everything, or whether it's high expectations because I want to be part of this group that is working so well together. So they have some positive feelings. At the same time, they may also be a little anxious or a little nervous. Do I know everything that I'm supposed to? I don't really know all of the rules. I'm trying to figure out even where the restroom is. You don't know all of the stuff. And so they are very polite. Everybody's very polite, very welcoming, everything is going very smoothly. Not accomplishing a whole lot, but everybody's very smooth. Then they get into, there we go. Then, as people start to feel a little more comfortable and they start to get to know each other a little bit more, they get into the storming stage. Now, storming doesn't mean it has to be a big blow up, but storming is everybody kind of starting to feel their oats. And you maybe start having a little bit of conflict because where a new person might have kept their opinions to themselves when it was a heated conversation, not really knowing enough to feel like they could come out with their comments, they're starting to feel a little more comfortable, and they're starting to share their opinions. You may have some personality clashes because we don't get to pick who we work with. We are given who we work with. And so sometimes there are personality clashes, and then people start to realize, oh, you mean we can disagree? Everything doesn't have to be a 9-0 vote, and we can disagree and still walk away and still be friends. But when they first start to disagree, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody feels comfortable with that disagreement. They might, disagree over big things, and they might disagree over little things. We had somebody talk about responsibilities. One of the biggest problems that board members have is I don't think that person came prepared for the meeting. And I don't think they're handling their responsibilities. This person doesn't get here on time. It's the little stuff that makes the biggest rub with board members. When you ask them what, and get down to really what is the problem, why can't you get out of storming? And without asking them, the things that come up to the surface are the little irritations, and that happens during storming. Occasionally, there are subjects that will throw you into storming. It may be with a policy, that there will be some consequences attached to a policy. And people don't believe this is an appropriate consequence and this isn't what should happen, and other people feel very strongly it should. That may create some storming. And it can be about an item. The trick is, and the concern is, how long do you stay there? You can storm over a particular topic, but then you come out of it with the next one. It can be a 15-minute storming, or it can be a 6-month storming. You need to come out of it as soon as possible. Lori.
I think one of the issues that we tend to run into is that board members are not listening to the staff response, and then they'll ask the same question that was already asked. Mm-hmm. And then it just becomes so drawn out, and they're not listening, but they're asking the same question, and it was already answered. Mm-hmm.
That is frustrating. It's frustrating on the part of everyone else who has already heard the answer. And it's even more frustrating on the part of staff because they start to think, didn't I not make myself clear the first time? What did they not understand? What am I supposed to say this time that they didn't get? And we will talk about communication, but listening is one of the biggest barriers to communication. And you've heard it over and over again because people are thinking about what they're going to say next rather than listening to what the answers are. They're talking about or thinking about how they're going to respond. They'll ask staff something, and they're off either writing down what my next questions are, and so they're not listening, or they might be looking at their phone, and so they're not listening. If that's a concern or a problem that you have here, then that's the conversation that you need to have, and a fix needs to happen. A commitment that you're going to start listening, and that you're not going to be, writing things down or paying attention or looking at who else is in the room or trying to make eye contact with someone. If it happens regularly, you're going to be in that storming phase for a long time, and you can't get to high performing if you're stuck in storming. Now, is Lori the only one that thinks that happens?
Yeah, it's all Lori.
It's all Lori?
No. And it even happens when, not just when staff is speaking, but when the public is talking too. It's rare that we have a whole board, listening to them, or even the students and the teachers that came in today. We're not always hearing them, and it's just something for us to think about.
Yeah. There are some techniques even for people that have a hard time paying attention for that long. As someone is speaking, ADD throws around at that. It's constantly thrown around as a thing, but there are people who tend to daydream. And you'll be listening to someone, and have you ever been sitting in an audience listening to somebody, and the person next to you goes, "What did they just say?" And you have been listening, and you can't even tell them. You go, "I have no idea." Even though you were quiet, you were looking, you were paying attention, you thought you were listening, but you couldn't tell them. One of the tricks with that is that literally as they're speaking, you are saying the words right behind them, because our brains can work faster than anybody's mouth can move. And so you can be saying those words and still hearing it, but it helps you focus in. If you're having that problem and you're having a hard time focusing, maybe that's what you need to try doing. When you are listening to staff, or when you are listening to each other, that's an important part of your role. You're decision makers. How can you make decisions if you're not listening? And if you're not listening to the public who is coming to bring their perspective or their thoughts on it, even if it's that same person. We had a person, and I will say now that it was from Pinellas County. He came to every meeting from January 2001 to my last board meeting. The only time he didn't is when we were doing things online during COVID. Says the same thing, talks about the same thing every single meeting. Everybody knows what he's going to say, but occasionally he's got another little twist of something. And occasionally that little twist is important. May not have anything to do with the topic that he's constantly talking to us about, but if we aren't listening to him, we would have missed that key piece. So even if that person is coming over and over and over again, and you know this is what they're going to say and this is how they're going to talk, you still need to listen for two reasons. One, they may say something that's very important that is going to help you in your decision making. The second is, it's the polite thing to do. There was a board member years and years ago that was called out by a member of the community because as they were talking, she was fervently written, just taking copious notes of everything that was being said. And she was called out. And she realized that that person thought she was just writing stuff down and not paying attention. And she apologized, and she said, "I was writing down the key points." And she learned at that point not to do that anymore. And after they finish, as they're calling the next person down, she would hit the highlights and write those down. But while the person was talking, she was looking them in the eye and listening. She realized afterwards how much she missed, even though she was taking copious notes to make sure she didn't get, she got everything. She realized there were a lot of things that I didn't hear people say. So we need to think about how are we listening to the public, but how are we listening to each other? It should be the same way. One of the things that a board that we were working with did was as they spoke, and they said the public may have thought it was a little crazy, but as they spoke, before the next person could talk, they had to count to 3, and then the chairman would call on the next person, so that they couldn't be thinking about how they're going to respond. You thought about how you were going to respond during that time, not while the person was talking. So there are some techniques that you can incorporate if you agree to them. You can't just say, this is what I'm going to do, and it'll solve the whole problem. It'll solve what you're doing if you're making the effort. But if the whole board makes the agreement and makes that effort, then it helps a little bit. But that is a huge problem. And that will keep you in storming, because even if you end up making a good decision, you're aggravated with each other because I had to listen to the same answer 4 times when it could have been once. Okay. The next stage, and okay, as it says, storming is normal, but how long do you stay there? That's the key. Get in there, get out. Then the next phase is norming. There we go. And during this stage, people are used to each other. They know what buttons are going to be pushed that will make each other go crazy, and so they kind of avoid them unless it's a last resort, and then they pull it out. But they avoid those kinds of things, or they understand where they're coming from so that they even listen a little differently. And so they're moving along. Things are going well. It seems as if everything is happening. The groove, you've kind of settled into a groove, and you're moving along, and everybody's happy. The problem with that is people become complacent, and here we are. This is good. We're doing well. You know, we don't go into storming very often because we know what's going to happen. You know, if I say this, and it's not going to change a person's mind, so I'm not going to say it. If we're going to change a person and we're going to have a conversation and we'll go back and forth, we're very respectful. All of the things that you think need to happen, you're doing in norming. Problem is, it's not enough. You're not at high performing. And so everybody thinks that, you know, here we are, we've made it. Okay, there's a different piece at the performing. In the performing stage, you're very, very confident that everybody is here for the right reasons. You're no longer judging, oh, that person just wants to change this, or this one just wants to change that. You're all here, and you know you're all here for the same reason. You're going to provide the best education possible you can for every single child that you have in this district in a safe environment, and you're preparing them for what they may be facing as they're moving forward. That's the ultimate goal, and you all know it. The how you do it, that's still some discussion that you have with the superintendent, and how the superintendent is doing with that is part of the evaluation. And then, you know, are there things that we need to do to improve? Those are all parts of the conversation, but it is an exciting kind of conversation, even when it's a heavy decision, because you know that this governance team is going to come up with the best possible solution. Everyone's on the same page. You know what that final goal is going to be, but the biggest thing is trust has been established. You trust that nobody's going to say anything to try to make you look bad. You trust that nobody's trying to be the best person on the board. You trust each other that they're really looking at this through the eyes of what's best for students as opposed to a personal agenda that they have. All of that trust is the big piece that pushes it to the next level. Okay?
Question.
Yes, sir.
So it would appear then that performing, and I could be wrong, seems to be sort of like a refined, sophisticated stage of moving between norming and storming.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what it is. It's sort of perfecting storming and norming to where you're alternating back and forth in a very refined manner.
Yes, yes.
That's what it is.
Yes, and you're mostly in performing. The performing and norming are so close that you might not even be able to tell the difference other than that piece of trust.
Right.
Do you trust every board member, every person on the governance team? Do you trust that the superintendent is doing and making decisions in the best interest of the students that you have in your district? That's
correct. And it's obviously important for any team to go through that storming stage and then that norming stage, and to normalize it later on in the performance stage where norming and storming sort of just function smoothly together.
Exactly.
Okay.
However, you can go from performing, and it's not uncommon and it's not dangerous, to go from performing to storming on a topic, a situation. You may be very impassioned, different people impassioned on different sides of an issue, and you storm as you're making that decision, and it may be a 15-minute storming. It may be something that you start the storm here, and then you're going to come back at the board meeting, and now you have to make the decision. You don't rehash everything that you have done at a workshop at the board meeting. You've already had that conversation. And we think that we're going to be educating people while we're up there because everybody watches the board meetings. You know, when you really think about the population in Broward County and how many people are in Broward County and how many people watch the board meeting, and then how many people watch the board meeting that are not part of the school district, you'd be surprised. You can educate people in a different way, different formats, not during a board meeting. Board meeting is to conduct the business. You know, it's okay to celebrate something great that happened and on a consent agenda. There may be, you know, a school that's going to be going to march in the Macy's Day Parade. Okay, you don't pull that item and then say, isn't it wonderful that they're going to be doing this, and then I'm going to vote in favor of it. You do that during board comments. You know, we just passed something in the consent agenda that I want to highlight. And we're so proud of this group for going. 30 seconds, it's done. Lori.
Thank you. So I know you brought up the word trust. And you know, I think it is challenging when board members speak a certain way to an item and then vote a completely different way. So it's difficult for me to trust what they're, you know, when they speak, because I might be on board with them and then they quickly change and vote a different way. So it's difficult for me to trust them.
Okay. That's interesting, because usually when you speak in public and you're, you know, stating your position, unless they have heard something. Now, you come into a board meeting, I will guess 98% sure how you're going to vote on every item because you are prepared. You've read the agenda, you've talked with the superintendent, you've had your answers to any questions that you might have, and you've done your homework during that week, at least the week that you have for your agenda. But there is always a possibility, and the reason why you listen to the public and why you listen to each other, there is always a possibility that something that is said is a piece you never considered, and that changes the way you think.
Or you might vote a certain way for a procedural reason.
Okay.
You're not always exposing how you feel about an item. Sometimes you're doing it so that you can bring it back.
So that you can bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So,
give me an example, not a subject necessarily, but or one that you've already voted on that's not coming back.
you may do a lot of things that are not just disclosing your feelings, even seconding things. You know, sometimes you second something not because you agree with it, because you just don't know if you do or
You want to hear.
right? And sometimes you might vote on something because procedurally you may want to have the authority to bring it back. And so if you're voting on one side or the other that gives you the authority to bring it back later, you may actually be voting off it. They do this in the Senate all the time. You know, Mitch McConnell votes in favor of something, and he just because he wants to later, whenever, you know, that item wants to come back, he can bring it back because he voted on the prevailing side. So there's reasons why people might vote for things that is different than whether they actually agree with the items. I don't think the public understands that. I think if you vote for something, usually they think, oh, you really don't like that. And you'll be held accountable for that, you know, as an elected person. But there are reasons why you do things here that are not revealing of how you feel about an item.
And that should happen very rarely if you're talking about,
Absolutely.
if you're asking for something because you want to bring it back. If you're doing that on a regular basis, nobody's going to believe that any decision you make is valid. And they're just going to continue to do whatever, you know.
It only takes a few times to lose someone's trust.
Yeah.
But that, what is being observed is not actually what is being perceived.
Okay. Yes.
I would just say the same thing. Kind of depends on where you start off in the conversation also, because as you said, I think a lot of times, a lot of us come in believing one thing or thinking it, or staff will give us information, or another board member will give a perspective, and you're like, oh, I didn't think of it
Didn't
that way.
consider that.
And honestly, there are times where Debbie Hickson personally believes one thing, but I don't know that it's always the right thing for the district. And I'm trying to make sure that what I'm voting for is in good faith and effort for the whole district, not just because I think it's a good idea or not. And it's sometimes hard to, when you're talking and being passionate in a conversation, it's you. But then when you start to hear about other people, so especially if you start discussions early on and then other people have chimed in, you may have had a different perspective to say, oh, maybe that isn't such a great idea for the whole county. And that's, although we're here for districts, we are really here for the whole county. So it's always important to keep in mind that although it might work for one little area, it may not work as a big whole, and you don't really see that until you start to really engage in the discussion with your colleagues.
Right. You are elected from a geographic area. Once you are elected and you assume that office, you are now responsible for the entire county. And so what may work where you think in your little neighborhood or your geographic district, that's not enough. It's what's going to be best for the entire county. Now, in order to address the concern that Lori has, very easily, if someone is speaking one way and changes their mind, you can very easily say, I've heard some very valid points, and as a result, I'm going to vote this way. Especially if you said, I'm going to vote in favor of this and blah, 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 and then you end up voting against it. Yeah, why would somebody trust you? You said one thing and did another. That's kind of the basis of not trusting people. But to be able to say, I've heard a number of things that have caused me to change my mind, and then vote, that would help, I would think, straighten that out. Sarah?
Yeah, I think it's also, just because someone doesn't vote with me, it doesn't mean that I can't trust them, right? Like, I think I've been on opposite sides of votes of everyone on this dais, but that doesn't mean that I can't trust their intentions or trust them as human beings. I think, like, we're all going to disagree about something at some point. Our votes aren't necessarily dependent on trust.
Yeah, and I don't think that's what Lori was saying, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong. But if everybody had to agree all the time, you would need one board member. But the fact that there are 9 of you, that means we need to see things from various perspectives. It doesn't mean that everybody has to share their entire thought process for every single vote. Your vote says what you believe. I think what Lori is saying is people give this impassioned plea and they say, this is where I'm going, and this is what I'm talking about, and this is so important, and then vote no. That's different. Even to say, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that that's important to you, and this is what I think, you can vote against it. I don't think, and am I hearing you correctly, it's not that people vote no or vote differently. It's that they vote differently than what they said.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I will also say sometimes we don't have the opportunity, like for the sake of time, or we've used up our opportunities to speak, to caveat our vote before we vote. You know what I mean? So I think that's another thing for everyone to consider.
Well, and you can also talk to your attorney. Sometimes it's many attorneys will say it's okay after the vote to say to another board member, this is why I changed my mind, because the vote's over. But Unica, they will not? Okay. That's why I said talk to your attorney. No, but after the meeting, if you want to explain why you changed your mind is what I was saying. But if she says no, then the answer's no. Because I say act your attorney. Okay, anything else with that? All right. We are going to spend a moment to find out where you think you are in the... Oh, let me do one more. I'll do the adjourning as well. There we go. So in 1977, Bruce started looking at it, and he said, you know what, there's another piece to this that I had not considered before, and he starts seeing it as a normal piece of the process too, and that's the adjourning. Once the project was over, or in our case, once a board member chooses to retire and not run again for office, or if they lose their election, you have a board member, and if you've been performing, all that person that you trust and part of this group that has built a team, a governance team that is really, really working well, and now somebody's going to be gone. You're sad. You're sad that they're going to be leaving. There are also, part of the adjourning process is the board member themselves are saying, I'm not going to be in this position anymore. I need to keep working right until the end, but I'm going to be sad. You know, so there are those kinds of things too. So the adjourning is you're feeling that loss. And yet it takes you a little bit to convince yourself to be excited about the new day that's coming and the new board members that are coming in. That's why we always say, welcome brand new board members. It's not their fault that somebody chose not to run and they're the new person. So you welcome them and you help them through. One of the other things that we try to make sure that people understand is, what are your protocols? You know, a new board member comes on, and the best way for them to find out they did something wrong was to do something they thought was right and find out that's not the way we do things here. So when a new board member comes in, the way to help them get into that forming, norming, and start the process is to do that. But the adjourning is sad on several people. So there's a little bit of grieving that goes on. Superintendent leaves, and unless you fired them, a superintendent leaves and a new one comes in. You may be excited about the new one, but you also may be missing the old one. You know, so it's a combination. But that was the other one that he realized is definitely part of the conversation. It's the adjourning that goes along with it. What we're going to do is we're going to find out where you think you are in all of this. And I'm going to ask, I'm only going to give you one piece at a time because people, they jump ahead and do things wrong then. Okay, on here, there are questions on two sides. And I want you to answer that the way you believe things are working here. And you will do I'm going to do 1 to 4, because 5, everybody goes 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So 1 to 4, so you got to pick a side on each one of them. For example, we try to set procedures or protocols to ensure that things are orderly and run smoothly to minimize interruptions and get everyone the opportunity to say what they have to say. Would you say that rarely happens, so that's a 1? Or we do that most of the time, that's a 4. And we still need to work on that a little bit, but we're pretty good at it. That would be a 3. Okay? So you're going to fill that out all the way down. And when that's done, we'll fill out the answer sheet. Okay? Any questions on that? Can I explain it any better? Until you see it. Oh, hold on. Here you go. Were you all listening? That's the question. Almost always. 1 is, hardly ever. Pardon? It's like almost always, usually, sometimes. Yeah, good skip. Is 4 always? Most of the time. Usually. We got away from saying always because everybody said, well, never does anybody always. So most of the time, yeah, you're pretty much consistently there. That's a 4. 3 is you're there and then fall off the wagon every once in a while. 2 is we're trying, but we're just not there yet. 1 is nobody seems to care. Names don't go on these or anything. Okay, has everyone finished? Don't do that yet. Has everyone finished? Okay, now grab the paper that's in front of you. That looks like this. And you're going to put the numbers in to each. For your answers, you're going to put them in on here, on this page. Now, here's the kicker. They're not in order. If you look, it'll say number 1, number 2, number 4, number 3. So don't just go across. That's why I said wait till I tell you. Don't just go across doing it. So make sure that you're putting the proper numbers of the questions with the numbers that you have answered. Any questions? Okay. This is the toughest thing you'll do today. We'll give you a harder one next time I'm here. Next time you get to go hard. You don't want to transcribe it. Yeah. And then when you finish, total up each column and write the totals down in the bottom, just for each column. You can use your fingers or you can use your phone if you need to. But we're adding 1 to 4. I think we can do this. Yeah, that's it. And when you're finished with that, hand that to me. Thank you. You keep that. Got it? Okay. Do I have all of them now? Everybody but Alan? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to average these all up while you watch this next video. And then we'll see where we are. Yeah, we'll see where we are. As far as a group, what area you fall into. Okay? So go ahead and start that, please. There we go. Not that one. There.
How many of you garden? How many of you have a garden? Yeah? What do you grow? Tomatoes, flowers, what else? Vegetables, but you grow things, don't you? Well, my family and I, we embarked on a cleaner, healthier journey of eating a few years ago, which involved lots of organic foods. Well, as you know, organic vegetables and foods are very, very expensive. That's a special section in the market, isn't it? It's off to the side. So we decided we're going to start growing our own vegetables. But we knew nothing about growing things. We just figured you get some soil and seeds, and you put it together, and things might grow. Shockingly, things grew. We got tomatoes and basil, and the kale had holes in it. They didn't look very pretty. So we started getting more serious, started learning about the potassium and phosphorus and the soil acidity, and about seed depth and plant spacing, and which plants need full sun versus moderate sun versus... It's a thing, isn't it? It gives me a deep appreciation for farmers who have to do this for a living every single day. So we started growing tomatoes and kale and basil and carrots all in our little backyard. So I learned a few things about gardening, which impacts leadership, it impacts accountability, it impacts a lot of these things. Number one, we never have to try to make weeds grow. You don't have to do anything to make weeds grow. They just grow, don't they? But watch this, weeds never start big. They always start like this. Then they poke their head up like this, just to see if anybody's gonna do anything. And then if nobody does anything, what happens? It does this, then it does this, then it gets big and strong and hairy and starts dropping seeds to make more weeds. Now before you start thinking that the weeds are your bad employees, no. And you're a weed, and you're a weed, and you're a weed. No. Don't call your staff weeds. Weeds are the undesirable behaviors you don't want on your team. So think about coming in late every day. Think about saying, that's not my department. Think it's a bad attitude. Those are the weeds. Now, weeds are a sign of neglect. I'll say it again. Weeds are a sign of what? Yes, whenever you see a weed, that means it was allowed to grow. So I'll give you an example. How many of you have a policy in your company, in your spa, around cell phone usage? Like no cell phones. Yeah, or something around like no cell phones. All right. So here's how it usually starts. Let's say I have a cell phone. I went through orientation. I signed my name. I put my name in blood in the handbook, no cell phone usage. Silicone wristbands, no cell phone usage. Koozie cups, no cell phone usage. It's in every single urinal, no cell phone usage. You have t-shirts made, no cell phone usage. Here's what happens now. Somebody will come to work, cell phone is right here on the podium, mind you. Here's how the weed starts. Good morning, good morning. If nothing happens, they pick the phone up. If nothing happens, now they're having Facebook Live all up in your spa. Now, whenever you see a weed, who do you blame? When you drive by someone's house and you see a bunch of weeds, do you say, those are such inconsiderate weeds? Who do you blame? The weeds? Who do you blame? The owner, the gardener. By now you realize, who's the gardener? It's you, boo. Yes. Now, instead of looking at everyone else's weeds, because we can be experts at saying, let me see whose weeds over there, and let me look at that garden over there, and I see some nice weeds over. No. Instead of looking at everybody else's weeds, the question now is, what are your weeds? What are our own weeds? What are the things that's getting in the way of us being as exceptional as we were born to be?
Okay. All right. So, what'd you think?
Engaging.
Any of it resonate?
Yes.
What parts? And I'm almost finished here.
That weeds are a sign of neglect.
Okay. What else?
How many of you?
Okay, what else? Okay, yeah, practice what you preach. Okay. Where do you think, or what do you think might be the weeds that you're dealing with as a board? What are the things that could get in your way of going, weeds are storming? And unless you address that, you're going to stay here. So what are the things that might be, that are going on here, that are weeds that need to be addressed? Or things that just might be, I guess I'm supposed to have this. Not necessarily right here, but what could be the weeds that would keep you in storming? Constant change. Okay. What else? Lack of trust. What else? We already talked about some of them.
Lack of complete information.
Okay, all right. Lack of complete information. What about the listening that we were talking about earlier? That could be a weed that would stay there and keep you in storming. What else? Lori?
Trying to please a small population.
Yeah. Forgetting that a small group doesn't necessarily represent the entire. And yet still being able to balance that small group has some needs that need to be considered as well. You know, how do you find that balance? You know, we have oftentimes board meetings where there have been as many as 150 people at some board meetings. And yet when you stop and think about the size of the county in which those people were living, that 150 seemed so overwhelming at the board meeting. But yet when you put it in perspective of the entire county, you realize there are a lot of other people, and that's actually a small portion. But you still have to listen to what's being said and take those into consideration, no matter whether it's a large group or whether it's an individual that comes. Yes?
Sort of being stuck in your opinion of others, where you're reluctant to give the person the benefit of the doubt.
That's a very good one. Being stuck in your opinion of somebody and so stuck that you're not willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, that person's getting ready to speak. Okay, I know this is going to be bad. I'm not even going to bother to listen. Or I'm already figuring out what I'm going to say to counteract what they're going to say because I know what's coming. You know, all of that kind of stuff. Yes, Lori?
When Robert's Rules of Order are changed from meeting to meeting and different sets of Robert's Rules of Order are spoken at one meeting a certain way and then changes to the next meeting.
Okay, all right. That can create some problems because you don't know what are the rules. Okay.
I'll add another one that's difficult to talk about, but single district preferences.
Yep.
You know, the state law is very clear, but we have had thousands of hours of this board where the discussion is about my district, my school, and it's great to represent that, but at the end of the day, we have to make decisions, all of us have to make decisions good for the district. That's one of the powers we have is because we're so large, there's a lot of cool things we could do that only large districts can do. But we you know, that's something that prevents us from finding great answers for the whole district.
And that may be something that's pretty ingrained in, and I'm going to just call you out on it, pretty ingrained here. Because remember when A.J. Crable came and was working, and he made a board member very angry by saying, those are not your only children. And they would come back, those are not your only children. And the comment would come back, those are not your only children. And it frustrated the person and actually did make them very angry. But the truth is, those are not your only children. You, and as I said earlier, once you are elected, you now represent and make decisions for what is best for every single child and young adult in your district. Period. You may share your thoughts. You may say, this is not going to work for these schools or a particular group of children, but guess what? That group of children may be in your district, it may be in this district, it may be in this district, it may be in this district. You know, so you do have to look for each. It's not my schools, my children, my kids. Every single one of the schools in your district. I was in one district where board members had to actually let another board member know if they were going into a school that was in their district. I mean, it was that embedded in that district. So if there's one thing you need to change is the mindset of not mine, ours. Okay? Yeah, are you all right? Okay, he's okay. He's still not turning red or blue, so we're good. All right, so what I would like you to do is, we've mentioned some of these, put those on a Post-it. the things that you think are the weeds, and we are going to come back and address these during our training. But what are the weeds that are keeping you from getting to forming, norming, and performing? There can be, let's put the things over which you have control. Because you can't change, things over which you have no authority or control. So let's look at the things you can change. And you can put more than one on a Post-it if you'd like. Yes. It can be what you think is keeping the board in the weeds. Does that answer it? Okay.
One of the weeds, yeah. Just write down one of the weeds that we discussed that keeps us in storming.
You can spell it phonetically. There you go. I taught school for so many years that I look at some words and I can't tell you how to spell them because I've seen it spelled incorrectly so many times. Okay, and then just stick them up under the storming. As you race to the word, oops, coming through myself.
Oh, Laura.
This is a better seat. I need something that has my leg. It's not like making my legs go.
She wants a wooden bench.
I need like a different.
Mrs. Pham's chair is available. Actually, Mrs. Ahadar from work called dibs on it. Yeah, she was the first one. No, she still made hers. Her station letter.
Okay, everybody have theirs up there? All right, so rather than making you look like all you have is issues, what are some of the things that you're doing important? Well, let me share this first. When I looked at the scores that you wrote and we averaged them out, each one of you did the columns and then we averaged them out, the reality is y'all are all over the board. You're not in any one area at any time. So you are flexing from place to place to place. You are still in the forming stage in some areas. You are definitely in the storming stage in some areas. And then you're also in norming and performing. And because all of the numbers are so close, storming is the second highest. Forming is the highest. Storming is the second, and then performing and norming are very close to each other. The reality is you're stuck in storming. You're doing things that are norming and performing, which shows you have the ability to get out of it. You're just not there yet. Okay? Yeah. So let's talk about what are some of the things that you are doing that you think are forming. Okay. You're still, well, that's kind of a weed, though, really. You know, when we're talking about listening and being in there. Forming, you're still polite. You still call each other by board member so-and-so, and you're polite. I haven't seen anybody get snotty with each other while we've been talking. So, you know, so you are doing some things that you come to the meeting and you're ready and you're going to do your job. Okay? That's a forming. Tell me some of the things that you think are in norming. What are you doing well? Okay. All right. All right. Yay. Woo-woo.
We're using data more than ever.
Okay. Using data more than ever.
Yep.
Yep. That helps him be an excellent superintendent also. And the fact that he's bringing it to you shows that he's excellent. So, good. All right. What else?
I think that even though our meetings are still long, we're like putting in more measures to make our meetings more efficient.
One of these days we're going to talk about why your meetings are so long. I think you hold the record. Yeah. You know, and can AI help you with your meetings? That's the next question. So, all right. They're just going to be long. Okay. Can you disagree and still walk out happy or polite with, not maybe happy necessarily, but polite and okay with each other? You don't hold a grudge just because somebody voted in a different way. Most of you. Okay. All right. And because it's only most of you, it might get you from here eventually when all of you are to get you up here. You know. Okay. So what are the things that you think might be getting you into performing? The looking at data and seeing the achievement getting better and better in various categories.
Aligning to our strategic goals.
Aligning things to your strategic goals. That is key. If you can do that, that will be one thing that will get you into performing faster than anything else.
I know that meetings are long, and trust me, we're working on that, but there's 9 of us. And I think that we have really good discussions because we are very diverse. Some of us are educators, some of us are business people, some of us, you know, lawyers. So everybody brings a different perspective, and I think it's important to hear all of those because then it helps you to form a policy. If we're talking about policy, you know, that's more comprehensive. So I think it falls under that compromising part of being able to be performing because we're putting out a policy that is a good, solid policy for the superintendent to be able to make procedures to follow. So sometimes they're long because there's 9 of us and everybody gets 10 minutes. So if that's the maximum number.
Okay, you might want to change that right off the bat.
Well, trust me, we've tried. So that's what we landed on. But anyway, I think that, you know, the conversations, I don't think that they're combative or that. I think most of the time the conversations are bringing different perspectives that allow us to be more holistic
Okay.
in the way that we make our policy.
Okay, and that would fall into either one of these categories, norming or performing, those kinds of things, having the conversations. If you, and I'm going to go on to your meetings just for a second. We're not going to dwell on that today. But if you have the sense that you're going to vote for it and you're talking a little bit, do you only get one time to speak and it's one time for 10 minutes? Or is it somebody can say something and maybe they speak for a minute and a half and then somebody else may and then it could come back later to another person?
It's 10 minutes cumulative.
Okay.
We sometimes do a round 2, but we haven't really needed a whole lot of round 2s recently. So,
Okay, well, that would help.
There are some people that use up all of their 10 minutes and some people that.
Well, if you have the sense that the board is in the same place you are with, yeah, we're probably going to vote for this. It looks like a good policy. Why are you using, and I'll just say using your whole 10 minutes? Because if you think everybody's pretty much on that same page, who are you trying to convince? And the public doesn't get a vote. The public gets input.
I don't know about
Okay. Okay. And earlier, I said, how many people really watch your board meetings? And is this the place to educate them?
I think it very much depends on the topic we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in the process of redefining schools and like potentially.
That's going to be a biggie.
And I think if anyone was just like yes or no, like that's a disservice to our community and a disservice to
Mm-hmm.
what we're doing up here. So everything is circumstantial.
Well, exactly, exactly. Just as going into storming can be, one issue that will bring you there and back, that may be the one issue, or there may be an issue that you need to share. But not every issue has to be shared with everybody. It would be interesting at some point to get the, have it look at it, I forget what it's called, but they can get the, not algorithms, but they can get the numbers of how many people watch your board.
Analytics.
Analytics, okay. How many people are watching the board, how many are within the school district or district members, and then how many are in the public. And that may be important for you to see and determine whether, with zoning and redefining school lines and things, going out into the public, having listening sessions, maybe a better way of having them understand where you're coming from, why it's being done, what's happening, educating the public there as opposed to a board meeting. Because again, it's to conduct the business of the meeting and it's held in the public, which is different than a public meeting. Yes?
I have a question because this came up before. So when I went to the chairmanship
Mm-hmm.
academy, I think that's what
Yeah.
we had this discussion, and I brought back some of the things that you mentioned, you just said. So workshops are where we should be really educating and making those declarations of how we feel and what we believe in. But by the time it gets to the school board meeting, we shouldn't be, all of those questions should have been answered, right? And if there are questions when you see the board item, the way I understood our discussion to be in that is really the board members either should be contacting the superintendent or sending a board question on there. The answers are public record. They have to share them on our agenda, and that would cut down on a lot of the extra discussion that we have. Not that it's not good discussion,
Mm-hmm.
but as you mentioned, we should have already been beyond that by the time it gets to a board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But how are we able to do that collectively and agree on it? Because we've tried to make some changes and it hasn't been overly successful in some areas, and really just based on what you just said and what I heard were some of the things that I brought back to us to try to make our meetings more efficient. And we've moved forward. I mean, we were doing a great job before I got here, and then, brought back some of the things that you suggested. But how, when everyone's not on board and they'll say yes, but they just intrinsically want to make sure everyone understands how they're feeling, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is in terms of being able to really get to what the business of the board is. So how do we collectively as a board do that moving forward when we say yes, but then, because we have a policy that says that if they have questions, they're supposed to send it in, but not everyone's doing that to Fidelity. So how do we move forward with what we've said we're going to do, but yet it still doesn't happen in terms of trying to make our board meetings more efficient?
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. When an employee violates policy or a student violates policy, what happens?
There are consequences.
There are consequences. The biggest problem is there aren't consequences with the board members. However, are you setting an example of it's okay to ignore policy if it doesn't suit your needs? If you're going to have policy, should the governance team honor policy? Should they follow a policy, or should they do away with it and create something else that will work for them? Yeah, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, because this has come up when we've tried to make policy around like censuring board members and things like that. Like, you're not going to censure a board member for asking a question on the dais that they should have asked beforehand, but there are really like limited ways to have consequences for board members. So I'm curious about like that tension.
And I'm saying there aren't consequences for board members.
Right.
What kind of example do you want to set for the students and the staff in your county? That it's okay to pick and choose which policies you follow? Or you follow the policy, and if it's not a good one, you change it. That's the conversation you should be having. You're going to follow this policy, and if it's not a good one, change it.
I really just don't agree with you. It is a good policy. It's a really great practice.
Well, okay. Then follow it.
I'm not
No?
finished.
Okay, I'm
so
sorry,
if
I
you don't
interrupted
mind
you.
Me finishing. Everybody on this board is an elected leader, and their accountability is from the public electing them or hating them or sending them nasty grams, or people that supported them calling them and saying, what's your problem? I have seen other boards, though, do funny things. Like, they will have the staff count how many questions were asked per member that should have been asked way before the meeting. And whoever asked the most questions that should have been asked before the meeting gets a not too nice award at the end of the meeting. Like, you asked 6 questions that totally could have been asked and should have been asked before the meeting. Why is it a joke? Because sometimes those people are going through stuff in their lives where they just couldn't get to the agenda 2 weeks at a time or a week at a time. And sometimes the most important items we have come 3 days before a school board meeting, and we have a weekend. And so there's a lot of subjectivity in that, but it's actually a very good policy, largely because it's something we want people to do. But you cannot tell a school board member to give a brilliant speech. You cannot tell them to turn in homeworks on time. You can't tell them to always be on topic. It's even difficult, maybe even against Roberts, to cut them off when they are getting no longer relevant. They're elected leaders, and they have a chance to speak, regardless of all those things. So, but it is a good policy. And the reason it should stay in policy is because we want people to do that, and it needs to be written that way. Whether or not there are consequences beyond, electoral consequences or lack of public trust with what you're doing. The other consequence is if you're a school board member that does that a lot and you come up with a new idea, you don't get a lot of attention.
True.
And so, there are consequences to that, but I don't think that you should get rid of a policy simply because board members don't follow it 100% of the time, or in somebody's opinion they don't follow it, because should more have asked that before the question? Well, I think so, but Sarah doesn't. She thinks it's perfectly good to happen. And those things are, I think, very difficult to suss out. But I actually think you have policy because it's the right thing to do, not always because you enforce it.
Okay. So you have a policy that at some point a group of board members approved it. Did this group agree to it? You made the policy? Okay.
But again, like what he said, it's subjective. Just about the questions in general. Like, sometimes you read one, sometimes we get 3 agendas at once or 2 agendas at once. And so you are processing as fast as you can, and you bring questions to the board. Sometimes your follow-up questions, responses are not good. And so you're going to ask it again because maybe there was misunderstanding with staff and what you were trying to get at, but to not allow us to have questions or to say that's bad governance of our board meetings, like I have a lot of strong feelings on that.
I'm not saying that, and I don't believe I heard anybody else.
That's what I'm hearing from you.
Okay.
Is that we can't talk about we can't educate our community, especially on issues about changing their lives and where they go to school. We can't ask questions because we should have submitted that ahead of time. Like, sometimes questions come up, sometimes Mara or Dr. Holness will say something, and that prompts a question in my head. It's not that we're ineffective board members because we're not asking questions ahead of time. Things come up. And I agree with Debbie saying we have really good conversations. We have a very diverse board. And yes, our meetings are long and it's annoying sometimes. And we get hangry towards the end of the meetings. But we are doing good governance because
You watch a tape of a meeting 2 years ago, and you watch what we're doing today, it's significantly different. It's about doing the work of the students in the schools. And to Dr. Hepburn's credit, a majority of the work we now do in workshops is about students and learning. And it's not about all the adult issues. We try and handle those quicker and in other ways. And to me, this board needs to stop and think a little bit about how much better it was than when I joined.
Okay.
It's a different group, and it's much more productive, and it might take us a long time, but we're working toward really, really good things.
Okay. Let me speak to a couple of your comments. I said at one point you come in about 98% sure how you're going to vote, and you listen to each other to find out, either from the public or each other, if there's a piece that's missing. That's part of the conversation that needs to go on. Now, when I talk about the board meeting is not the place to educate, there are other places that suit that purpose better than doing it solely from the board table and thinking that because we did it at the dais, everything's going to be fine. Getting out into the community, doing listening tours or question and answers where you're listening to the public and you have a presentation as to why are you rezoning, why are you doing whatever the topic is, where more people may be able to come and hear it and actually realize, oh, this is a topic they're going to be talking about. Yeah. So I'm looking at where's the best place to do the education is what I have been saying. I'm not saying don't do it from here, okay? And if you do it in less than 10 minutes. Okay, yes.
Yeah, I have to say too that, it was kind of surprising to me that we have, because you mentioned that we have, based on the data that you've collected, that we have some storming issues, and that was surprising because I think the board in 2024, 2025, we've been really functioning far better than I believe when I first got here in 2022. So I was very surprised to see that we score high in the storming area. I thought we would most likely be in a greater percentage in the performing area. I know that we have to refine the process between storming and norming, but I thought we came a long way. So I was very surprised to see that we were in the storming. And I also just would like to mention too that we did take measures to improve our time in the meeting, because we had a motion to where we approve our meetings to be 8 hours, and if we want to go further, then we have to, by majority vote, vote to continue the meeting. And so we've had a lot of great discussions, and majority of the time we vote to continue the meeting. So I think we're in a much better place than we were, even with the meeting times. With the storming issue, I was kind of surprised at that.
Well, your storming may have been higher had we done it 2 years ago.
Okay.
And so your numbers are lower, but you're still storming.
Got it.
And you can tell that you're storming by comments that have been made, that it's not everybody is on the same page with everything.
Right.
And that's part of the storming. Storming doesn't mean you have big blow-ups. It doesn't mean that you're fighting.
Right.
It can turn into that if people are stubborn, but I'm not seeing any of that. So.
Yeah, you should hang around for a while.
Yeah.
But isn't it normal to have some storming and some norming to be performing?
Yes. It is normal to go into storming occasionally. If I said, here is a topic.
Right.
And you need to get to performing.
Right.
You may go through storming, then norming, and then performing on that topic.
Okay.
And I'm not going to ask for any input, but if you're going through AI, as you were just talking about, there's going to be a lot of discussion, and there may be some storming that happens before you become that district that's leading the state, and then that leading the country in AI. So there can be some storming that gets you to performing because you've had the opportunity to have some very difficult conversations.
Understand.
Okay, Lori, and then Debbie.
I have a question. Based on a regular school board meeting, what do you think would be the average number of item polls that one board member would poll?
Okay. Do you have a consent agenda and then non-consent? The average number from a consent agenda should be 0. Then it shouldn't be on a consent agenda. A consent agenda is definitely where you get your questions answered ahead of time. That's the routine stuff that's on there. Approving the budget expenditures for the month. Approving, this crazy law of the superintendent has to bring you the appointees that they're putting in place, and by law you have to vote on them and agree. Those kinds of everyday operational types of things. Contracts for construction and that type of thing. Those are what I would assume are on your consent agenda.
No.
Okay.
No, we have a really weird thing. I've been on a lot of boards, and this is the weirdest consent I've ever seen in my life because it's defined by not having financial impact.
Oh.
And that's not what consent should be. Consent is all the things you just listed should be the, no one even reads them kind of things. And then the open items would be things that are significant, which used to be identified by financial cost or impact. But there's a lot of things that have significant financial impact that are really, one, we're not allowed to make a judgment on it, like hiring people. And some things, that might have money, but they're just kind of must-pay bills, like change of budget amendments and things like that every month. So we could do much better if consent was actually built around some definition of what you described, which is these are things that almost no one would ever pull because there's no reason to really spend any time on it.
They're the routine things that you just have to, as a board member, just check to make sure it's happening appropriately.
Right, but that's what consent's supposed to be.
Exactly.
And we have this, I think, pretty squirrely definition of what consent versus open is. And so then you read it, and it's definitely something you want to talk about, but it's on the consent agenda, and you wonder why.
Okay.
In the last board meeting, there were a number of B items, which are board member items, which were to give direction to the superintendent, but they were discussion worthy, right? There was a lot of discussion around them, which made our meeting go extra. Well, actually, it wasn't too bad. We had a good job. It could have been longer. But yeah, that's kind of when the B items come up, especially because that's the only place we can, as a board, discuss it unless it had come to us at a workshop, which the items didn't come to us at a workshop. So I agree with Dr. Zeman, and I didn't mean to cut off Lori in the conversation here, but I think it's pertinent, right? What should be consent? Because sometimes it's not a big deal, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, last meeting, there were as many consent items pulled as open items pulled, which was frustrating as a chair, because consent should be but in that instance, there were important B items that there was no other way for us to get to a consensus without having those discussions. So, and I think there was 5 B items that were all board member items.
You need to be careful with board member items being brought and voted on at the same meeting. If your agenda is out a week ahead of time, then it does let the board members know, or that type of thing. But having things that haven't been vetted through the superintendent and staff and then brought forward can cause some problems. Let's put it that way. Board members can have some wonderful ideas and then find out, So oftentimes boards will have a portion of time during their workshops where those, what I'm understanding the B items to be, would come at workshop. And it would be discussed at the workshop. And the board in general, in unison, would decide whether that, through consensus, is this an item that we want to pursue, or is this something that can be referred to staff? Can the superintendent handle it? Because not everything has to be a board verdict. So there are some things you may want to look at your agenda and how that is handled, because otherwise I have no idea how many items should be pulled.
So I have a question on that too.
Okay, Norma?
Double letter items.
Okay, your double letter items, those are what I would understand to be non-consent items where it's brought forward and maybe there is discussion about it. And then you move forward. And those, each item would be addressed, not necessarily I'll pull this one and pull this one. You know, I know there's one district that everything is an action item and then they pull the ones they want to talk about. And they also have very, very long meetings. But, okay, and so that's a lot. There's, you know, if that's the business that needs to happen in the next 2 weeks, then I understand that. But, you know, the consent should be those standard, ongoing, every couple of months, every week, every other week, every board meeting, whatever, that are just routine items. And so they very rarely would need to be pulled. There may be something, I made the comment about somebody going to the Macy's parade. That might be a consent agenda item because it's just getting approval to rent the bus to take the kids or, you know, giving them approval to take that as a field trip or whatever. And that may be something that afterwards you might want to just say, we just passed something in an agenda item that I want to highlight because we have a tremendous group that's going to be going to the Macy's parade because they were chosen out of the country, you know, that type of thing. So you can highlight some items without pulling them. But the consent should be those items that they're pretty much going to be passed unless there's a question about a contract. You've read the contract, everything looks good, it's a standard contract for maintenance that needs to happen or supplies that need to be, you know, at the beginning of the year, or actually it's toward the end of the year, where you do all of the art supplies and everything else to get the warehouse items in. Those are pretty standard, you know. Yes, it involves money, but are you going to say, no, we're not going to pay $15 for this pack that says it's $15? You know? So you may want to look at some of that. Yes?
Just to throw in a little context of why there's the yin and the yang when it comes to speaking up and how much is too much. The grand jury's questions were watching board meetings and seeing, quote unquote, board members doing their job and board members not doing their job.
True.
So when you have an overarching event like that, and it's multiple times, that it kind of sets the bar up as board members. To me, if I was even in other districts, I would be like, uh-oh, how am I holding myself accountable? Mm-hmm. How am I, you know, meeting with the superintendent and, you know, seeing what he's doing, et cetera, whatever it is. But I think that's a piece that's important to me.
Okay.
But if it's something simple and I want to pull it because it's the Macy's parade, then I'll say in my pull, I'm just having a comment or I'm supporting the item. And that's, you know, I'm just letting you know I'm going to pull it, but I just want to tell you I'm going to do this. Mm-hmm. And that's really, I guess, it for that. But I did want to put out that, you know, basically it's the grand jury's report came and went and still hasn't really gone away.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And one of the ways that you can cover that is where groups will send their questions in to the superintendent ahead of time. And then all of the questions get answered, and everybody's questions get sent out to the entire board.
That's what we do, yeah.
So they can get answers. If those answers aren't adequate, then you call the superintendent and say, that's not what I was asking, or they went off on a different tangent than what I was wanting to focus in on. So you still have some time to do that.
I had an original comment and then I have a question. Back to the other thing, I think part of being in storming and norming is because we have had a lot of change, constant change. The board has changed, superintendent has changed, and we have a good board now, but we've really only been together since December, right? We're still forming those normal relationships with each other. So I think, and now we'll go into that again.
Yeah.
You know, I think we just haven't had, the board before us was pretty stable for a long time. And just in the 5 years that I've been here, we've been through a lot of versions of the board and different superintendents. So I think that's kind of would probably explain why we're in that little triangle there. But two other things. I have a question, but just to answer on our consent item, what we've done now is items that aren't pulled. If someone has a comment, we've given 2 minutes for each board member at the end to kind of just say whatever they wanted to say to kind of address that. But I have a question. So let's say a board member would like to direct the superintendent to collect data on something. Is that something that everyone on the board has to agree with? And we've had back and forth on whether it's a vote, a consensus. I honestly think they're the same thing, but semantics are important in places. But I, as chair, have gotten called out on that a number of times. So I just would really like your opinion on what should that look like?
Okay, no individual has the authority to direct the superintendent. It is the board. So the answer that we give is the majority of the board has to agree that this is important data to receive. There are also questions that you can ask as an individual and get answers. So many districts will have like a time limit. If it's going to take staff more than a half hour to put this together, you ask questions to the superintendent. If it's going to take staff more than a half hour, then you bring it to the board. Or if it's going to take them more than an hour, you bring it back to the board. So that we're not, if you think you've got 9 school board members and everybody wants to take 1 hour worth of gathering data and information, you have taken a staff member 1 full day. And then you bring them to a board meeting, that's another day that they've lost. Then you bring them into a workshop, that's another day that they've lost. By the time you're done, you can be cutting the amount of time that they have to actually do their job in half. Okay? So you might want to look at, you know, some protocols or procedures as to how much staff time. But you're allowed to get any question answered. To go back to your original, a board member can get any question answered. But it's how much time should it take and how do you go about doing it?
Okay, and let's say that's in a workshop where you can't take action per
You can't
se.
take action, but that's where consensus comes in.
Okay, so can you explain, and someone else said to me that consensus means 100%.
Nope.
I did not agree with that.
Absence of dissent.
So what is the difference? Is there a technical difference between voting majority at a board meeting and giving consensus at a workshop? It's just semantics in terms of...
It's the legalities.
Okay.
Okay? You vote at a board meeting. If somebody brings something up and they would like some information, some data, whatever, as chairman, you can say, do we have, one person has already said it, you need 5 to be the majority. So do we have 4 other people that think that this is important data to get?
So is it appropriate to say, Dr. Holness, do you agree?
No, it's not.
Dr.
It's
No,
not.
no.
It's not. It's not, Carol. The consent is the absence of disagreement. If someone comes up with an idea and says, you know, we really would like to hear more about AI at the next workshop, if there's no disagreement, if no one says
True.
anything, that is consent. You're not allowed to ask around a room, and according to
No,
Roberts.
no. And I was agreeing with you on that
Okay.
one, that you don't go around and ask, but you can say, are there 4 others? Okay. Are there others? You know,
It's
because
not about
there-
5, though, Carol. It's about the absence of dissent. That's what consent is defined by in Roberts. And so as long as no one says anything against it, it is consent.
Silence means consent. That's where
Yes,
that conversation
right.
came in.
somebody
But it's
says
not
no,
4
what
more.
happens?
No, but what we're saying, and as good practice in a board, is to just make sure the majority of the board is directing the superintendent.
I'm sorry, but you know, I've spent
That's-
so many decades working on these things.
Okay, then
and,
that's-
and this is really important
Okay.
because that is not what Roberts says. And we live by Roberts. And Roberts says consent is the absence of dissent. Just like if you're trying to figure out where to go to dinner and someone throws out, hey, let's go to Poor Boys, and no one says anything against it, that's consent because nobody
Okay.
said anything against it. And that's what it is in the Roberts rules as well. There's no counting of votes to get to consent.
So what happened when someone says something against it?
Right. I'm just, this
Then-
is important because
Okay.
we get stuck on this a lot.
When
So one person
says
says no, Does that mean the superintendent that
No.
doesn't do it?
Then you got to have a discussion.
And you have to find out whether there
And that
are-
is up to the subjective decision of the chair of the group. They hear two that want it, but three do, and they go, okay, well, then that's consent. That's my view of consent, and that's one of the powers of the chair.
Then I would suggest that you all decide how you're going to operate with consent. We say that if the majority of the board directs the superintendent to do it, then that's what the superintendent would do. Now, whether we call it consent or not is a different issue. Yes?
Yes, so I just wanted to make the point, though, the difference between consent and an agenda item is when you're getting consent at the end of a board meeting, you're not allowing the public the opportunity to speak on the item, or to speak on the topic, to say. Because they don't know that someone randomly is going to bring something up and then randomly get consent of the group. So that is a key difference.
Yeah. If an item's being just brought up randomly, it should be put on a different agenda item.
And I also just want to say, I think it's very disappointing that Ms. Batista is not here.
Okay. She's not part of the governance team, which is probably why. Yes, Sarah.
So a few things to the Ms. Batista being here point. She is, part of her evaluation was to get parliamentarian training. So she is supposed to be like advising us on parliamentarian stuff.
Right.
I mean, to give everyone some grace, I don't know that she knew that like we were going to have this Robert's Rules conversation. I had a lot of questions about the conversation that has ensued, though. Are we talking about consensus or consent agenda? Like, I think
We've talked about both things.
Okay. But like right now, were we talking about what gaining consensus means? Because we were throwing around consent.
If somebody asked to give the superintendent a directive, and how do we decide whether he's moving to give him, say, yes, we have consent and he's going to do it, or
consensus?
Consensus.
Okay. Okay. So historically, like we've gone around the room. Like, are you good with directing the superintendent to do this? And if 5 board members said yes, we're good, that's how we moved forward. Am I now hearing that we cannot go around, we should not be going around the room? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So that would, to Ms. Al-Hadaf's point, like it would be nice if Ms. Batista was in the room to hear about this, because that's what we've been doing for 5 years. So there's that. My concern, I guess, is, and maybe if we, one of us can submit a question for follow-up, like if we need every single person to agree, or what Dr. Zeman is saying, like an absence of dissent to gain consensus, that means like almost nothing moves forward. So that's a concern for me. You said something earlier, though, about business of that would be when we were talking about the consent agenda, that would be the business of the board for the next 2 weeks. Are there some school districts that you work with that have 2 regular school board meetings a month?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So that's how we used to do it. I think when Debbie and I joined, like at first, and then it was like right after we joined that we did away with that, correct? So I don't have like a strong opinion either way, but I think that may be something that we could talk about, given that like we have agendas that are over 100 items long, is maybe doing 2 regular school board meetings a month and then 2 workshops is how it was done like a long time ago. And then I had another question, now I forget, but yeah.
If you think of it, we'll come back.
Okay.
And you might be willing to do 2 a month if you're not doing 8 hours in each of them.
Yeah.
But that also may shorten the meeting a little bit. Somebody over here had a question. No? Okay. Alan?
I just wanted to thank my colleagues for asking great questions.
Mhm.
I get great joy when I see a question and an answer come across that I didn't think of. And that happens all the time. But I learn a ton from your wisdom of asking the questions you ask, and I love getting them. I want to offer one kind of general good governance rule that we don't hear about very much, but I think it gets us much faster to performing than any of these other eaches we're talking about, which is just to assume good intent from your colleagues. Like, you may see something you don't understand. You may not understand why they're taking so long to talk. You might get frustrated because Zeman's going on and on about AI and coming up with another tagline for something. But a lot gets done when you just assume good intent of your colleagues. And I think that's easy on this board.
And that is something that
it means a lot.
Yeah, that's something we do get to, like, in the next half of this.
Get out.
Because it talks about.
I set you up?
Yeah.
All right.
Because, not today, but our next one, because we talk about some personality traits, and then we get into how do you get around all of this, and basically assuming that everybody is here with good intent.
There's a huge difference between a team of experts and an expert team. But the big leap to becoming an expert team is to assume other people on the team are trying to help achieve a goal. And my observation is I haven't seen anything on this board where people overwhelmingly aren't trying to build a great school system.
Good.
And so if you start with that, you can get a lot of stuff done.
And that's one of the things that will put you right here, faster than anything else. And that's where the trust is built. And when you assume that there is good intent and you continue to see that good intent, eventually you begin to trust each other. Lori.
Yes, I have a question in regards, maybe to the superintendent, with the board member question and then follow-up, because I've always asked if that follow-up can be attached to the item, because I think I don't know if it's happening, because I think it should happen, but then also maybe then the public would be aware that that board member asked that question because they see it in the item if they were reading it. And then also then maybe that board member wouldn't have to ask the same question at the meeting because it was already answered.
Okay, and that could be handled a couple of ways. It could be, do you want to speak to it?
No, I was going to say it is, we attach the board, the response to the question for that item to the actual item, and also send out an entire packet of all the questions and the items. One thing I've just, probably the last meeting I've told staff to do is to, as they receive them and answer them, to send them out. So, because one thing I noticed, and I didn't notice till I start asking the question, it's like, okay, I see, let's say Dr. Holdens asked a question, we responded to it, I signed off, my assumption that it was sent to the board members. But for board items, they were holding on to it to attach it to the item and send it as a vote. But then Ms. Rupert would ask the same question too. Say, gosh, she asked the same question, Dr. Holden. She must not have seen it. Say, oh no, we send. I say, no, you guys start sending them out as you receive them and answer them. So that way, that if Dr. Holden answers a question, we respond to it. Ms. Rupert would see that and wouldn't have to ask the question. So now it's a faster response for board item questions. So that we don't get duplicate questions from board members.
So I understand that part, but like, let's say it's 002, is my question that I asked on 002 actually attached to 002 in the item before the board meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so then the board member wouldn't have to ask the same question because it's already there.
It's already there.
Thank you.
Yep. The only time it would not be attached is if the board meeting's on Tuesday and we get the question on Monday, since it's at last minute.
And that's why we have a policy that says when it should be turned in, so that we can make sure it's uploaded and everything.
Okay. Sarah, you had a question.
Yeah, I remember what I was going to ask about before. Or maybe this isn't necessarily a question, but more of a concern. You know, one thing that you mentioned was like being mindful of staff's time when we're asking for data and asking questions. I think that like something I hear a lot from the community, and sometimes I feel this as a board member, it sometimes feels like the district staff is operating in spite of us, like that we are like a hurdle that they have to get past. And really it's like us we are the people who are supposed to be directing policy. And so I think there's just like, I feel a tension there, you know, and from the community's perspective, you know, we hear, or at least I hear, like, you guys are the ones who should be doing this, and they are, like, staff is then supposed to be operating at the direction that you give in terms of policy. But it sometimes feels like we're just like a burden to staff. So I don't know if you have any advice on like how we navigate that.
Well, one, by having a communication agreement, we'll call it, as to, with the superintendent, to whom are you to speak when you have questions or whatever. And if you're going below that, let's say it is the, what do you call it, cabinet? Okay. The cabinet, are they allowed to talk to all the cabinet members at any time they need to?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I've actually sent out a one-sheeter that lists all the divisions that the cabinet members are over, so they know exactly who they can talk to as far as the chief, to know what type of issue. If it's operations, you can feel free to call Ms. Paul. You don't have to call me.
Right. Okay.
And vice versa.
Okay. So when you're doing that and maintaining that level, then that's part of the process. When you start going below that and start going to the people that they oversee, now they start wondering, what am I supposed to be doing? Am I supposed to be doing what this board member says? Am I supposed to be doing what this one says? I'm just going to try and make sure I'm going to make everybody happy as best I can. And it causes confusion for them. And so that's where some of the problem comes in. The other part is, of your question, is the community doesn't quite understand how school boards work and how school districts work. It's not like any other business. You know, a board of directors usually gets to speak to each other outside a meeting or within the meeting. They get to talk to each other. We don't. A board of directors also can give direction, and they move forward, and they may check a little more often and delve a little deeper than a school board can. Other board of directors are here. We've given the chairman we've given the CEO their direction, go off and do it and report to us in 3 months. So this isn't like any other business, so people don't really understand that. When they will stop questioning all of it is when they start seeing progress being made with their students. The best way for the public to believe you is to start seeing that your students are achieving and that they're making progress and that they're seeing that you're all working together to do that.
So I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you mentioned that the community doesn't quite understand how the school board operates, right? But isn't it the district's obligation to educate the community? Because I've seen those concerns sometimes where inquiries are being made without the understanding of what a school board member does and so on and so forth, and what the district operations responsibilities are. So whose responsibility would it be to educate the public so they can better understand how governance work versus operations?
Okay. And that can be the school board member. When they call you and they say, my child was disciplined by a teacher and I don't agree with it, your question is, have you spoken to the teacher? Yes, I talked to the teacher and she didn't want to hear anything about it. Have you spoken to the principal? By constantly reminding them and directing them to the proper people, you are educating them as to what your role is. When they call and they say, I have a concern about blah, 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 well, let me put you in charge with the person that oversees that. And here's the phone number. They're the ones that can handle answer your questions or handle the issue. And another thing so that they don't feel like you're just saying, I don't want to deal with you, you can also say, and if you don't hear back from them in a few days, give me a call.
Right, but if we have a very large district, we're the 6th largest in the nation.
Right.
Wouldn't it be a better approach if there is some sort of a formal way of whether it's through awareness or to educate families, parents, guardians, as to the role of different entities and how they can get their issues resolved, as opposed to, because you'll have hundreds of individual cases that's brought forth to a board member, that had they been aware of the procedural aspect of operations and what the board does in advance, then we would not be inundated with those type of inquiries.
There is an argument to be made for that. But the reality is, most community members who have children in schools, parents, guardians, all those, their world revolves pretty much around the school. Some of them don't even know school board members exist, okay? And they don't until there's a problem, and then they work their way up. And that's where, with compassion and understanding and direction, you can put them in touch with the people. And that's what ends up being the way that they learn how it works. Again, the biggest thing to gain confidence from your community is for them to see that the students in your district are making progress and that they're learning and they're excited about going to school. And you can sell through PR and press releases and everything else the wonderful things that are going on that we sometimes forget to share. And then the public finds out about that. Yes.
I just wanted to talk about the run of show today, Chair. I know we started very late, and this is incredibly helpful. Thank you. And I don't want to insinuate my preferences, but if we wanted to finish by, say, like 4 o'clock, could we go another 15 minutes and find a good breaking point and then go to the next critical item that we have while everybody can still stay here? Or what would you like to do?
We were just, I'm not sure how
We're
much
close to-
longer you have.
Yeah, we're close to where I could wrap it up.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Do we need to gain consent?
Consensus.
I know. It was my
Is there
joke.
anybody that doesn't want to leave earlier?
Would you like me to address
Yeah, just-
consensus and consent now that I'm here?
Well,
All
just
right.
consensus.
So consensus doesn't really, that concept doesn't really exist under Robert's rules. The most similar thing under Robert's rules is when you have unanimous consent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit different, right, than consensus. So consensus is, and I think, Dr. Zeman explained it well when he said, is when no one objects. So if someone objects, then you have to discuss it and then you have to figure out where you're at that point. And that happens usually during a workshop because we're not voting during a workshop.
Right, right.
And so that's the difference between consensus and.
Okay, so you have one. Go ahead and ask a question.
One of the questions that Ms. Leonardi asked that I feel like I asked a lot is it appropriate to say, Dr. Holmes, what do you think? Mrs. Rupert, what do you think? And the answer was no. But that's the way we've done it for as long as I've been here, but then all of a sudden, we weren't supposed to be doing it anymore, so it's just confusing. I'd really like to clear that up so we know what we're doing when we vote.
So technically, no, you're not supposed to go to each person and ask because it's almost like a vote, right? And you're not supposed to be voting. So that's the only reason why you would not be able to do that, but I know it's hard sometimes when you're trying to figure out whether there is consensus or not, whether or not, because not everyone has spoken, so maybe one way to address that would just be for, the person presiding over the meeting to say, hearing no objection, we are moving forward doing whatever it is that you think everybody has a consensus on. And then if someone, does not agree, then that person would have to say, no, I don't agree, and start that process. But sometimes it's very difficult, as you can appreciate, everybody's talking, everybody's saying a couple of different things, and then all of a sudden, you really don't know whether it was a majority of the people that wanted something, and staff is confused too, so they need to know what the direction of the board is as well.
Well, and that was where I was coming from when I said, I guess I was the one who started the whole conversation about consensus. The way we suggest they operate is, in this situation, are there 4 other board members that are interested? And people are going to go, yep, 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 yep. I was told, no, that's not what Robert's rule. Now, with the what was the other one that you called? The unanimous consent. Those were the kinds of things, yes, in Robert's rules, but that's when you say, if there is no objection, this meeting is adjourned.
Correct.
That's where we use the unanimous consent.
As a matter of fact, in one of my newsletters that I just sent a couple of months ago, I always do like a Robert's rules, little thing, and that was one of the examples that I gave
Okay.
about. I talked about talked about an example is if no one objects, we can, adjourn. So that was the exact example I used. So yes, so that's kind of.
All right. Then how are you as a board going to agree if somebody asks for data, for example? One person says, I think we need this data, or I think we need to put this on as an agenda item. How would you suggest that the superintendent find out that it's more than one person asking for this?
Okay, I have a question on that. Since no one can vote with that example, and I know that the chair has a difficult position in determining consensus, can the chair, instead of asking for a vote, can the chair says, does anyone want to give an input on the superintendent providing data? Does anyone want to give their feedback? And then the chair can determine if she believes that everyone or majority agrees without taking a vote. So she's simply trying to get feedback as to what is your input on data being provided.
That could work. I'm just suggesting you come to an agreement on how you're going to handle that, and I'm going to leave this up to the attorney.
I think it would be easier if I said, does anybody object to the superintendent bringing this
Or if
back?
no one doesn't object, if it's something you just think is a pretty obvious thing and you go as the chair, not hearing any objection, let's try that.
But if there is
and then you can raise your hand. You could raise your hand and say object, and then it's done. One person.
So if there's one objection, it's dead?
You don't have unanimous consent.
There's no
Bring it back to
consent?
a board item.
I guess I would like some clarity, because I feel like we've been doing this for 5 years under multiple chairs, and then it's news to me today that that now we're not allowed to do this.
Okay, clarify what you have been doing.
The way that we've been gaining consensus is going around the room and asking each person, like, are you good? Like, this has been going on for my entire time under like a million different chairs on the board. So I'm a little disturbed that like now we're finding out today that we should not have been doing that. And then I would like some clarity about, so if we are to move forward, like to Dr. Holness's point, like if there is one objection, is something dead, or is it like a 5-member majority and then it can move forward? Because, I mean, that's how we get, like, how a lot of times people will talk about, can we bring this item to a workshop, and it takes 5 people to say yes to move forward. So is that, I would really like some clarity on that moving forward.
So, we're using, okay, I didn't know this were working. Okay. So I think the issue when you're in a workshop setting and then you go to each one of the board members is that it looks like a vote, right?
Correct.
But there's nothing prohibiting you from, like, after someone spoke, if it's not clear which way they're leaning, to say, are you for it? Are you against it? I think you can ask those questions as the chair. When there is, if there is no clear consensus or dissent for that matter, and you would like to have some clarity, you can say something along the lines, hearing no objection, the superintendent will gather information regarding this item and bring it, to the board whenever, at the next, board meeting or the next workshop or whatever, or have a follow-up or whatnot. If someone says, I object, then there has to be some discussion, right? And if there cannot be a consensus there, then it has to come in some sort of an item to the board at a board meeting to direct the superintendent to do X, Y, or Z, and then you would have to take a vote at that point.
So what is consensus, though? 5 people agreeing or
Yes.
unanimous?
No, it's a majority. So it's 5 people agreeing.
No one person can direct the superintendent to do something, and no one person can stop the board from doing.
And I don't want to
Belabor.
belabor the point. But so if someone says, I don't agree, and we can have a discussion about it, and only that one person doesn't agree, then I would say, as the chair, it seems as if the consensus is to direct the superintendent.
Correct.
Because what I heard earlier is it's only a consensus if no one disagrees.
No.
So that's where I'm still stuck, because I've heard two different things.
No, the definition of consensus is that there is no objection. But it doesn't mean that if there is one person objecting, that there is no consensus. Does
We're
that
talking
make
about two
sense?
different things,
Right.
consensus and unanimous consent. Okay. Mr. Zeman was talking about unanimous consent. And if somebody said no, then it's not unanimous consent anymore.
Right.
And consensus is getting the feel that the majority of the board is in favor of something.
I just want, because I've had a number of people say
Right, and-
something different.
Right,
So
so
I-
consensus is generally, general agreement, right? No one objects, general agreement, but there could be somebody that objects.
So if someone objects and it just needs to be general consensus, why would we have to have a continued discussion with that person if they objected, if everyone else agreed?
Well, if it's clear that everyone else agrees, but sometimes people are silent and someone objects, and then it sounds like maybe that gives the rest of the people like, okay, well, there is company, so I'm going to say no too, because that happens.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just have a quick question. So if someone objects and the chair asks for feedback, not a vote, a feedback, and is it up to the chair's discretion to determine that based on the feedback that she can assume consensus and direct the superintendent?
Yes, she summarizes whatever she thinks she's
Right.
heard.
So the issue then is this cannot appear as if it's a vote by asking individual board members to raise their hand, but she can ask, what is your feedback on this issue? And if she determines that we have consensus, then she can direct the superintendent, even if there is an objection.
Correct.
Okay.
Lori?
But to be clear, if there's objection, you would need 5 board members to object.
Yes. Yes.
You have to have the majority.
You would have a majority would have to object. Otherwise, if everyone is silent and only one person says, I don't agree, you're going to, in that scenario, only for workshops, not like in a board meeting. In a board meeting, you vote.
Majority rules.
Right, right. So the majority will have to say an actual vote of yes.
I think you should play it out. I hear the discussion. Sorry. I think we should play one scenario out. I hear the discussion, and I want folks to leave here and come back to a workshop, and you're having a discussion about the discussion again about consensus. Just play it out. Somebody can.
Okay, so let's do it.
Yeah.
I think we should have cell phones during lunchtime.
Before we do that, I think that what was also an issue that came up recently was we were at the end of a board meeting, and we asked, does anybody have anything to come up, and an issue came up, and we had consensus. Not everybody agreed. Wasn't necessarily. Would you call that a vote because it's at a board meeting, but it wasn't an item on the agenda. It was a topic that someone brought forth to want to discuss to direct the superintendent to do something. And so it was about a boundary change. And so someone directed the superintendent. We as a board took consent. Well, I went around and asked everybody, and it was 2 people did not agree, 7 did, and so the item moved forward. So we kind of got stuck there because it wasn't really an agenda item. It was brought up when we asked for that, but we were still in a board meeting, not a workshop, and it hadn't closed, so we could still vote at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So does that then be considered an item, even though, because we did vote consensus? That's why, to me, it seems like it's the same thing, but semantics are important. So were we taking a vote then, or a consensus?
Was there a motion made?
He directed the superintendent, and then we took consensus as to whether we agreed for that directive to move forward.
Okay. Then technically, it was not a vote. There needs to be a motion and a second in order for it to be a vote, and at a school board meeting.
And can you
then
do
have the
that
discussion.
at that time?
it's very dangerous to do so.
But
Yes.
technically, yes.
Because if it's
public
boundary
right.
changing, and it's your example, okay, we want to change the boundaries, and it's the final vote, the public has not had a chance to weigh in on the change.
It was
That
just,
would
yeah,
be-
it was just to
that would-
direct him to bring us back
Right.
something.
So that would be very different than directing the superintendent to move it, and it's still coming for a final vote. They're two different things.
Right.
It's just not real good practice to bring up something and vote on it when the public hasn't had an opportunity
And
to buy
be
in.
fair,
Just-
the
just be
the
careful.
discussion and the topic came up during the workshop based on an item that was before us, I mean, at the meeting, and based on some public comment, I think is where the directive came from.
Mhm.
So it wasn't out of the blue, but it was not something that was on the agenda.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes the rules are cumbersome
Mhm.
for government. There is, people always say, well, it's a violation of sunshine. Well, it's not a violation of sunshine, right? Because the reason you have an agenda that comes out 7 days in advance is not because of sunshine, it's because of the Administrative Procedures Act, Chapter
Mhm.
120,
Right.
that says that you have to publish an agenda 7 days in advance.
Mhm.
Unless you have a special board
Minimum.
meeting, then
Mhm.
it's only, you know, you have less time, you can publish the items with lesser time.
Special call-in,
Now,
yes.
that doesn't mean you cannot bring an item late and accept it for good cause. So there are many
Right.
ways to get around that main rule.
There's a
Is-
process for that, too.
It's a process for that too, right? But it's just a good idea. Number one, you know, because you do have the ability to have the opportunity for the public to speak about it. There is notice, so that this, you know, the other board members also can prepare for that.
Mhm.
So unless it's something that is, you know, of an emergency nature, you know, there is no reason to really do it that way when you really think about it,
Correct.
right? Most of the time, even though it may seem at the moment like there is, but
Yeah, you just be very, very, very careful with that. And it's better to move it to another agenda or to, you know, go ahead and have the discussion because that's in the public. But then as far as a vote, give the public the opportunity to speak to it. You know, now, let me give you another example. We forgot to elect our representative for FSBA. That doesn't impact the community. That's who's going to represent your board. That could be something if it was forgotten to be put on the agenda that a board member could bring up and you can vote on that. That's different than something that affects the students and the community.
and again, and it's not that it's prohibited, you still can do it, it's just not good
It's
practice.
not good practice. That's what I'm saying. And be very careful.
And if I may say one more thing, when I was coming down, I was sort of like, do I get in the elevator because they're saying something I want to hear, or do I get in the elevator? But I did hear something that Mrs. Rupert said, and there is a lot of the practices as it
Makes sense.
as it pertains to the agenda that are embedded in the past grand jury investigations that the district has gone through.
Mhm.
So, you know, there were reports that came out that had criticism against board members at the time, or how the board in general did certain things. And so as a result of that, there were policies that were put in place to try and address those issues. And one of them was, you know, what is a consent item versus a an open item. You know, I think there was like the 2011 grand jury report does talk about the fact that, you know, accuses the board members of trying to hide things in the consent agenda, et cetera. And so now, after that, I think the policy came out that anything that has any financial component will be in the open agenda. Even
And
if
that
it's a
came out
small
of the
amount.
grand jury?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think it went a little, you know, I think the policy goes a little too far because I don't think that that's necessary, but that was the response to that grand jury report.
Well, then that's how you got that agenda, the way it is.
Yep.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
When's our next session?
Very good. I believe it's May 6th. Is that where we are? May 6th? So then we'll pick up on going from here and how communication will help solve some of these issues. So we were pretty much at a stopping point anyway, so it's good for you to have made it your fault instead of mine. Okay, so before we close, I just have one question, and maybe I'm opening myself up to a very long conversation. As a result of the conversation today, what are you going to do? You just spent a long time with us. And it doesn't have to be as a board. What are you as an individual? What did you take away from the conversation or the time together today? And I'm not letting you out until somebody says something. Okay, Lori?
Got it.
Okay, you're next. Okay. All right.
I'm going to ask more written questions, but still be prudent to not waste staff time.
Okay, very good, very good. Lori?
I'm going to be more of an active listener to my colleagues.
Okay, good.
I'm going to do a better job of figuring out consensus as we move forward, and I appreciate the discussion and the direction, so thank you.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Laura and Nora? I'm sorry if I've tied you up now.
No,
but that's good practice. Very good practice. Yep. That also lets him know what's the temperature of the board, so that he's making good decisions rather than bringing something up, not even knowing that y'all wouldn't go along with that. So that helps. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I will see you in May.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a short, no more than 5-minute recess. We have one more item, and then we have a closed door. Welcome back to our school board workshop. Our last item is the Office of Safe Schools Quarterly Report. I will now turn it over to staff for a very, very, very brief presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Nykiel. I am one of our compliance coordinators in the Safety and Security Compliance section. I have some information here for you today with our presentation. I don't know if we have that up on the screen, but I believe you were provided that in advance from our quarterly report. Fantastic. So our next slide is going to be just, of course, our information regarding our requirements. Move to the next slide, please. And this is also the quarterly report that we received from the state of Florida regarding our Q3 compliance visits. There are a total of 46 schools that were inspected this quarter, which is just under 15% of our total schools within the district. Of those schools that were visited, there were 21 that had no compliance deficiencies or were completely compliant, and that's just under or just over 45%, excuse me, of the visits that were completed. Next slide. So we did break this down again for our traditional schools. Those site visits totaled 37, and 20 of those site visits resulted in full compliance. So they did have that perfect score from their site visit from the state, which brought us up to about 55% or 54.05% of those visits that were completed at traditional schools. We also included here the superintendent objective of the 18 requirements within our compliance report, and you can see how that has progressed over the year, with Q3 now being at 95% compliance, with our year-to-date total being just under that 95% benchmark there. Next slide. For our charter schools, we also have that information, with 9 of the schools visited being charters, and 1 of those schools had full compliance within the site visits. So that brings us to, with that same metric for that superintendent objective, but in our charter schools, to our year-to-date for including our Q3 being at 87.8%. And our last slide, just to give you an overall picture of how we have changed and progressed. So, of course, for the entire district, we have increased significantly since the first quarter, up to now being at 46.75% compliance, which, of course, we are still working to address every day. And our areas for continued improvement still seem to be those same areas of our documentation, some of our doors and gates, and some of those safer space markings as well. And giving you some of our information here of the actions that we've been taking with outreach to our schools individually and ensuring we're meeting those timelines with the state for addressing any deficiencies. If you have any questions, that's it from us.
Thank you so much for that, Mrs. Alhuda.
Yes, thank you. On page 5, bullet point number 2, it speaks to a compliance department. Can you speak to if we have compliance department specifically, or is it just people?
Eric Lozano, task assigned Chief Safety Security Officer. That is a small but mighty team of a few people who work on compliance.
Okay, and then are they working directly, I guess, with the ASMs?
You want to talk about your role?
Yes, so myself, my counterpart, our other compliance coordinator that are part of our compliance team, do work directly with ASMs on a daily basis, communicating with them regarding the visits that they're conducting at schools, working directly with their supervision, Director LaRosa, and Assistant Director Ashley Vowinkle. They will reach out when there are challenges that are being faced at a school and looking for some assistance to support those schools. Every day I've talked to probably 4 ASMs today as it has gone. So,
and how many ASMs do we have total?
14.
Okay. And just to be clear, we don't have a compliance department, we just have a compliance team.
That is correct. We report, myself, my counterpart, and the two clerks that are underneath us report directly to Chief Lozano to be able to support that role of the school safety specialist. And I do apologize for that oversight and that language in the presentation.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to be clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair. Last time we saw this, there was a change in the the rules about what was checked for in schools in Q1 changed from Q1 by the time we got to Q2. These numbers here are all from the exact same standards, so Q1, 2, 3 are completely comparable.
So they have not been, these are the data that we've been given by the state of Florida. So that's what we were trying to keep consistency there, because they didn't make any adjustments with how they changed our percentages, and they have not made any changes since the last conversation that we had in Q2. So we just used the data that was provided to us by the state and broke that down, because that will be what is finally reported by them. So there has been no adjustments made to this data.
Let me say this back a different way then. These numbers do not form a trend, because they're different measures of safety and security. So what we're telling the public is, here's 3 numbers from Q1, 2, and 3, which are not a trend.
And that's based upon the data that has come from the state, yes, sir.
And I'm
because they make the
perfectly
change.
down with that. I would have recommended that you reported it both ways, and I would have footnoted this and said this is not comparable data, these 3, because when you put data like this on a piece of paper, 99.8% of Broward County thinks that these are with the same measuring stick, and it is not. So just that's for you to consider.
Of course, we will make an adjustment.
I thought that I thought we had gotten agreement to do that last time, but I'll look for it next quarter when it comes in. Second, am I right that Broward County's traditional public schools are improving in their compliance with safety and security inspections?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
That is correct. You can see on Q3 report, we're over 50% of our schools are getting perfect scores.
Thank you
from
very much.
Q3.
Am I also right that district charter schools, public charter schools, are declining in their compliance with safety and security standards?
Based on the schools that were assessed in Q3, those chosen schools, the data did reflect lower, but again, it's a different set of schools each quarter.
Does this Office of Safe Schools select schools randomly?
Yes, sir. So they have 3 years to assess every traditional and charter school.
Terrific. But with a random sample, the safety and security scores for public charter schools in Broward County is declining. Am I also right that public charter schools in Broward County that were selected for this inspection failed at least one thing 89% of the time?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Actually, my questions were just asked by Dr. Zeman, so that works out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the report and for answering the questions. It was good to see that we were doing better in that. I would really also like safety, so if there's something that needs to be done to help them to get support that they thank you. Thank you so much for waiting for us. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any, sorry, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leonardi.
Oh, no, I had something I wanted to share.
Oh, okay. To bring to the board or student successes to share, Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, so I had the pleasure of attending Lion King Jr. last week from Coral Cove Elementary, now a K-8, and it was an absolutely incredible experience. I brought my daughter. She, as Dr. Hepburn said, did not blink the entire time. The talent of those students is just amazing, and the staff and the work that they put in. It was really an incredible experience, and I think speaks to the importance of the arts in our schools. So I just want to thank the staff for inviting me, and thank you for putting on such a beautiful show.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have a couple of things. So, Dr. Zeman?
I'm sorry, Chair. Is this the time we wanted to talk about future workshops?
If you'd like to, now is the time to do that.
Okay. I'm just want to kind of reflect the seriousness with which we had this discussion today about AI. And to the extent that we can continue to receive more and more information about Broward County schools powered by AI as a campaign, and as I think there was a lot of discussion by the board today that wasn't just about, AI as a add-on to some software we'd already bought, but AI as a real principle, as a way to prepare our students for the future. And to me, there's tremendous value in thinking about bringing back AI in workshops every couple months. More important than anything, though, on workshops is going to be the budget. We've had some shocks from the legislature that if we end up where the House and the Senate both are right now, it's going to be very, very dire times. And to the extent that the board is made aware of those options earlier and can think about them and provide guidance about where we might want to see some reductions so that we do have money left over for educator adjustments, I think that's going to be very, very important. So my proposal is that we keep getting budget workshops at every workshop until we wrap that up at the end of June and adopt our original budget. But after that, I would like to see this AI kind of theme play out every couple months where we get a big dose of AI in terms of how we're doing it in different aspects of Broward County.
Thank you. Is there anyone who disagrees with Dr. Siemens, Mrs. Leonardi?
I guess I just have some questions about both of those things, like what I'd like to hear from staff about those proposals, and if they would have new things to offer for the budget every workshop before we get that sorted out, as well as the AI piece.
Dr. Hepburn.
So I'll talk about the AI piece. As you know, the academic team, they frequently do workshops, probably one every 2 or 3 months, just to give the board updates about strategies, practices, and definitely performance. So we can definitely wrap instructional strategies, practices, and resources, which is what the AI components would be, into those workshops, so we can give a holistic view of the impact of all the things that we're doing academically. As far as the budget is concerned, the team and we are working on cost savings to first provide that in a memo to the board, so you have that in a timely fashion real soon. And then we will workshop those cost savings for board feedback as we move forward to the upcoming school year, for things that impact us for the upcoming school year, and then things that will create a runway for the 26-27 school year, which would involve having discussions with impacted staff, principals, leadership teams, and the like, because they have to be a part of this journey if we're going to make changes, and sustainable changes that are going to be embedded in the culture of Broward County Public Schools. So I don't know if we can have, for every workshop, if we can have a budget discussion. I know Ms. Johnson does her thing with the budget reports and things like that. I also know Mr. Sullivan is going to, once the session wraps up, he's going to provide a workshop on all things that came out of the session, including new legislation around funding for public schools and the like. So that's a component too that we can add to that. That'll be very helpful for the board. But we're going to be giving you a memo talking about cost savings real soon anyway. So.
Okay, so what I'm hearing around AI is that it can be embedded in the academic workshops. Is that correct? That's fine with me. I'm not quite sure that that's what Dr. Zeman was talking about, but I'm not going to speak for him. And in terms of doing a budget workshop every workshop from now until we adopt the budget, I'm hearing that that's somewhat in the plan already, or?
That is somewhat in the plans to talk about cost savings, and also Ms. Johnson's team in their usual cadence of required workshops for budget adoption anyway.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Alhuda.
Yeah, so I would just say that I'd like to see our strategic plan come back first, and us revise and look at that if we're going to incorporate the AI into the strategic plan. And then I could see cadence after that to do more AI?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so we can have the SIM team present the strategic plan and how AI would fold into it. I know we have overarching goals and also guardrails, and so many of the, so I want to kind of provide clarity. We do a lot of things. We do a lot of instructional practices, a lot of strategies that utilize technology, that don't utilize technology. So those are part of the components that help us get to our overarching goals for the strategic plan, so we can bring that, discuss those goals, and really talk about some of the work that's involved that funnels up to equate to student performance. Everybody has a clear understanding about what's inside the strategic plan and how the work that the team does every day at the schools and above actually support that.
And what does the timing look like?
I have to talk to the team, and we'll bring that up in our next cabinet meeting on Monday, and I'll look at what appropriate workshop. Our workshops are pretty jam-packed for the month of May. I think they're already over 8 hours long with the schedule, so we're looking at the schedule to see what we can actually cut out or shrink, so we're not here for 12 hours. But we'll look at the workshop schedule and also when the SIM team can actually present that information.
Okay, because I just think the strategic plan is our golden
Yep,
light that
absolutely.
we need to connect the budget to.
Yep.
So that should be a priority item.
And is everybody okay with having the strategic plan come back to us? Anybody disagree?
I'm going to be difficult today. I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, when did we? It feels like we've adopted the strategic plan like multiple times. I'm just wondering, when did we last do the strategic plan?
The strategic plan sunsets 2027, correct? Yes, 2027.
And it's a 5-year plan, correct? Or no?
4 or 5 years. I have to
Okay.
check. But
So we're like in the middle of it.
Yes, we're in the middle of it.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with the concept of this being in our strategic plan. I do have concerns about like altering the strategic plan midstream and changing like goals and guardrails. So, I mean, it's not like a deal breaker for me, but I don't know that that's the best way to address this.
No, and what I want to do with the strategic plan is inform the board, because there's no instructional practice baked into the strategic. We're not saying we're saying in the strategic plan, hypothetically speaking, Algebra 1 will increase by 6 percentage points. We're not saying Algebra 1 is going to increase by doing A, B, C, D, because that work would change. As we progress, there's new tools and resources that come out every couple of years. So that's why we can bring it back to present it, so the board can understand the work that is involved to support the strategic plan and all the priorities that we have, that we discuss every Monday morning, so that we're well informed about the things that we are doing right now. But strategies and practices change every couple of years. Today it's AI. Today it's AI on tomorrow it's AI on steroids or something else. So we'll bring it just so we can have that discussion. Yep.
Dr. Zeman, did you have something to add? Okay. Yes, Mrs. Ott.
And just to end that point, and we have 2 new board members, and we have another new school board member that will be coming on board. So I think that is even more important that we bring the strategic plan back.
Yeah, and just as a note to that, in the discussion today with our trainer, she did mention that our strategic plan points out what's important to us and our budget should align with it. So even if it's a sub in parentheses on the strategic plan, it should be somewhere in there. So we're all aware that we want to put resources towards that. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. On that topic right there, I noticed on, I think it might have been the AI thing, but it talked about our strategic plan, and then I noticed it didn't have an update as to what we already know about. I think it was referred to 2024 or 2022, I think it did, and then it just said what we're expecting in 2027. I think when we're having anything handed out like that, it should be the most recent information. I don't think it would absolutely be, to kill us that much to put the information that we know there at the time, or at least within a year. Because if we've gone up, the public it'll be easier for them to see it on the PowerPoints, which are out there every meeting, and that connection. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if my colleagues agree or not.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, everybody is there anyone who disagrees with what Mrs. Rupert is suggesting? Okay, great. Okay.
Just real quick, and Cecilia, do we have to keep printing these? Like, is that something you could?
That's at the will of the board. We're happy to print nothing.
I mean, that's fine with everyone else, because I just throw it away.
What we can do is just print it for the chair and vice chair, and okay, we'll keep printing.
Can it just be emailed and you could have it on
Yeah.
your computer? That way, if you want to follow along.
I don't know if you have consensus for that, but
Do we have consensus not to use extra paper that we don't need to?
Do we have anybody that objects? Does anybody object?
Yeah, Dr. Zeman has his hand up. Are you okay with it being on an email? Yes. Okay. So we could always make you an extra copy if you need one. Okay. Anybody?
Or you can share.
You can share. Yes, we can share. I'll take a picture. I'm really good at pictures.
we'll have a QR code.
Okay. I have a couple of student things, so bear with me. Sorry. First, I'd like to congratulate Justin DeBerry from Coral Glades High School, Lev Belarus from Miramar High School, and Scott Miller from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. They all qualified for the 2025 Incubate Debate National Championship. That's going to be held at New College of Florida and Sarasota. So congratulations to them. Also would like to congratulate the 8 students from the College Academy at Broward College. In partnership with Broward County Public Schools, they have been named National Questbridge Scholars, and they're earning full scholarships to top universities. They include Tyler Scott, he's going to Rice University, Bianca Cadet, Boston University, Davi Alicia, sorry if I mess up the name, Swarthmore College, Diana Delveris, Boston University, Shyla Rose, Washington and Lee University, Isaiah Pedestra Rios, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Sebastian Garcia Gutierrez, Pomona College, and Amelia Bartley, Boston University. So congratulations to all of them. And on this 55th Earth Day, I would like to congratulate the 3 top schools that won the How Low Can You Go? So first place was Central Park Elementary. They reduced their electrical consumption by 35%. Second place was Forest Hills Elementary. They reduced their electrical consumption by 14%. And third place was Cooper City High School. They reduced their electrical consumption by 12%. And the greatest water reduction was Coconut Creek Elementary School that reduced their water usage by 63%. So happy Earth Day. Anybody else? The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Have a great afternoon.